Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason, right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statements, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debates where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And then finally, each side delivers 5-minute closing statements to lock in their case. And then when that's done, we'll move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'm going to drop the Q&A in the chat for you guys, but keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPal, Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we're going to open the doors for a chaos and chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the prompt and debaters if they choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild. Today's debate prompt is the U.S. should not be fighting Iran in 2026. And for the affirmative on the prompt, we have Counterpoints. He operates multiple YouTube channels, including Counterpoints 40K, where he breaks down Warhammer lore and sci-fi weaponry, and also Counterpoints Politics, where he engages in political debate and works to build a centrist coalition. And you can find both these links in the description. And for the negative, we have Tareyak, known for tackling the hot cultural flashpoints, throwing down in political debates, and making frequent appearances on open panels. An aspiring professional memester that's mastered the art of turning viral moments into conversation starters. And if that's not enough, he also hosts Spin the Wheel. It's a show where viewers can pay to roll the dice and ignite some truly fire discussions. And you can also find his link in the description below. With that being said, we're going to get right into opening statements. So Counterpoints, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the clock with your voice.
Yeah. So back in the 1990s, there was a series of dueling essays. One of them was called Clash of Civilizations. The other one was called The End of History. And they debated about what the future was going to look like. Was mixed economy capitalism and liberalism going to dominate the globe because it had become the preeminent philosophy of the world after the collapse of the Soviet Union? Or was it going to be a clash of geographically located ideologies like post-Maoist Chinese communism, maybe kleptocratic oligarchy in Russia, and then also Islamism, the marriage of Islam and the state, competing against, free societies, which would probably be dominated by mixed economy capitalism and liberalism. And so I would say that what we've dealt with for the past 30 or 40 years has been a hybrid of these worldviews. And effectively, liberalism is trying to choke out its remaining competitors. I'm actually a fan of free societies. I'm a fan of liberalism. I think that power abhors a vacuum. I think that America and its Western allies have effectively engaged in a commercial and military imperial game, probably since after World War II, and Iran is a part of that game. The way that we played it in the Middle East, if you look at the history of the 20th century, is we've effectively tried to bring the Gulf states, which are responsible for a third of the world's oil, into our orbit. We also recently, weirdly enough, attacked Venezuela and kind of decapitated them as well and tried to bring them into the fold. They're sitting on approximately another third of the world's oil. And then when you look at Iran as a standalone state, it does sit on 20 to 30% of the world's oil, depending on how you measure it, the proven oil reserves. This is not arbitrary. Petroleum is the lifeblood of civilization. It fuels our cars. It gives us our plastic products. It allows us to build computers. It allows us to build airplanes. It allows us to build everything that makes civilization run. Who controls it is also not arbitrary. Iran still, but also prior to our engagement with it, is actively selling petroleum in favorable terms to Russia and China. Russia, as I mentioned, is a kleptocratic oligarchy. I would prefer that they're doing bad shit in Eastern Europe. I would prefer not to see a resurgent imperialist Russia seize Eastern Europe uncontested. I actually do support the Ukrainians and their attempts to become a part of the free world. Additionally, China is an Orwellian nightmare. They are a dystopian, authoritarian police state with things that you and I could barely imagine as being commonplace in reference to social control. And yet it's just true over there that the CCP wields uncontested social control over its people, murders its dissidents, even disappears its sycophants. If its sycophants get out of line, if they step on the wrong toes, they're likewise disappeared and murdered. And so having that kind of system dominate the globe is unacceptable if you're a freedom-loving person. And so, I think Donald Trump's a piece of shit. I think he's probably an aspiring authoritarian and kleptocratic fascist himself. I think he's an authoritarian douchebag. I think he launched this war incorrectly. I think we should at minimum have an authorization for use of military force. However, with all of that being said, just because I think that the United States has launched this war incorrectly, just because Donald Trump is a piece of shit, doesn't mean that there aren't reasons to proceed in for a penny, in for a pound. Just since I have the time, I'm going to expand on that concept a little bit since I see the quizzical looks from Tareyak. So, as an example, let's say that it was true, but which, by the way, I don't think it was. But let's say that it was true that Iran was on the verge of obtaining a nuclear bomb, and we thought that for geopolitical purposes that it was necessary in order to make sure they didn't have the capacity to do so, and that Israel was on the verge of launching a decapitation strike, and they were going to do so with or without us. Well, at that point, the predictable series of events would be Israel launching a decapitation strike unsupported from the United States, Iran responding exactly as they did, attacking 14 of their neighbors, the mass majority of whom were not involved at all, and then that mass counterattack involving American military assets in the Middle East and North Africa. By participating in the airstrikes, we destroyed and eroded a large chunk of Iranian military assets. We minimized the amount of damage that they were capable of inflicting on the region, and arguably we're trying to strong arm them into reopening the Strait of Hormuz right now. Now that we're in for a penny and in for a pound, obviously I would say the short-term goal of Donald Trump is probably to distract from domestic affairs that are plaguing his administration. I would say the intermediate goal is preventing a nuclear Iran. I would say the ultimate goal, which is probably not achievable, but I would love to eat crow on whether or not it's achievable, is regime change in Iran. And I do think, considering they slaughtered an estimated 32,000 of their own dissidents within, a month prior to the intervention, I would love to see regime change in Iran. I would love to see a free Iran. So I'll leave it there.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand over the mic to Terriak. So, Terriak, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the clock up with your voice.
Yeah, I think Counterpoints kind of just like made the case for me almost. Like, why would you want to appease these people if they're slaughtering their own people? Like, Counterpoint said 32,000, but like there's estimates from anywhere from I think Donald Trump's recent numbers were 45,000. But if a regime is willing to wipe out its own people, like, you should believe them when they say death to America, death to Israel, because they're slaughtering their own people. So who the fuck are Israel or America to? Like, why would you appease someone like that if they're killing their own children? In terms of the nuclear thing, like, this is literally an official from the regime. Mohammed Eslami came out on February 9th, 2026, says, in response to questions about dilution, he indicated Tehran may be willing to dilute its 60% uranium if the US lifts all sanctions in return. So already they've broken agreements, they've gone up to 60%, and then they're trying to use the 60% as a tool to try and leverage and terrorize and put fear into the West, because if we can do this, then you all have to bow, essentially. Now let's go into the numbers of England and France, because these are two countries that took in vast majority of immigrants from Muslim majority countries. In the year 2000, the rapes in England was approximately 15 to 16 per 100,000. It's now at 115 to 120 per 100,000. That's a 7 times increase. When you look at France, again, the same thing. In the year 2000, 12 to 16. Now it's 55 to 60 rapes per 100,000. Now you might be saying, oh no, they just got better at reporting or some bullshit excuse like that. But when we look at Poland, Poland's rapes was 6 per 100,000 in the year 2000. And now it's gone down to 1.3 to 1.4 per 100,000. The only explanation is Poland didn't take in Muslim refugees, Muslim immigrants. They staunchly refused that, and they were called Islamophobic. They were called all sorts of names. But Poland's not experiencing a rape epidemic like the likes of France and England, right? Here is a statement just to give you an idea of how brutal these people are, right? This is and I have the full letter here. If you want me to read the full thing, I'll read the full thing. But just going down to the key description of it, here's a quote from a letter sent out by the Rape Gang Inquiry that was pushed and spearheaded by Rupert Lowe, a British hero, Minister for Parliament. The survivor's violent gang rape and abuse began at the age of 12. She was raped multiple times per day over many years. The rapes were filmed and were used as blackmail. The survivor has stated multiple police officers were active perpetrators. Just to give you an idea, they've infiltrated the police, they've infiltrated the government. Money was exchanged openly, and this destroyed her ability and her willingness to seek help. So the police were taking bribes and they were taking part in it. Police vehicles were used to traffic her, and some of the abuse events were called cop nights. The extreme pain she suffered included filmed tortures in places called red rooms. The torture included waterboarding and strangulation by rope. Distressingly, she was raped by a dog, filmed and forced to rewatch the footage as the men placed bets. This is who you're fighting in Iran. These Islamist jihadists, this is what they do if given the opportunity. And also, just to give you guys a breakdown, because for me to see Americans say, no, we shouldn't be in this and all this kind of stuff, you are absolutely decimating Iran. So here's some key stats on the progress of the war so far. So the leadership of Iran, so that's like Supreme Leader Al Khamenei, dozens of the top official commanders, they're all gone. Defense Minister, gone. IRGC Commander, gone. And multiple IRGC generals are gone. Ballistic missile programs, 190 ballistic missile launches are destroyed, and estimates of anywhere between 300 to 500 total launches rendered inaccessible or destroyed. Gone. Naval capabilities, 150 naval vessels destroyed or sunk. Gone. Overall strikes and targets, over 8,000 Iranian military targets hit by mid-March. Gone. Nuclear and related sites, multiple key sites damaged, Natanz, Bashir, Sahid, Qadab, and Ardakan. Bunker, basically gone. All right. Iranian military losses. There's over 6,000 military, Iranian military is gone, as opposed to 15 from the US. And for anyone who's played Call of Duty or any of those games, that's a KD or a kill-death ratio of 400 to 1. So just imagine, just to give yourself an idea, you are absolutely decimating these cunts. And when you look at the Iranian air defenses, which is the reason why America and Israel are able to send in helicopters, is they have no air defense. They control the skies. And lastly, in case there's only anything of like, oh, but what about the money though? Like, what about the money and all this kind of shit? As Counterpoints just stated, 30% between Venezuela and the Strait of Hormuz. That's over 50% of the world's oil is in those two zones. So when you look at was it last year and stuff, like Trump was like doing the whole like Bitcoin reserve, we're gonna have some cryptocurrencies and all this kind of shit. What if after America gains control of these both Venezuela and the Strait of Hormuz, and then puts in place that they have to take payment in Bitcoin? What would that do to the Bitcoin strategic reserve? Very difficult to actually give a precise figure, but essentially, if that was to take place, America would be able to pay off its national debt. And with that, I see the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to get into the rebuttal round. So this is not a back and forth yet. This is a 5 minutes to directly respond to the opponent's arguments. So we're going to hand the mic back to Counterpoints, and Counterpoints, whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I will start the timer with your voice.
Yeah, I think that we might be a little bit confused, but we're still going to be able to fight. It's fine. There's enough detail here in order for us to do it. So effectively, I'm going to be appealing to process. I'm going to be appealing to the slippery slope of authoritarianism that we're already on in America. But effectively, hearing an Irishman, presumably in Ireland, arguing for American imperialism, I love it. Amazing. This is great. Because I'm actually an apologist for the roughly there's $100 trillion global economy. Arguably, America and its allies are responsible for 70 trillion of it. We are trying to get the remaining 30 trillion either under our sway or alliance or whatever. And those countries are Venezuela, Russia, China, Iran. Those are the big players, and North Korea. And so it seems like knocking out the leadership in Venezuela and knocking out the leadership in Iran is effectively like another play towards that end goal of liberal democracy dominating the globe. But we have a domestic problem in the United States of America that I hope that Terriak will grapple with as we continue this conversation. So 9/11/2001 was, of course, the origination of the war on terror. We gave up a lot of civil liberties and civil rights to the federal government through the war on terror. We've effectively become a spy state where anybody's document, it's pretty much presumed at this point that our federal government has all of our data, all of our communications, all of our messages, everything, and that it's scrubbable material. They are capable of looking for anti-government activity within this like giant data trove. And then not only that, it seems like we are barreling down a path where AI, Palantir, the defense industry contractors, et cetera, along with Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and JD Vance, are trying to make it even more authoritarian and Orwellian, where our defense technology is going to outrun America's capacity to resist its own tyranny. And so my problem is not whether or not America intercedes in foreign conflicts to its own benefit and the benefit of liberal empire. My problem is that I think that we are running an extreme risk of destroying our free societies by not checking our impulses, our violence, the way that we operate, et cetera, et cetera. And specifically, within the Iranian conflict, there was no attempt to go through Congress. There was no attempt to obtain an authorization for use of military force. There has been no attempt in order to get a declaration of war. There has been no attempt in order to get Congress on side effectively for a prolonged campaign. There hasn't been a clear vision of what we're trying to accomplish here. And so as a result, we are waffling on a day-by-day basis because Donald Trump is a uniquely unqualified dipshit of a fucking president that I seriously, like, I joke about this and I don't joke simultaneously. I seriously think sometimes that the Iran war is a distraction from his own domestic criticism in reference to the Epstein files. Sometimes I truly think that this war was launched not because it was actually in America's interest, but to distract from the fact that our current president is an incredibly accused ephebophilic sex trafficking rapist. And so when we put all of that together, my beef is not with the concept of fighting Iran or fighting jihadists or fighting foreign authoritarians. That's perfectly fine, but we should do so as a free society that's actually following the rule of law rather than as a runaway military industrial complex, AI, pseudo wannabe dictatorship. And so this might actually shift the argument from geopolitical American and Western geopolitical concerns, because it actually weirdly feels like there's a lot of alignment between Terriak and I in that regard. This might actually shift over to domestic issues that Americans are currently having, checking the authoritarian impulses of our executive branch. But I welcome that conversation because at least it's interesting. So we'll take it from there.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Tareyak. So, Tareyak, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so again, it seems like Counterpoints agrees that this is a righteous war that America should fight. But he's basically trying to make the case that, there's basically a police state that's going on in America at the moment, and we need to address that first before we get to Iran. But if you're worried about a police state in America, why are you not bringing up Operation Paperclip, where you imported in thousands of Nazis in 1945? And this is this is all official documents, all this stuff. Operation Paperclip, look it up. You imported 1,000 of Nazis in, and then in 1947, when you finish importing them in, and again, the Nazis fled to both South America and then also into the Middle East. And then you look at the Middle Eastern flags, and a lot of these countries have red, white, and black in them, which is the same colors as the Nazi flag. And then in 1947, you set up the National Securities Act, which was, it set up the CIA, which again, you put Nazis into. And also, interestingly enough, you changed the Department of War into the Department of Defense. A nice little propaganda switch. So that should tell you exactly who you're dealing with. If you're worried about police state, that should be your top priority. The fact that you imported in Nazis and then put them in the CIA itself. And if you're worried about deep state vibes. Like those are the ones that were trying to spy on the citizens and turn it into a police state. And you might be saying, "Oh, Tareyak, that was 80 years ago. It's the problem just sorted itself out." Between 1950 and 1970, we had Operation Bluebird, aka MK Ultra, where the CIA literally experimented on its own citizens. They pumped them full of like LSD. Well, what was mescaline, but they adapted the drug and used LSD and all this kind of shit, purely for the goal of seeing, can we control their behavior? Because if I can make you dance, then we have peace. Because I never have to go to war with someone if I can make them dance. If I control their behavior, I never need to go to war with them. And the reason why I bring up the MK Ultra is because that was the exact same shit that the Nazis were doing in the camps. That was the inhumane shit that they were doing in the camps, where they do all sorts of fucked up shit to see if they can control these people's behaviors. So you have infiltration by the Nazis all the way back to 1945. And then since then, we know for a fact that they continued on the experimentation. So if you're worried about the deep state, why are we not talking about the Nazis and the CIA? You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I mentioned specifically the Department of War getting changed to Department of Defense, a little name change, it might seem insignificant. When Trump got back into office, what did he do? He changed the Department of Defense back into the Department of War. So to give you an idea of how dire the situation was, how are you supposed to fight jihadists when you have infiltrators in your own midst? You have rats on your ship. How do you expose them? You have to basically constantly contradict yourself so no one knows what you're actually doing, because leaks will happen and all this kind of shit. And isn't it interesting that we have the likes of Tucker Carlson saying that this is an unjustified war? How dare you make fun of Islam? Like, this should be clear in terms of who are they actually standing for? Who do they support? You know what I mean? And like, even with Tucker Carlson himself, he's like, "Oh, I never worked in the CIA, but his father did." And you can be an asset of the CIA while not technically working for the CIA officially. So if the police state is your main concern, then why are we not talking about Tucker Carlson? Why are we not talking about the Nazis that infiltrated since 1945? With that, I cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour back and forth, talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay, their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates on Swords of Reasons, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. We put it in the arena. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in, because we have a lot more coming for you all. And reminder for the live chat, after the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I've already dropped the Q&A there, but remember, super chats, PayPal, Cash Apps, these will get priority. And if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free one. So if there's something you really want answered, make sure you send it through one of the priority options, and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight and sharing your perspectives with this in the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start the open floor exchange, just go ahead and jump in, and I will start the timer up.
Yeah, I would like to. So I think this conversation could get away from us really quickly, because I'm also a history autist who loves the 20th century and am relatively familiar with Operation Paperclip and MK Ultra and a host of other topics. But so we don't get lost in the weeds, I'll try to keep this as broad as possible. So I am a liberal in the ultimate political sense, believing that humanity is at its best when we are most free. That doesn't mean unlimited freedom. Like, there are plenty of liberal republics that still have prohibitions against murder, theft, rape, et cetera, et cetera. But I still think that the government should intervene in its citizens' affairs as minimally as possible. As far as I can tell, the Western world has been the greatest vehicle for that ideology. But there's, of course, rival ideologies, including, like you mentioned, Nazism, which is a brand of fascism, communism, which I would say was best represented by the Soviet Union and by China in the 20th century. And then I would say Islamism, which is the combination of it's Islamic theocracy, effectively, which is what we've been fighting for the past 30 years, arguably. And weirdly enough, we're simultaneously allies with some of these people while also fighting them. So I guess my question to you, Terriak, is there isn't a contradiction between being someone who believes in liberalism, believes that America is the vehicle for that ideology, but liberalism itself is tolerant of people who hold authoritarian beliefs, and therefore we're always going to have rats on our ship. So I guess my question is, like, what contradiction are you pointing to where you say, oh, well, you recruited Nazi scientists to America? Like, how is that a contradiction or a hypocrisy?
Because when you have the false pretense that it's like, oh, we're like actually free right now, my counter is that your CIA was infiltrated by Nazis. And they continued on the exact same shit that they were doing in Germany.
So
and from that, that's the reason why you have a police state.
Well, then we can get into the number one, we could get into the limits of the police state. Number two, we could get into the Nazis that we recruited. The vast majority of the Nazis that we recruited in Operation Paperclip were rocket scientists, and they were relocated to Huntsville, Alabama. Also, the CIA operatives, we were operating with them in anti-communist operations in the Cold War. So that's effectively like taking a rat and then taking and using it to hunt a different kind of rat. So for me, once again, there's no contradiction here. So you're saying that they seized it. What, did we have Heinrich Himmler? Did we have like Adolf Hitler's son? Did he take over the OSS and the CIA? No, we were using Nazis to hunt communists. So once again, I don't think there's a contradiction here. We used one authoritarian to hunt another authoritarian.
Yes, and from the process, the authoritarians that you led into your secret service have now been manipulating. Like, do you not find it weird? Like, you say you live in a free democracy, but do you not find it weird that the Republicans are nationalists and the Democrats are socialists? In terms of
I don't think they're pure. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep up with the words that you throw, because you throw words at me that are fairly complex. So nationalists, people who believe in the concept of a nation state and representing the people of said nation state, and then socialists, people who, if they're Marxian socialist, they believe in the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. That's not a very popular idea in America. And also, even nationalism in America is oftentimes civic nationalism. Even on the right wing, Marco Rubio and JD Vance, who are some of our most extreme current right-wing ideologues, they always cater to a civic nationalist idea where if you believe in the American ideology, regardless of ethno-religious background, you're still an American.
Yeah, so if you were a Nazi in modern day America, it would be the perfect political system, because no matter who gets in office, you're either going to get nationalist policies or you're going to get socialist policies. No matter
do you think that we have the
Republicans and Democrats.
Do you think hold on. So do you think that we have decommodification of basic human need or workers owning the means of production in the United States of America?
In terms of a strict sense, no. It's not going to be like we're mapping out exactly what like socialism as a raw entity is. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing with like how Iran fell. It's the same thing of how. Yeah, it's the same thing of how Iran fell. The reason why Iran fell is because the Islamists sided with the communists, which is what you're seeing in America now. In all your universities, they're waving Palestinian flags, and you have feminists siding with these bastards, claiming that they're oppressed in America right now, when women in Iran cannot even leave the house without a burqa, without getting the shit beat out of them. Okay?
Yeah.
So in terms of like the alliance that we're talking about here,
tons of left-wing people are stupid as shit, but I don't think that has anything to do with whether or not I live in a free society.
What I'm saying is you're seeing the exact same phenomenon of the Islamic communism, even though the feminists would not claim that they're Islamic communists and the Islamists would not claim that they're Islamic communists. But there is an alliance there. This is the same thing that I'm pointing out to you. When you look at the mentality of the Republicans and look at the mentality of the Democrats, all the Republicans care about is nationalism or some national identity and things like that. And then on the other side, you have all social spending, social benefits, social welfare, all this kind of shit. So when you look at the closed system, there's only one real political desire that's being pushed, which is National Socialism.
Okay. The reason why I'm frustrated with your articulation, is intended or not, is because I feel like it obfuscates the topic. So when you're talking about like National Socialism, that's a label for a brand of fascism that was common in Germany in the 1930s and 1940s. But that is political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism as espoused by Giovanni Gentile. And so that ideology is different than just being a civic nationalist. Is there any society except for like, I don't know, globalists? Is there really any example of a society that doesn't have some degree of nationalism, meaning that they identify a people that they represent within governance? Like, can you think of a single society on our planet that doesn't have nationalism within it?
You know, you're missing what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is the Hegelian dialectic. When you look
But
at
can you
Hegelian
answer my
dialectic,
question?
yeah, I am. Like in terms of like, obviously, like every single nation is going to have some form of like nationality or nation, or caring about the nation, because that's what unites
Right.
the people.
So
Hence
why would
why
calling
the likes of
them
communism,
iterations of National
hen-
Socialism be
hence,
productive for us at all?
hence why the communists will say we want to abolish the state, which is why it merges with Islam, because Islam is like the Sharia law. So you're able to get rid of the state and still govern with Sharia law.
I feel like we're bouncing around with words.
One sec. To explain like why I'm pointing out this thing between the Republicans and the Democrats is when you look at Hegelian dialectic, there will always be a thesis that's put forward. So an example would be, let's say, monarchy, right? Then the antithesis to that will be democracy. You will see that emerge, and then from both of them, you get a synthesis of democratic monarchy. When you look at the current state of affairs in America, you control both the thesis and the antithesis. You can have all your capitalists follow the nationalists and all this kind of shit, and with the socialists, you capture like both the thesis and the synthesis. The antithesis, which means you never get to an actual synthesis.
Okay. That's not contradictory within a liberal framework. Like liberalism with maximal human freedom and political expression, not arriving at a Hegelian synthesis is not contradictory.
Yeah, what I'm pointing to is that if you control both the current government and the opposition, you can effectively prevent the synthesis from taking place. It's constantly being kept in check.
We have no forward progressive move in America in the past.
What I'm saying is you're never.
The Nazis allegedly infiltrated us. Have we not moved forward economically or socially?
Yeah, so what it's basically doing is you're preventing it to actually form into National Socialism, and then from there you'd have an antithesis to that. So they're preventing the synthesis going in place, and then basically you just play divide and conquer. It's a very simple concept here.
Okay, but I guess what I'm not understanding is that I think that liberalism is a system that was proposed like during the Enlightenment in the 19th century that effectively said that there's the nation, which is the people, there's the state, which is the government, and particularly if you look at American founding documents, it says that the state is by, of, and for the people. And so effectively, it's the state's role to administer the nation in order to make a healthy society, and those people should be free to pursue their lives, their liberty, and their pursuit of happiness, or in some cases, property. And so that's been going on for approximately 250 years. And so you might be right that we are preventing the synthesis into a socialist product. But just because a socialist product, well, we're preventing the synthesis of a purely nationalist product, which would probably be ultra-nationalist or ethno-nationalist. And then we're also preventing the synthesis of a socialist product because of our addiction to socialism, or our prevention of socialism. But if you think that ultranationalism is bad, and if you think that socialism is bad, wouldn't this be an ideal state of affairs?
No, what I'm saying is what has been taking place is the prevention from the nationalists and the socialists getting together and then getting into power as one party.
Isn't that good?
National Socialism. Because so long as there's another party, there is a way to guide that party into an antithesis of what's currently being pushed, or the main party of power.
If you don't like either of those ideologies, isn't that good?
if you keep it in the state, to go back to the example of like I said with the monarchy and democracy, if you keep those two groups separate, you will never have a synthesis of democratic monarchy. The same way, if you keep the nationalists and the socialists separate, then you will never have a synthesis into national socialism. You know what I mean?
Isn't
And
that
like
good?
one
I've
question
asked that 3 times now.
Yeah.
Isn't that good?
No, the reason why I'm pointing to that and why there's the prevention of that, because that's how you're being controlled.
And
Because if I was a Nazi in America, this would be the perfect system. Because once it goes Republicans versus Democrats, and you have the final two horses in the race, it's either going to be a nationalist or it's going to be a socialist. So whoever gets in, I'm going to be getting my policies passed regardless. That's why I'm saying they're preventing the synthesis.
So hold on.
But one
I feel
question,
like you're mixing up a
real
lot of words.
real quick, counterpoints. I've got a counter question. Like, do you think that democracy is a good idea?
Not direct democracy, no.
No, but just democracy is the concept.
I like representative democracy. I like republics.
Yeah, so like the idea of a democracy is literally retard supremacy. You understand that concept? It's retard supremacy.
Yeah, that's why I like representative democracy, not direct democracy.
Yeah, so why would you like want there to be democracy in terms of the system? Surely you would be like, no, like let's go back to a monarchy, or let's go back to a autocracy, or let's go back to a system where like actually the intellectuals are making the choices rather than the
because as much as our system is not living up to its reputation, the idea behind representative democracy, the idea behind republicanism, and is that you have a body of laws that are good for the general population as articulated in the Constitution of the United States and the legislature. This is something that we've arguably been codifying for 2,000 years through the concept of common law. And then our legislators are supposed to be our technocratic elites. And so you're not deferring to a fascist dictator. You're not deferring to a monarch. You're deferring to technocratic elites who craft policy that are good for the body, for the nation.
So you're kind of more so down the lines of technocracy, but when you mention the 2,000 years, I'm assuming you're saying like from like the Christian inspiration, or so from the Christian history,
from the inception of the Roman Republic and the continuation of common law through the Roman Empire and then the medieval period.
There is no democracy in the Bible. It's all kings and houses and all this kind of
Who
stuff.
gives a shit?
Like this,
I'm not a biblical literalist.
Yeah, so like when you evoke like like the 2,000-year history, what led to that was this idea of nobility, to be noble, to have high moral standing. Yeah. And the same way with John Adams, who says our Constitution is only meant for moral and religious people. It goes against the American ethos to have atheists and moral relativists in office.
Yes and no. I mean, he was one of the founding fathers, but Jefferson famously was quoted as like, in order to hold office, neither pagan nor Hindu nor heathen nor Jew nor any sect of Christian should be prohibited from office. There were other founding fathers who believed that there wasn't a contradiction between the republic and various faith.
Yeah, because if you are in a religion, you have to believe in a supreme being.
Okay.
Atheists will deny the supreme being.
Okay.
Yes, which means they should not be holding public office.
Are you saying this as a prescription that Terriak believes, or are you saying this as a prescription that John Adams believes?
This is a general principle. That's why he says a moral and religious people. Because if you don't have morality,
I don't think you need religion.
I
don't think you need specific dogmatic religion to be a moral person.
I'm countering the Jefferson comment where he's like, no, like religious person should be prohibited.
Just to make like a clarification, like I'm just trying to think of this like as a audience viewing this. So Terriak, are you saying that like the war is justified because it's stopping a synthesis with socialism? It sounded like you were saying.
The reason why this war is so important, because the Counterpoints doesn't seem to disagree with the war being righteous. This is a righteous war, which is why America should fight it. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, you're destroying Iran, but I'm ashamed of the European abandonment, essentially, of America and all this stuff. The reason why we shifted into the Americas because Counterpoint was saying, well, we have this issue where we're slowly turning into a police state. And I agree. When you look at Donald Trump, the way he's been handling things, he switched the name of the Department of Defense back into the Department of War. That to me signifies that this whole Nazi infestation that you have been dealing with for 80 years is coming to an end. So this whole police state is going to be coming to an end.
So you're saying this war is helping that within America? Is that what you're saying? Okay,
Yes,
okay. I just wanted to get a clarification because I was a little bit.
Wait. So hold on. So you think Donald Trump? Yeah, go ahead.
Because when you look at, for example, Die Spinne, which is German for the spider, this was like, or Odessa is another name for it. It was a network of how the Nazis were able to escape from Germany, escape from persecution, all that stuff, and they went to mainly the South America, Middle East, and then, like I said, Operation Paperclip. So if you really want to go against Nazis, you should be encouraging this war against Iran, because that's where the quote unquote allies of the Nazis have been hiding for over 80 years.
But how do you? This is where I'm really trying to decide or try to figure out. Like, if you're curious, like you're like a naturally curious human being who's contending with a lot of facts, or if you have schizophrenia. Do you think that like a fucking Nazi like just moves to Argentina and then just by like physical proximity, all of Argentina is like, holy shit, we love Giovanni Gentile now. We love political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. Because that's not how it fucking works. Like, you don't just take Nazis, blast them across the globe, and then all of a sudden every place that they're in becomes a fascist place. And then also, the reason why I'm questioning whether or not you have schizophrenia is because you're saying that the authoritarian populist demagogue who is ignoring the Republican rule of law in many cases and tried to overthrow the Republic in 2020 is actually ushering in the end to authoritarian Nazi belief. That's like, I have no idea how to square that fucking circle. It sounds like schizophrenia.
Yeah. So, like I said, people, when we go back to World War II, they always remember, Germany was fascist and Italy was fascist. But they always forget that Spain was fascist as well. And that's how the Nazis were able to go down to South America, because Spain and South America, for anyone that was wondering, are very closely tied. So this whole thing of like that Nazis just showed up in Argentina and then all of a sudden they took over, they had already infiltrated South America. Same way in the Middle East. That's why their flags all have red, white, and black in them. And then also for the Christians out there, they have red, white, black, and green, which is the four colors of the apocalypse, the horsemen of the apocalypse. They already had infiltrated and had a network set up in the Middle East before things came to an end in 1945.
Okay, let's just say
like
that
I said,
I need you to walk me through something in a modern context. I need you to walk me through something in a modern context.
So example, Trump goes after Venezuela, which is in South America, and then Trump goes after Iran, which is in the Middle East.
Okay.
Both areas that Nazis.
I need you to walk me. I need you to walk me through something so I can figure out whether or not you have schizophrenia. So, fascism, which arguably Italy, Germany, and Spain were, is two concepts mixed together. Okay, it's political corporatism. So the nation state, you envision it as a body. The economy is the heart. The brain is the government. The blood circulation system is the economy. The fucking military is the skin. The culture is the bones. That's political corporatism. Okay? It's the synthesis of believing that everything within a nation state is a part of a holistic body. And then flexible authoritarianism effectively says that it basically says peace is a lie, that stagnation is common in governance, but the truth of power is that those who have the balls to wield it through their will co-opt institutions to their will, break those institutions, or use their institutions. And so you should not let institutions like monarchy or legislatures or chancellorships or kingdoms get in your way of seizing power, because effectively it's all about who wields it and who has the willpower to do it. And it sets up this structure of perpetual conflict of strong men wielding power for the benefit of their society. Okay. That's fascism. Okay. So that ideology was popular both in, Spain, Italy, Germany, but it was substantially destroyed in World War II. Now, what you're saying is that people who believe in the political corporatism and flexible authoritarian ideology, they came to the United States and they co-opted our infrastructure against the American people or something. Yeah. I don't know. You would have to expand on it. Then, hold on real quick.
CIA.
Then, real quick, by becoming members of the CIA, I suppose is what you're saying. Then it's been running rampant for the past 70 years, right? 80 years. And that Donald Trump is the one to end it. But that is very weird to me because Donald Trump tried to overthrow the Republic of the United States in 2020. So please explain to me how him trying to overthrow the Republic of the United States somehow ends fascism.
Yeah, so like I said, and this is why it's so important to go, it goes all the way back to 1947 when the CIA was created. And this whole thing of like, oh yeah, we just took in rocket scientists and we just put them all in NASA. That's wrong. Like you put them into multiple high-level positions in your secret service. You literally created the CIA in 1947 after you imported in all these Nazis. And to say that like they were rocket specialists, they were nuclear engineers. So in terms of
they were all sent to Huntsville, Alabama. I was in Huntsville, Alabama a year ago. Yeah.
Yes, but they've infiltrated your CIA. And if that is the case, that the CIA has been infiltrated by Nazis and you're Donald Trump, would you not overthrow? If it was to be, just grant the case, what would be your action? If that was the case, that the CIA was infiltrated by Nazis, what would you do?
Are we using the Nazis to hunt communists, or are the Nazis? Hold on, let me finish my question. Or did the Nazis become Hydra from the Marvel movies, and they're secretly controlling all aspects of government?
Yeah. So, can you answer my question? Hypothetically, if that was the case, that the CIA had been infiltrated by Nazis and they were rigging elections, and you're basically set into this false dialectic between nationalism and socialism, what would you do? Would you overthrow the government?
No.
Oh, so you just live on the Nazis.
Because I asked you a qualifying question. The qualifying question is, are we using the Nazis to hunt communists, or did if you said, no, the Nazis have co-opted every single institution, they've co-opted the entirety of your political system, then I think at that point you're pretty much fucked. So I don't even know what you do at that point.
So you're saying
somehow
one sec, you wouldn't rebel.
That we turn into a fascist police state, and Donald Trump is overthrowing our fascist police state.
Yeah. You're the one that's making the claim now in terms of, because like Trump could have got a bullet in Pennsylvania. You know what I mean? And the system would still be the same system. So the system is clearly one sec. The system is clearly a police state, or it's going along those lines anyway. Because we can just go back to Obama, like George Bush and all this kind of stuff. Those where you were the one who says like we've been losing our freedom since like the year 2001. You know what I mean? So this long before Donald Trump ever showed up on the scene, you were slowly turning in. You were slowly losing your freedoms. It was turning into a police state. And now all of a sudden you're like, well, like this is impossible and all stuff. But if that is the case, then of course you would rebel. You would try to go against this system, because the system itself, by your own words, is turning into a police state.
Okay, let me articulate this idea, and please give me some rope. We have a constitution in the United States involving the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 8th, 14th Amendment, et cetera, et cetera. And all the amendments are in there, but I like 1st, 2nd, 4th, 8th, and 14th the best. And effectively, I have freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. I have the capacity to defend myself, and in my founding documents, it effectively says that if my government goes too far, not only do I have the right, I have the duty to overthrow an authoritarian government. I have the capacity to own private arms, and the judicial system by which I'm judged has to follow certain rules if it's prosecuting me for a criminal offense. Now, I would say 99% of the time, that system is actually still being adhered to. The problem is that there's motherfuckers like Donald Trump who are trying to completely bypass that system. But what you're saying is that that system has been totally corrupted, no longer exists, despite the fact that I and most Americans live it, and that the person who's trying to subvert it the most in recent memory is actually a champion of the system. That's just schizophrenia. That makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
If he was a champion of the system, why didn't he get elected in 2020?
Sorry, say that again?
If he was a champion of the system, why did he not get elected in 2020?
Because of COVID. Because basically we were experiencing one of the worst economic downturns since the Great Depression, arguably worse than the 2008 financial crisis.
That happened under Biden. It was at the end of Trump's term.
Yes, and the economic shocks of mass unemployment and printing money so people could survive happened during Trump.
Late 2020 is when COVID started.
And
then it was 4 years of Biden where all the economic strain actually took place. It's not like
that in
it just happens in an
2020,
instant.
Biden and Trump were running for election, right? So the economy was getting fucked in the ass while Trump was in charge, and people out of desperation picked a new leader.
You do realize it takes time for policies to take effect on the economy, correct?
I absolutely do, but I was alive during 2020 and I wasn't a teenager. So in 2020, what was happening was literally shitloads of the country, hundreds of thousands or millions of people were at home incapable of engaging in productive labor. Those people swung away from Trump because they wanted anybody to solve the problem.
Yeah, but you did not feel the inflation. You did not feel the economic effects until Biden took over.
What the fuck does that have to do with what I just said?
Because you're trying to make the claim that was, the reason why Trump didn't get elected is because of COVID. But the
I was alive at the time. That's what everybody was bitching about.
The economic effect from COVID did not take place until 2021 and 2022, and now we're still feeling the effects of it right now.
Are you 19?
So in terms of the inflation that was caused from COVID, that's the economic strain that we're talking about. So again, to go back to the original point, this whole thing of like Trump rallying against the system, or the system being Donald Trump being the system's golden boy, why would they not have made sure that he got elected in 2020?
Because he wasn't the system's golden boy. He's never been the system's golden boy.
Okay, so if the system is corrupt, like you said, the system is turning into police state, why are you making the claim that Donald Trump is the champion of the system?
Because I think Donald Trump, via J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, is the Trojan horse through which the military-industrial complex and AI companies are trying to create a police state. And the war on terror is their pretext.
Okay, so this war on terror against Iran, to go back to the topic of the conversation, you're saying that the military-industrial complex wants to take out Iran because they want to turn America into a police state.
No, what I am saying is that taking out Iran, if you believe in the Constitution of the United States, liberalism, and by the way, here's another important qualifier. There are Americans who believe that freedom and constitutionalism and liberalism is only for us. Okay? They think it's a local good. And they think that if rival societies or authoritarian, that's none of our fucking business. That's actually a healthy chunk of Americans. I'm not like those Americans. I think that republicanism, representative democracy, and freedom and constitutionalism are international human goods. And so that being exported through soft and hard power is actually a good thing. But what I'm worried about is a Trump administration through, and I can explain it in great detail, the people that they have gotten in bed with, they are trying to accelerate the erosion of the Constitution of the United States. They are the fascists that you are saying that they're fighting against.
Yeah, so this is why I brought up the example of England. England is a constitutional monarch, okay? So it's not it's not a republic in terms of that sense, but in terms of the power lies solely, not solely, but majority with Parliament. Right, so this whole thing of like my constitution, that didn't do jack to prevent what we're seeing in England right now, where their daughters are getting raped because they've been subverted. They've been taken over by Islamists.
Yeah, but you understand the Islamists are using the constitution and freedoms of Western society in order to abuse it, right?
Yes. So your whole argument here is that Donald Trump's gone against the Constitution, but these Islamists are also using the Constitution against America. So why wouldn't Trump just use the Constitution to try and protect America?
Because the Constitution limits the power of the government. It doesn't do anything. Like it does not limit. At least in my recollection, I would have to check all 25 amendments, but effectively amendments of the Constitution are about restraining federal power. Like the laws, as far as like federal laws and state laws, it's not a completely different system, but it's not the same system.
Yes, but the point that I'm making is you're saying that like, yeah, okay, yeah, the Islamists will use the Constitution against you. What is your move? What are you supposed to do in that situation, Counterpoints?
Well, actually, that was really interesting because that's something that I wrote down during your preamble about Islamist rapists. The United States is infinitely more into extreme incarceration and capital punishment for egregious crimes. I think Europe should probably be more like the United States in that regard. So if you're engaged in like a mass rape, trafficking, conspiracy theory that involves like murder and torture and all that kind of shit, you should at minimum be incarcerated for decades. At maximum, you should be put to death.
Yeah, death penalty, beautiful, right? But
after due process, right?
If you listen to my opening statement, they have infiltrated the police. The police were active perpetrators in this shit. The government has been infiltrated.
Not all the police officers. There were probably some local Muslim police officers who were sympathetic with their community, and they were corrupt, and they took bribes to look the other way as girls were raped, and some of them might have even participated in the rape themselves.
Yeah. Yes, and
that's not every cop, man. One corrupt cop doesn't mean the entire system's broken.
They don't need every cop. They just need the authority of the place. So, like, but the reason why I point this out is because you're saying, well, we have laws in place to prevent this. Laws don't mean jack unless you're able to enforce them. And in England, here's the funny thing as well. They don't report the religion, but they should be reporting the ethnicity. One of the latest reports says that 66% of the people convicted, they left the ethnicity out. And then what they done was they said, well, 28% were white, 2% were Asian, 2% were black, 1% was mixed, and 1% was other. And they say, well, 28% compared to 34% means 84% of the perpetrators were white. And that's how they dismiss the claims, even though they don't tell you that 2/3 of the cases, they're not reporting the ethnicity for some strange reason, and they refuse to report on the religion.
And just to tie that in, Terriak, could you like explain how the war in Iran is going to make sure that doesn't happen in America? Because that's what it seems like you're saying. Like, it's going to prevent that from happening in America.
You prevent the subversion and the infiltration by taking the head off the snake, and the head of the snake is Iran.
That's so much to unpack. A decade ago, the head of the snake was Saudi Arabia. Okay? NBS, the new crown prince, he had a father, and that father was a Islamist fundamentalist asshole who was worried about the secularization of the planet. And so he was actively paying for madrasas that were hyper conservative to be built all over the world. And there was a quiet social pressure or quiet political pressure from the United States saying, hey, your giga conservative madrasas are radicalizing Muslims against Americans, and it's becoming a problem. So when the old king died and the new king came in, the new king was like, actually, we're going to become more secular. We're going to let women drive. We're going to let some more pop culture in. We're going to allow for more tourism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, but hold on. You're smiling like this somehow reinforces your argumentation. Yes. This was a soft power diplomatic change within the past decade, and yet you're saying Iran is the head of the snake, but a decade ago, they weren't the head of the snake. The head of the snake was fucking Saudi Arabia. So how does that fit into your calculus? Because they've been our allies for the past 80 years.
Yeah, because when you look at Saudi Arabia as an example, what was it like? I think like 11 out of like the 12 or 10 out of the 12 hijackers from 9/11, they were Saudi Arabian. Okay,
right?
But America didn't invade Saudi Arabia. America invaded Iraq, which is basically a territory owned by Iran. When you go back through to the ancient Persians, like that was former like the whole like Persian Empire that we talk about, which more accurately would be like the Achaemenid or the Sassanid to refer to them. But just for colloquially as a Westerner, the Persian empires that you hear of, Iraq was part of Iran. It was all Iran. So like this whole thing of saying it's like even in the case of like 9/11, like that those were Saudi Arabians, you still attacked Iraq, which proves my point that the head of the snake is coming from Iran, not Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia has been playing ball. The same with Qatar, and they've been funneled all this money. And what did they do? They build skyscrapers. They host the Formula One races. They host the World Cup. They do all this stuff that is Western friendly. But when Hamas when Hamas was given money, they just built tunnels and built bombs. The same thing with Iran. When Obama gave billions of dollars to the Iranian regime, that's what you're seeing unfold now. All these drones, all these weapons and all this kind of shit. They did not build the skyscrapers. They did not invest in their own population. And that's how you know that they are never going to be willing to play ball unless Israel is wiped off the face of the planet. But that's still, okay. Yes, the head of the snake is Iran.
Okay, this is where you have a very advanced form of autism and schizophrenia, but I'll play ball just for the sake of... yeah, so I'll just play ball for the sake of getting information out there. We didn't take out Iraq because they were a proxy of Iran. That's not what happened, okay? What happened was Iraq was controlled by a Sunni, Saddam Hussein, which are only representative of 20 or 30% of the population. And he ruled with an iron fist. And he was relatively favorable to the Soviet Union, but then the Soviet Union wasn't really willing to support him in the Iran-Iraq war because the Iranians who had the revolution were drifting away from the West. And so what we did in order to protect Saudi Arabia is we backed Saddam. And so by backing Saddam in the 1980s, we weren't hoping he was going to win. We were just hoping to keep Iran from overrunning Iraq and then threatening Saudi Arabia in order to keep oil. Like, it's basically Game of Thrones with oil. Okay, that's what's happening in the Middle East and North Africa. So, unfortunately, Saddam Hussein bit the hand that fed. We gave him weapons of mass destruction in the 1980s, but he didn't use it exclusively in order to attack Iranians. He used it also to attack Israel and to attack Saudi Arabia, who are our friends. And then he also invaded Kuwait. So once he invaded Kuwait, we were like, okay, you're not playing ball. You're not being our proxy. You're not being our friend. So we're going to fuck you up. So number one, we sanctioned him for a decade between the 1990s and the early 2000s. And then when 9/11 happened and that gave us a pretext to go fuck up shit in the Middle East, we deposed him and killed him and invaded Iraq. But arguably that action was to Iran's benefit, because Iraq is like 60 or 70% Shia. A shitload of the Shia were sympathetic to Iran because Iran were the people who were backing them against us. And so this like Iraq theory that we deposed Iraq because they were a proxy of Iran is totally unfounded. It's borderline the opposite. And the Iraq war benefited Iran. It did not hurt Iran. So,
Yes.
so if you want to say that we're kind of like, we tried to put a noose around Iran in order to squeeze them until eventually they're going to come back into our orbit over the course of decades, that's true. But some of the things you asserted are nonsensical.
Yeah, so we got here. I'll tell you how we got here. We got here because Easy was like, how would you tie this in with all the subversion and stuff that's going on in the West? And I said, the head of the snake is Iran. That's why you have to cut the head off the snake. And you said, no, the head of the snake was Saudi Arabia. But then I countered with saying, okay, in 9/11, like 90% of the hijackers were Saudi Arabian, but you invaded Iraq. And as you just admitted, that benefited Iran. So America was acting to try and empower Iran all the way back then, which goes back into my point of why would America help out
them if they were the head of the snake?
Why would America help out Iran, do something that's beneficial to Iran by going into Iraq and not Saudi Arabia, who was the culprits?
Because Saudi Arabia were our allies, and the region is infinitely more complicated than that.
If they were allies,
Saudi
why
hijackers, hold on, I'm going to answer your question
planes?
Because your assessment is effectively schizophrenia. You're basically taking chicken guts, throwing it on the ground, and then staring at it, and that's your fucking geopolitical analysis, okay? So what actually happened was Osama bin Laden is one of 54 children of the bin Laden family. The bin Laden family is responsible for the most amount of construction projects in Saudi Arabia. They're the wealthiest family ever. But bin Laden himself was actually a black sheep. His dad banged his mom only 2 or 3 times, had Osama, and then Dipset. So Osama bin Laden wanted to prove that he was hardcore, that he was cool, that he could make it on his own, and all that kind of bullshit. So what he did during the 1980s is he traveled to Afghanistan, fought with the Mujahideen, and he was a financier. So he would go back to his familial connections in Saudi Arabia, and he would say, hey, we're fighting the Soviets. Give us some money. That way we can buy guns, rockets, tanks, et cetera, in order to fight the Soviets. But he was so upset with American involvement with Saudi Arabia that he wanted to attack us and attack Israel. And so as a result, he formed Al-Qaeda, which became an international terrorist organization that then was responsible for terrorist attacks in the 1990s, including the USS Cole, including the World Trade Center bombing in like 1992, and then ultimately the 9/11 terror attacks in 2001. But he recruited from Saudi Arabia. We didn't attack Saudi Arabia because they were allies. This might be a wild concept to you, but not everybody in Saudi Arabia thinks the exact same thing. And not everybody in Saudi Arabia loves or hates America. There's a huge variety of opinion. And so them being Saudi by nationality doesn't somehow indicate that we're playing some deeper fucking game. Like that has nothing to fucking do with anything.
Yeah, so like I said, we got here because you made the claim that Saudi Arabia was the head of the snake. But as we look and as we viewed like Saudi Arabia's behavior, they are like, no, we just want to do business. We don't have this genocidal fucking religious fundamentalism idea of wiping
That's
Israel
not
off the map.
true.
We would rather actually get along with the West, build skyscrapers, like host the World Cup, host Formula One events and all this kind of thing. When you look at Iran and what Iran's been since they took over in the 1980s, or 1979 to be precise, once they got rid of the Shah, they have been vehemently against Israel. They have this religious fundamentalist idea where they just want to wipe Israel off the map. And any money that you've given to Iran since then has just been used to fuel and fund this war, that they have this genocidal idea to try and wipe Israel off the map. So when you look at who is the snake in the Middle East, you have already admitted Saudi Arabia is our allies, Israel is our allies, but Iran literally chants death to America on a regular basis. The regime, not the people, because the people want to overthrow it.
We agree geopolitically, but I also don't feel like we solved the previous issue, but that's okay. The point that I'm trying to make by pointing out that the 9/11 hijackers were predominantly Saudi is that there are people in the Middle East and North Africa from a variety of nations who hate us for a variety of reasons. And to simplify the geopolitical situation in the Middle East and North Africa, as Iran is the emanation of all of our problems, is ahistorical. It's not true. And the other point that I was trying to make is that the shift of, because a shitload of jihadist terrorist organizations were Sunni, not Shia, a shitload of the jihadist sympathy in the Middle East and North Africa was emanating from Saudi Arabia, not from Iran. And so what I'm trying to get you to do is I'm trying to get you to see that it's a more complex picture than just Iran bad, let's take them out. This has been like a soft power, hard power mission for probably a century. And by the way, here's where the picture gets even more complicated. You're saying, oh, all the Nazis infiltrated the CIA. Do you know who's been like playing the power games in the Middle East and North Africa for the past century to America's benefit? The fucking CIA. So it's not as simple as like Nazis get in the CIA, everybody becomes a fascist, they control the deep state, then within the past century, Donald Trump comes along or past decade, Donald Trump comes along to free us from the fascists in the deep state. Yeah. And then simultaneous to that, Iran's been the bad guy since 1979, and they're the source of all of our problems, even though if you actually look at the situation, we had a whole host of a variety of different problems for the past fucking 50 years. Your analysis is way too simplistic.
Yeah, so again, it's not a simplistic analysis because, like I said, I'm simply pointing out the contradiction. You said Saudi Arabia was the head of the snake. But like I said, 11 or whatever, like 90% of the hijackers on 9/11 were Saudi Arabia. But to the chagrin of America or whatever, like they attacked Iraq, not Saudi Arabia. And as you already admitted, that attack on Iraq benefited
Saudi
and
Arabia.
strengthened Iran. So when you're saying, oh yeah, like the CIA's been in the Middle East doing all this like nefarious shit and all this stuff, it's like, yeah, no shit, because they're supporting their Nazi allies and propping up Iran by attacking Iraq and not Saudi Arabia.
I'm just going to tell you, that's straight up fucking retarded. That's like
It's actually quite simple and
unbelievably
straightforward, yeah.
retarded. It's like mind-numbingly retarded. There's not a single CIA case officer,
Not accounted to the
even
argument.
with a German last name, who was like, the reason why we're going into Iraq to depose Saddam Hussein is because we're secretly hoping to buoy the Iranian fucking government. Not a single fucking one thought that shit. And by the way, here's the reason why you have fucking schizophrenia, sir. Okay? The reason why we went into Iraq was because Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney wanted to be war profiteers off of the war. Like yeah, we wanted geopolitical stability. Yeah, we wanted to get to fucking, the oil and all that kind of shit. But it was primarily privately motivated and had nothing to do with fascism.
And it benefits Iran, by your own words.
They didn't want Iran to benefit. They wanted Iraq to become a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, democratic, Western-friendly utopia that would box Iran in. They didn't want it to benefit Iran. It just happened to benefit Iran.
Oh, okay.
Because they were naive.
Plausible deniability is the CIA's favorite catchphrase.
I think, sir, I'm straight up. I think you have like fucking autism and schizophrenia. Like I truly think you simultaneously know too much and nowhere near enough.
Do you think that's a logical statement?
Yes, I think you know.
I know too much and I know too little.
Yes,
so I'm both intelligent and ignorant.
Yes. I'm going to chalk it up to your youth.
A equals not A.
No, I think you're young.
You just shot yourself
and so
before
you've
here,
taken
bro.
a bunch of facts, you've cobbled together a pattern, so you know all of these factoids from the past century, but there are a shitload of things missing from your fucking puzzle piece. Like a shitload.
Yeah, so then I would just be ignorant. I would be lacking
dangerous.
information. I would just be
What's
ignorant.
that? What's that?
I would just be ignorant.
I hope you're just ignorant.
No, but you
otherwise
make the
you might
claim that
actually have like
I have information
like,
and then
issue.
I don't have information.
So,
A equals not A.
That doesn't even apply. Like you either
your critique does not apply to me. I know. That's what I'm trying to highlight. It's an unreasonable critique.
You either have like an undiagnosed mental issue, or you're a confident, ignorant person who knows a few dozen factoids.
Yeah, you said that I have the information, but I'm also ignorant. Like, what does
also
intellect
articulated
mean?
a ton of information that you are not calculating into your worldview.
Like what?
Like, for instance, you keep saying that I'm saying that Saudi Arabia is the head of the snake. That in no way is that contradictory to any of my argumentation. Because I explained to you that the point of what I was trying to articulate to you is that the Saudis, the nation, the state, the government of Saudi Arabia is our ally. They sell us oil. But there were discontented Saudis. You don't need to interrupt. You could just listen and learn. The Saudi people, not all of them are the same. And so Saudi people went to another country, Afghanistan, and then launched a terrorist attack against us. So your assertion that Iran was the major power player against the United States in the Middle East and North Africa has only become true since whenever the crown prince was put into power. It like you made a very confident ahistorical statement.
Say that thing about the crown prince Reza Pahlavi.
No, not Reza Pahlavi, MBS. So hold on a second. Let me Google it.
Oh, you're talking about Saudi Arabia. Yeah, so like that's what I'm saying. Like we have a Western friendly dude in Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia is not the head of the snake because they're willing to do business with the West. Iran is not willing to do business with the West. They're on a genocidal mission to wipe Israel off the map. Ergo, they're the head of the snake. When you look at the infiltration in England and France and stuff, it's from Pakistan where a lot of these Muslims are coming from, which is closely tied to this Islamic regime in Iran. So you need to cut the head of the snake in Iran. And it seems like you actually agree with me in terms of like, we should win this war against Iran. So I don't get to tie it back to the original topic because it has, to be fair, the counterpoints, it has been an interesting conversation. But to tie it back to the original prompt, I don't understand what you disagree with in terms of like the US fighting Iran and winning the war against Iran.
Okay. And to be clear, I agree that we should fight Iran, win the war, reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Hold on. Because we actually talked about this for an hour. So I hope that you're not this confused. Okay. What I told you is that we did not get an authorization for use of military force. We barely consulted Congress. We've bitten off a huge military economic pie, as you yourself even mentioned in your opening. And you and I view the American government in opposite directions. Okay. We see the same problem in opposite directions, which is fucking crazy. Okay. What I think that you have articulated to me, and I would like, well, actually, let me articulate my view first, and then I'll articulate yours the way that I understand it. The way that I understand it is that we are a flawed, fucked up republic. But what makes us great is the Constitution of the United States, representative democracy, rule of law. And this is why America should dominate the globe. But Donald Trump is a fucking cunt, and he's been trying to usurp our Constitution. Weirdly enough, you believe the inverse, that we have been run by fascist dickheads for the past 70 to 80 years, and that Donald Trump is not the poison or the problem or the cancer. He's actually the chemotherapy and the solution. And for me, like just me to you, that is just like super fucking autistic, borderline schizophrenia. But you know, at least you're interested in 20th century history. So I'm not gonna yell at you.
Yeah, so like it was an interesting analogy you used in terms of like, you know, like the chemotherapy. Trump is the chemotherapy. Like when you look at like what chemotherapy is, it basically just nukes your entire system. Both healthy cells and the cancer cells, they should die. So like this whole thing, like you're arguing like Trump is like going against the Constitution, all this kind of stuff. It's like because it's necessary to do so. But I just want to confirm that you said this. You said I agree we should fight and win the war with Iran. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, Habibi. Which means praise be to Allah, because that's the debate prompt.
I get it. I just think that with Speakeasy, it's a nuance basically of the debate prompt, which effectively like he was like, "How do you feel about the war in Iran?" And I was like, "Well, you know, I think it's immoral. I think it's fucked up, but I also think it serves our geopolitical interest." So I think the prompt, weirdly enough, I thought you were going to be a liberal, progressive, hippie, pussy, Irish, isolationist, European cuck. And you were going to say, no, we shouldn't be involved at all. And then I was going to get to yell at you about American empire for an hour. So, yeah, that explains some things. I don't, but I think it's very funny.
Yep, thank you very kindly. I got a leprechaun hat as well.
Right. So I did think that I was coming into the argument and effectively I was going to call you a isolationist, European, Irish cuckold who was afraid of the world stage. That's what I thought was going to happen. But
yeah, I think those people are traitors, pussies, or like literally like saboteurs. They want to see the downfall of the West. And okay. I will not let that happen.
Weirdly enough, despite me still trying to figure out if you have like autism or schizophrenia.
Yeah, you guys agree that you guys want obviously America to win, right? But
right.
You disagree of how it was done because you think Trump kind of overstepped everything. right?
In an egregious way. And maybe that didn't come across in my concession or whatever, but effectively, like, this air campaign that we launched within the past 2 months, in my opinion, is comparable to the opening stages of the Iraq war. Also, if we like take the southern 10% of Iran without authorization from Congress, and or we take what do they call that island? Karg Island. If we take those things with conventional troops and it becomes a quagmire, then effectively what I will think Trump is guilty of is kicking a hornet's nest and getting us collectively stung in the dick. And I think he did so because, no offense to present company, I do kind of think Trump is a uniquely retarded, malicious piece of shit. And so going back to the chemo analogy, I think that what's happening is we have like a little bit of skin cancer on our nose that we could chop off with a scalpel. And Donald Trump is effectively like, let's drink 10 times the recommended dose of chemo anti-radiation fucking poison. And that's what I think MAGA is currently engaged in. So I think the cure is worse than the disease in my estimation.
Yeah, so like I said, like chemotherapy as an idea is it seems retarded. I'm going to nuke like all your cells in the hopes that like
I get the cancer.
To keep the cancer. And like I said, there's a cancer that has been in America through a deep state kind of apparatus, like subtly been manipulating and pulling the strings behind the scenes for over 80 years. So when it comes to actually curing that cancer, sometimes you do need to nuke your system in order to actually counter it. And like I said, if there's anything you get from this Counterpoints, it's at least to try and take on the perspective of what if Trump was actually the good guy all along. He put out a tweet yesterday, I do believe, and he said, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran." Now, when you look at Reza Pahlavi, when he had a speech in the CPAC, he said, "On my command, I will give the signal for the Iranian people to rise up and seize control of Iran." So, in
Is
terms
that
of like, that
happening?
aspect, yes, that's why Trump, because like again, like Counterpoints, like I agree with you that Mark Rubio was lying when he says, "Oh, like Israel was going to attack and we had to do preemptive strikes." That is a lie, but it is a noble lie. Okay, the reason why he lied about that was to get around Congress so they didn't have to vote on going to war, because Mark Rubio knows that this has to take place. Because what I would bear in mind to everybody who thinks that like, Israel dragged you into this war, 8 months previous, Israel struck Iran. They were firing missiles into Iran, and there was no preemptive thing, and Trump called a ceasefire. Remember the whole moment? They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Why
Okay.
didn't Trump just call another ceasefire rather than doing the preemptive strike? Because they needed to do this.
We only got a few seconds before we go into outros. I guess I could do it in the outro, but what I would say is that what you think is cancer, I think is our white blood cells. Also, I think that if Pahlavi's successor was capable of overthrowing the Iranian regime, I think it would have happened already. If I eat crow on this, let's say in the next 72 hours, Pahlavi or whatever snaps his fingers, the Iranian people rise up as one, they overthrow the current Iranian regime, and America is able to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I will try desperately to not be a total dickhead and call Trump an absolute retard piece of shit. However, if I had to bet money on that actually happening, I'll bet you, just to keep it gentlemanly, I'll bet you $20 that in the next 72 hours, the Iranian regime will not be overthrown. It will still be a quagmire. The Strait of Hormuz will not be reopened. Pahlavi does not have the pull in order to get the Iranian people to overthrow the regime. And effectively what happened is Donald Trump has kicked a fucking hornet's nest, and we're going to get our dicks stung for the next 6 months economically.
Yeah, so give me to the end of the month.
Okay. Yep. That's more than fair. What is it? It's April now, right? So May 1st.
Yeah, April 8th.
If the Iranian regime is overthrown by May 1st, I will send you $20 and I will say, despite me hating Donald Trump, I am happy about this outcome.
Thank you.
You can hold me to that.
Make sure you send it on the PayPal or Ko-Fi because YouTube takes 30%, and if you're sending it on an Apple device,
Absolutely.
they take 51%.
Yes, I'll jump in your chat. I'll say, hey, you were schizophrenic, but you were almost right about something. Here's $20, and I'll do it so YouTube doesn't take a cut.
My man, appreciate you.
So I don't know if this will help any of you two here because I know I just seen a bunch of people in the chat saying it. So 2 hours ago, Trump declares 2-week ceasefire with Iran and claims Strait of Hormuz will reopen as Tehran submits 10-point peace plan to end the war.
I'll eat crow at the end of the month. There could still be a lot of things that go sideways. Trump is kind of famous for saying 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks in reference to the Ukraine-Russian war. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. He's done that a lot. So I don't want to I don't want to count chickens until they're hatched.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So with that, we are gonna get into the closing statements. Great arguments from both sides. I know there was a little confusion there, but there was still some meat to fight about. So it was a great discussion here. What we're going to do here is get into the closings, but just a reminder for everyone, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you subscribe to both debaters as well, okay? Their links are in the description. And remember, we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural debates, social issues, philosophy, anything where there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And if you want to get into the arena and you have a certain topic you really want to fight about, go ahead to discord.gg/bearcave and you can hit me up in the Discord there, and I'll get you set up. And again, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters. So we are going to get into closings. We're going to start with counterpoints, and then that'll give Terriak the last word. So counterpoints, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, I would love to be wrong. I would love it if Donald Trump was a 4D chess playing genius who was annihilating the Nazi deep state and ushering in a new era of American prosperity via taking out our enemies in both Venezuela and Iran. However, I think that the evidence points to the fact that I think he's a dog chasing cars. I think he's distracting from the Epstein files on a domestic level. I think that the war is something that the United States has wanted to do for the past, probably since 1979. And so as a result, the deep state, as we call it, Donald Trump was like, hey, I need a public distraction. What do you have? And the Department of War or Department of Defense was like, hey, we got this plan to take out Iran and we're ready to go. So just give us the order and we'll do it. We'd love to do it. And that's effectively what happened. That's my estimation. I think that Tareyak and I agree on the fact that we want the so-called Western free world to do well. But I also think that we literally see the deep state as in an opposite direction. So I think that JD Vance is a Trojan horse who was employed and mentored by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is one of the largest defense contractors via Palantir, which is going to run AI with facial recognition. And when that's partnered with murder bots from Boston Dynamics, any insurgent capacity that Americans have to keep a free society could well and truly be fucked by drone technology, robotics, and AI facial recognition. I'm worried that our looseness with the Constitution in the Trump era, it could come back to fuck us super hard. And I do blame Bush and Obama for putting on this slippery slope where we did not take the Constitution or American freedom as seriously as we should have over the past couple of decades. That being said, I'll go back to my analogy. I think that the quote unquote deep state, the CIA, the FBI, the DOD, the DOW, whatever, I think that there are white blood cells as a nation state. I think they're the ones that kind of like protect the future of American economic and military empire. And what I'm worried is that the chemotherapy that MAGA has injected us with is actually killing our white blood cells and our bone marrow. It's not killing cancer. I think the evidence that was presented today in reference to Nazis taking over the deep state, I think it's very loose. I don't think it's well substantiated, but I at least understand it logically and historically. I pray that I'm wrong and that I get to pay Tareyak $20 when the Strait of Hormuz reopens in the next 3 weeks and Iran emerges as a beautiful free society. I pray that I'm wrong and I pay Terriak $20. Unfortunately, my deep cynicism and suspicion is that I'm not going to be paying Terriak $20. Donald Trump is an incompetent arsler, that we are poisoning ourselves with the current MAGA movement, and that we are in for a world of economic hurt and price shocks as a result of our current intervention. Just in summary, before I wrap, Iran sucks. I want to free Iran. I want America to profit from and the Iranian people to profit from their energy reserves. I'm deeply worried about the Trump administration. To me, the way Terriak conceptualizes deep state Nazis overthrowing the will of truly free Western people is the way that I view Trump and his cronies, and I'm worried about it. So I'll leave it there.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. With that, we are going to hand it over to Terriak. And I forgot to mention earlier, chat, get your questions in now. All right. We're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A after these closing statements. So get your questions in now. If you want to be at the top of the list for questions, go ahead and send it through a super chat. And with that, Terriak, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
So firstly, thanks to Counterpoints for being tonight's opponent. And like I said, I actually really enjoyed the conversation because like my chat will tell you, like I love getting digging deep into the whole like 1945, 1947, 1950s, 1970s and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, like and also to shout out to the apparently the ceasefire agreement that was agreed upon. Iran's already broken that. There's missiles raining down in Tel Aviv at the moment. But here's some of the conditions to that as well. So the first one was commitment to non-aggression. Second one was continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. Number 3 was acceptance of uranium enrichment. Number 4 was lifting all primary and secondary sanctions. Number 5 was termination of all resolutions of the UN Security Council and the IAEA Board of Governors. Number 6 was the payment of compensation for Iran. Number 7 was withdrawal of American combat forces from the region. And then number 8 was cessation of war of all fronts. If you think that Donald Trump accepted that they were that agreement where they were going to do the uranium enrichment, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you as an Irishman. But yeah, like I said, in terms of the whole debate, I think it went really well. Like I said, with Counterpoint, it seems like we both agree that there's been some funny business going on, but the key differentiation is Counterpoints thinks that it's Trump who's the bad guy, versus I'm saying that Trump is actually the hero that's saving us from this. And like I said, once all this comes to be, hopefully we'll be able to like stand side by side, because like I said, the shit that's been going on, we both agree with is complete bullshit. Like I said, in terms of the final closing thoughts, I might be autistic. Like I said, my mom took Tylenol, extra strength Tylenol too. So you know the autism is high with this one. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not asking you to trust me. All I'm simply asking you is to trust your president. And like I said, God bless America and God bless Donald Trump.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. Great closing statement from both debaters tonight. Again, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, hit subscribe on the channel, and also make sure you subscribe to both debaters. Their links are in the description. All right. Show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight for you guys. Okay. So before we get into the official 30-minute Q&A. I like to ask a question or two for each side based on things I heard, maybe something I want repeated or something that maybe deserves another pass. And then after that, we'll get straight into the Q&A from the chat. So my first question, it's going to be actually for Taryak's side. If Iran was just like, say they said no, screw you, and they were just like completely, like everyone says, glassed, they were just wiped out, what threats disappear for America immediately?
So the infiltration and because this is a key question that always comes up with like these I don't know what to call them, but like the Palestine marches where they're like whatever bullshit reason they have and they're there waving the Palestinian flag and they're burning the American flag. All of that loses its funding. Because why do they have like these brand new spanking like posters and signs that they're waving? Why do they have lawyers and all that stuff at the scene? Why are they bussing in people from other states and all this stuff? Why are your college students coming out as anti-American? They hate the West. They hate America. They're burning the American flag. All of that will subside. So yeah, like that's basically like one key thing to it. But I would disagree with just glassing the place. There are more than the majority of Iranians actually like they revere America. There was a video that was put out where the regime put American flags like outside each of the doors in the college, and the Iranian students refused to step on the flag. That's how much respect they have for America. The world hasn't been respecting America for a long time now, and for a lot of Americans, it's almost like a foreign language to them when they see someone like a leprechaun come in and say, "No, you guys are great people. You guys are great people, and America is a great country. It's a great principle you stand for. You guys are heroes, and without you, there would be no free world."
Okay, and did you have something you wanted to say for that, Counterpoints?
Yeah, there's Islamist organizations that are not Shiite. They're somebody in my chat actually brought up quite intelligently the Muslim Brotherhood, which is based out of Egypt. There's Hizbut al-Tahrir, I think, in Australia or New Zealand. A lot of these organizations are Sunni, so they're getting their primary funding from the Gulf states. That being said, I think that Hezbollah and Hamas have both received substantial financial compensation from the Iranian regime. So effectively, like, they would lose one of their largest sponsors. The Abraham Accords have been shaken by the annexation of southern Lebanon and the whatever you want to call it, the conflict in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza, whatever you want to call it, and the annexation of the West Bank. So the Gulf states might not want to play as nice with Israel as they were 5 or 10 years ago. But that doesn't mean that they can't still potentially play nice. But Islamism itself, the belief that Islam should be married to secular political power, is not prohibited in the Western world. There will be Muslims who advocate for Islamism within secular democracies, and they're not prohibited from doing so. I just hope that they are treated similarly to, let's say, the Yacubians, similar to the Black Israelites, similar to the Westboro Baptist Church. I just hope that there remain a small enough voice within American and Western politics that they're effectively treated like political schizophrenics. So, yeah.
All right. And Terriak, are you still there?
Potty break.
Oh, I think he had to step away for a second. Okay, so I'll ask one of the questions I have for you then. He stepped away. So, like, because like you've said, like, you disagree with like how it's been done, and like, do you think there was like an alternative strategy that the United States should have pursued to address like the threats that the supporters of the war would believe Iran poses?
No, there's not enough that I would have wanted to do. So, for instance, like I'm old enough. I served in the War on Terror. I'm almost 40 now, right? And so I think that deposing Saddam Hussein was a just thing to do. He was a tyrant. Also, his kids were likely to succeed him, and they were pieces of shit. But there was a ton of blood and treasure expended by America in Afghanistan and in Iraq. And while Iraq is arguably better because they have like a more democratic system that's more representative of their people and the Shiites are not as oppressed as they used to be, Afghanistan is probably as bad as it was 20 or 30 years ago. Basically, 11 days after we left, the Taliban seized power. And so we basically spent 3,000 lives, trillions of dollars in order to do this thing. So when it comes to Iran, I think it's easy to cheerily decapitating the Iranian regime from the air. But I do think that these price shocks are going to fuck us up in the next 6 months if the Strait of Hormuz is not open. Basically 20% of the world's oil does come from that territory. So we basically stuck our dick in a economic hornet's nest, and we're going to pay a price at the pump. We're going to pay a price with agricultural products. We're going to pay a price in general. If you left it up to me, if I was dictator of the planet, I would have just played nuclear whack-a-mole. I would have just had B-21 Raiders and B-2 bombers effectively just annihilate Iran's nuclear infrastructure over and over and over again. And every 3 to 5 years, we would just blow that shit up until the Iranian people themselves overthrew the regime.
Okay. And do you have anything you wanted to say for that, Terriak? I don't know how much you got to hear.
Yeah, sorry, I was taking a piss. But like I said, it seems like we're both in terms of like the aligned in terms of like what we think should happen. Because like my counter towards it is because like typically what's thrown in Americans' faces is like, yeah, well, you bombed them, so no wonder they're showing up in your country and all this kind of stuff. But we just take a hypothetical, an example of let's say in South America, a bunch of tyrants come to power and like start like doing tyrannical shit to their people and all this stuff. That is necessarily going to put a lot of strain in terms of like the asylum seeking and the immigration towards America, even though they wouldn't have done a single thing in South America. So like this whole kind of notion that like, oh, well, we bombed America, we have to take care of them now. It's no, we need to take this action in Iran because then you might actually have a chance of like actual stabilization in the Middle East.
Okay. And then so I'll go back to my other question for you, Terriak, was so like if this same war objective had been pursued like under say a different leader with a different strategy, do you think the outcome would have been worse, or do you believe the objective itself made like this conflict we're in inevitable regardless of leadership? So I'm kind of asking here, like, do you think if it wasn't under Trump and done maybe a different way, do you think it would have had a worse outcome? Or do you believe that this conflict, the way it's going, no matter who the leader was, this is how we had to do it?
Yeah, like, but that's why the conversation was so much about like the 1947 onwards kind of thing. Because like the thing that I was worried about 8 months ago, or probably 9 or 10 months ago at this stage, was when Israel was striking Iran. I was saying like this is a good thing. Iran's gonna be free. The people are gonna rise up and all this kind of stuff. But the worry was always like this infiltration that took place like 80 years ago. And when Trump called the ceasefire, you can go back to my stream. I was like, the only reason why you wouldn't want to free Iran is if you're literally a fucking Nazi, if you're a National Socialist and you want to have this tyranny over the Iranian people. But like I said, the key thing for me, which I just kept in my mind always, was Trump changed it back from the Department of Defense back to the Department of War, which is what happened in 1947. They changed it from Department of War to Department of Defense, which to me signified that like Trump is not only like cleaning house in terms of the Middle East, he's also cleaning house in terms of the infiltration in America, because like everybody, it's undeniable at this stage, like that everybody's like Tucker Carlson has lost the fucking plot. Even Nick Fuentes is like, wait, what? We're not allowed to insult Islam now? What the fuck, Tucker? You know what I mean? So you're going to see like a waking up where it's like, oh shit, it was this bad. This is how bad.
That's just because Tucker's taking Qatari money, dude. I don't think that's particularly like morally motivated. I think Tucker Carlson made some friends in Qatar who are backing his program, who are super chatting to him, giving him hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they basically said, hey, can you improve the reputation of the Gulf states to the American people so conservatives aren't so quick to want to bomb Muslims? And Tucker was like, yeah, I got you. And that's why he's sweeping for Islam like a motherfucker.
Turned against Trump, and like even saying as far as like America should share the global power.
Yes,
With China?
I straight up think I would not be shocked if he was a pacifist, partially ideologically motivated by being sick of war that he had seen in his lifetime. I would also not be surprised by a financial motivation that our rivals and enemies are paying him to advocate for a more isolationist perspective to American conservatives to benefit those foreign countries.
Yeah, that's how subversion works.
Yeah.
All right. And then my second question for you, Counterpoints, would be like, because Terriak mentioned earlier, like called them the head of the snake, and you said like behind the regional threats, and you said that you disagreed a little bit here. So do you believe like removing or weakening Iran wouldn't solve those problems then?
No, it would, but it's like a hydra from Greek mythology, right? So I think from Greek mythology, the way that you kill a hydra, if you chop its head off, you know, 2 smaller heads take its place, and if you keep chopping off heads, then before you know it, you're dealing with 20 heads. The way that you deal with a hydra is you chop its head off, but you also burn the wound, so to speak, to cauterize it so it doesn't regrow another head. And so likewise, I don't have any problems fighting jihadist terrorists. I don't have any problems fighting Al Qaeda. I don't have any problems fighting ISIS. I don't have any problems taking out Saddam Hussein. I think Ayatollah Khamenei is a piece of shit. But I do think that it needs to be done intelligently. That way you don't grow more heads of the Hydra. And I am worried that a air campaign that takes out the command and control of Iran, but then leaves the regime in charge, and then also kind of like negotiating some kind of like stalemate in reference to the nuclear program. I think that's effectively chopping off the head and letting 2 heads grow back. And also I think that's the most likely thing to occur. So once again, I want to be wrong. I want Terriak to be right. I want to pay him $20 in 30 days. But I am worried that I'm right and we fucked up. So.
Okay. All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say for that, Terry?
Yeah, like I said, like we're kind of aligned in terms of like what we want to happen. It's just like the certainty of like what we think is going to happen. And like I said, I've faith in Trump and I've faith in the US military.
All right. So
And
we
the
are going to
Iranian
get
people.
in. Oh, sorry.
I was saying, and the Iranian people as well.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we're gonna get into the official Q&A here. So again, chat, super chats, PayPal, Cash App. This takes priority, and if they take up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free one. So if you want to make sure whatever you want to say gets in, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. With that being said, let's start up the timer here. And first thing we had was just a $2 from Joseph, just showing support. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate that. We got one from over on the Counterpoint side, said, at least we have ships, bruv.
I am happy that our Navy is still floating. There was concern that Iranian military capacity was greater than we estimate it to be, and a combination of boat swarms and hypersonic missiles might actually fuck up our Navy. And the truth is, we just haven't seen that. We've been able to successfully blow up their swift boat navy. We've been successfully able to blow up their diesel-powered submarines. We've blown up their ships that lay mines, and we just haven't seen. I think the hypersonic missile technology might have been a little bit exaggerated, but we still haven't had ballistic missile hits on American naval ships, and that's good news. That's actually really, really fucking good news.
All right. We got another one on Counterpoint sites from U Nork, says this gives 2 bonus shielding against psychic damage. Nice. I like that.
Maybe that's why maybe that's why I was willing to break bread with Tareyak so much, is because of that donation.
Yeah. Yeah, the bonus shielding. And then a gifted Counterpoints membership from Turi Giuliano. I hope I said that right. $5 from Left-Handed Assassin, just showing some support. Thank you very much. $5 from Fashion 40 says, can't stay busy night shipping to show support. Grishala or Grill Shala. That was from the Counterpoint side there too. Then we got Left-Handed Assassin with another $5, just showing support. Thank you. Sempiternal Chaos with $2, just showing support. Thank you very much. On Counterpoint side, member for 6 months. I'm out of chips. Someone give Connor some psychic protection. Thank you, Fell Runner. And then Bass Guitar for 5 says, Terriak thinking Iraq was a proxy of Iran is low-key hilarious. So the Iraq-Iran war from 1980 to 1988 was Iran attacking themselves?
Now, when we're talking about Iran, we're talking about the whole like 9/11. So we're talking about like the 2000s. Like, why would America attack Iraq when the people responsible were Saudi Arabian? And that's the key question. And like Counterpoint was saying, it's like that attack in Iraq actually benefited and strengthens Iran's like foothold in the area as well. So to me, that's like throwing red flags. Like, why would you want to prop up like a theocracy? Unless you hate Jews, that's the
this is.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm trying to be earnest here when I say this. One of the things. So I spent 4 years in the military. I spent 4 years in law enforcement, and there are so many unintended consequences. There are so many things that you're trying to do, and there are so many ways that the world will be fucked up and twist your good intentions into sometimes the opposite of what you want. And so I think that my frustration with your perspective is that you might be assigning a level of foreknowledge where deposing Saddam Hussein would willfully and knowingly benefit Iran. And so you assign that to malicious actors within the deep state. But I truly think that America at that time was naive about how much power we wielded and how capable we would be to rebuild Iraq into a model democratic society in the Middle East and North Africa. So maybe you're more cynical than me. Maybe you're more cynical than me to assign maliciousness to it. I truly think we were naive and we fucked up.
It could be the case, and as the saying goes, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
Like I said, like just even like looking at the numbers with like the Navy takeout, the 400-1 KDR, seems like America like learned its lesson at least from that, even if it was like naive. But like I said, the thing for me is that it's like it wasn't just enough to take out Iran. You also have to clear house with the rats that are in the system as well. Which I think, like I said, Trump is doing a masterful job of, because he's essentially exposed the likes of Tucker and all these people who, best case scenario is just like a journalist whore, I guess would be the best money. They're just willing to sell their mouth to the highest bidder. At worst case, he's literally one of these Yahtzee children from like the CIA regime that we've seen since the 1947.
All right. We got another 5 on the Counterpoint sides from Gingermus Prime. Says the Muslim Brotherhood is far more responsible for Western subversion than Iran or SA. Oh, Saudi Arabia. I was like, wait, what? SA, because everyone says SA on YouTube for the other word, so I'm like, wait,
luckily this one isn't sexual.
So Iran or SA, Saudi Arabia, and they are from Egypt. This clown is a R slur.
Yeah, so as we've seen from like the likes of the USA and all this kind of shit, like countries will engage in like subversion, all this kind of stuff, prop up certain cultures or certain figures within certain cultures to make sure that they're able to support the right candidate, let's say a Western friendly candidate. This is the whole thing with like in Ukraine, that like Zelensky's just a puppet of the West and all this kind of stuff. That's what the Russians call it and all this kind of thing. So to say that like the Muslim Brotherhood is like the great snake or whatever, like who props up the Muslim Brotherhood? It all comes from Iran. Like, why are your college students coming out saying free Palestine from the river to the sea, burning the American flag? You know what I mean? Like, all these things have to be factored in, and once you factor it all in, it all comes back to Iran.
What I want to add, though, to Taryak's perspective, and hopefully the audience as well, though, is that there's multiple players in this game, and that there are genuine Sunni Islamist organizations, and there's Islamist organizations that support Islamic theocracy because they truly believe that's the best governmental system on the planet. And then there's even worse organizations that do that as a proxy because they actually do support jihadist terrorism as well. They actually support like, church attacks and suicide bombings and vehicle attacks and all that kind of shit. And so differentiate, and it's a problem too sometimes because you find that the Islamist theocrats will oftentimes do apologia for jihadists, where they'll basically say, oh, it's your fault for foreign meddling. It's your fault for foreign intervention. It's your fault for Western meddling in the Middle East and North Africa. So differentiating these factions is hard, but I think it's important to do because there's more players in the game than just 2 or 3 factions. There's actually dozens of players.
Yeah, 100%. And like I was saying, like in terms of, like, Trump is getting a lot of shit for saying, like, praise be to Allah. It's like, oh, he's captured by the Muslims and stuff. Praise be to Allah in Arabic is Alhamdulillah. You guys might remember, like, that's a typical thing I do. As soon as I hit the point, I'll say that, especially to Muslims that I debate against, because I know it pisses them off. It's like a mockery of it kind of thing. But Trump is playing kind of like a kind of dangerous game with that because, like you mentioned, like Saudi Arabia, they're Islamic. Or they're Muslim, at least in terms of that, like not necessarily like Islamic jihadists and all this kind of stuff. Because, like I said, they're willing to play ball with the West and all that. So, very we're on a tightrope at the moment, and like I said, it's basically now or never.
All right, we got another one from the Counterpoint side. ARS, what is that? I don't think I've seen that one yet.
It's Argentinian pesos.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So
he might be one of the secret Nazis who escaped.
Shit. Watch out. Fellas, did you know the USA is secretly communist because they fought the Nazis and ended up benefiting the Soviet Union? Outcome dictates intent always.
He's being sarcastic, obviously. And we did address this a little bit earlier, and it's something that I want Terriak to wrestle with a little bit, especially because it oftentimes applies to your own life, right? Like you set out on a certain course of action expecting something to happen, and maybe you achieve 60 to 70% of what you wanted, but then 30 to 40% of it goes absolutely fucking sideways, and you had no idea that you were going to set off that chain of events. That, at least for me, that's how my life works. That experiential reality also applies to great institutions. So they can have 60 to 70% of their willpower executed and done in the world, but 30 to 40% of what they do in the world is not intended. It's just consequences of their actions that they weren't able to foresee. And so that's where it's like, there's this quote, never assign to malice what you can assign to stupidity. And I try to apply that as often as I can.
Yeah, so the reason why like this doesn't make a lot of sense is because there are reports, unconfirmed, all this stuff, but like there's certain testimonies that was taken after the war from like German rocket engineers and test pilots and all this stuff. One dude in particular, I think his name was Zinser or something like that. And he basically, what he recites is like what would have been the equivalent of like a nuclear test when he was flying the plane. He was like basically this massive explosion that went off from what he framed as like an atomic bomb testing site. I think in 1944, a year before the war ended. And when you look at the fact that like America was willing to accept all these Nazis, one could make the case, I'm not saying it's true, but one could make the case that certain elites in the Nazi regimes were like, fuck this shit, we're going to throw Adolf under the bus and we're going to guarantee our own safety and security into America and take on from there. A key thing to remember is that the likes of Henry Ford, I forget the book he always put out, but like when he was selling his cars, he would put like a book that was basically just like all this like anti-Semitic trope in it. So there were people that were more than welcoming to Nazis in America, and a lot of the funding actually did come from like Americans like Henry Ford, for example. So like this whole kind of like dynamic where it's like, oh no, like America's actually communist because they helped out the communists to fight against Nazis. The fact that they then went after the communists after is what dismisses that sarcastic theory, the whole Cold War and all this kind of thing.
All right. Next one that comes in is a super sticker from Kathy, just showing some support. Thank you very much, Kathy. I appreciate that big time. Joseph coming in with $2, just showing some support as well. Thank you very much, Joseph. We got the Big Daddy Pod says Counterpoints is full of worn out ad homs, but if you distilled his intellect from his poor theatrics, he wouldn't make a pimple on Terriak's ass. I don't know if I understand that sentence. At least he got a new haircut for the debate.
He's saying I'm all flash and no substance, but I think I try to be substantial in my argumentation. And if you think that's true, I invite you to check out Counterpoints Politics on Tuesdays, Valor Media Network Monday through Friday on other days. I'm live from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. I've started a new series called The Secular Church, where effectively I just like towards the end of stream, after we're done with all the drama slop of the day, I just autistically rant at my chat about history for like an hour and a half. And I think I have a healthy chunk of substance. We've done pre-Israeli Levantine tribes. We did Egypt. We did the Exodus. We did the establishment of the state of Israel. We did the Greek invasions of the Middle East and we did Babylon and Persia. We did the Greek invasions of the Middle East and North Africa, the Roman invasion of Middle East and North Africa. And now we've kind of done early Rome before the fall was today's content. And after this, we're going to move into the fall of the Western Roman Empire and Byzantium. So I would challenge you to come check out that content because I think it's quite substantive. There's no drama. We do talk about sex stuff, but the sex stuff is not because a creator, stuck their dick someplace they weren't supposed to. We're talking about like ancient sex cults that fucked up the world. So, yeah.
Nice. No, I'll have to tune in for that because I love history. History is I'm a big nerd when it comes to history. It's probably my favorite topic.
I'm doing it chronologically. I'm literally moving.
Nice. I like that.
Through the entirety of history as much as I can.
Nice. I like that. I'm gonna have to check that out too. We got $2 from Bass Guitar. It says, what has changed on the ground in Venezuela?
Nothing as far as I know, just their willingness, allegedly, which I still can't confirm, but their willingness to trade oil with us because the current vice president wants to maintain their power. Yeah. Yep.
The main thing was just taking out Maduro. I mean, like, apparently the vice president now is a lot more willing to engage with the West and more friendly to the West and all this stuff. So that was a key thing in terms of Venezuela. And like I was saying, like in terms of like actually solving the US national debt, there's like 30% of the world's oil goes through Venezuela, 30% it goes through the Strait of Hormuz. America actually has control over that, or even just like I said, in my fantasy of like the Iranian people overthrowing the Islamic regime and becoming Western friendly. The fact that their currency is basically fucking deflated or inflated to beyond belief. Taking Bitcoin in terms of that payment, and if America has a strong strategic reserve of Bitcoin, now you have like over half the oil market going into Bitcoin as well, which surges the price of Bitcoin. And like I said, then you have potential to work out deals to actually solve the US national debt.
Okay. All right. We got Real Serious with another 100 Argentinian pesos. Is the U.S. secretly communist? They fought the enemy of the Soviet Union during World War II and benefited them and China. Since that was the outcome, this was certainly the intent, correct? Roosevelt
Yeah, like I
was
said,
a red.
the dismissal of this is the fact that America then had a Cold War with the communists.
Yeah, so there's two ways to view Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and it kind of depends on your definition of socialism. Some people think that just socializing parts of the economy is socialist, which is not really like a Marxian understand of socialism. Marxists actually hate FDR because they think that the welfare state de-radicalized the working class to the point that they did not want a socialist or communist revolution. And I hope that's true. I hope that's true, that mixed economy capitalism is the way forward. Yeah.
All right. Next one we got here over on the Counterpoint side. Numanax for $10 says, I want to know what Terriak thinks of Putin or Viktor Orban. I want to know if he thinks they're also secret good guys or whatever he's suggesting.
Yeah, so I had a debate against Rob Noor, and the prompt was Russia should take over the EU. If you're giving me the option between the EU as it currently stands versus turning into a federation and being the puppet of Russians because America, let's say, wants to become isolationist, then I'd rather live under a Russian federation than the current European Union, because at the moment, we've no fucking control over what like our government actually does. It's all just adhere like puppets of Brussels. Is what
I'm sorry, was Rob Noor pro EU by comparison?
No, he's saying that America, that like the EU should like be kind of like make better deals with America and all this stuff, and if Russia actually takes in, then America should step in. The reason why I done that was to show that like basically in this situation, like the likes of Ireland, we literally have no control or say over what we're actually dictating as policy. Because if we were to become more Russian friendly than American friendly, then America is going to step in and say, "Hang on a second, you're supposed to be our ally," kind of thing. So, like I said, I'm no fan of Putin or anything like that. But if it comes down to like wait for your nation to become Islamified, like at that stage, like you're literally begging Russia to step in and just shatter the EU into a million pieces.
Okay, hold on. I want to hit you with a factoid though. One of the largest Muslim majority or minority nations in Europe and Eurasia is Russia. They have like a 20% Muslim population because of the Chechens. So like they have more fucking Muslims than the Middle Eastern and North African immigrants into Western Europe. So I would just I understand that Russia portrays itself as a defender of Christendom and a defender of socially conservative Christian values. I would analyze the actual statistics behind it, because they actually come in pretty rough in secularization, probably because of the Soviet Union, to be honest. But secularization, church attendance, abortion, drug addiction, and Muslim population, they're actually a little bit rough in those areas.
Yeah, I think it's like something like around 20% of Russians are Muslim, but 66% are Orthodox Christian. Like those are rough figures in terms of like one of 5 Russians are Muslim and 2 out of 3 are Orthodox Christian. But like I was saying, in terms of with Russia, is that it's like it's a large span of land, so it literally stretches from like Eastern Europe all the way over to Asia as well. And like I said, like those parts of Russia are the ones that are more heavily Muslim as well. But like I said, I'm no fan of Putin. But if you're giving me the option of the European Union or Putin, I'd rather pick Putin because the EU is corrupt as fuck.
All right. All right. Next one comes in from Rowdy Gowdy for $2. Says, but what about the moon trip? W to both nerds.
I'm a huge space nerd. I love sci-fi. I love Warhammer 40K. I love The Expanse. I love all that shit. And one of my chat members, Fellrunner, he's a very valued member of the community. He was trying to bully me into watching the Artemis 2 moon shot, like orbit thing. And I tried to keep checking in, and it was just a fucking metal tube getting closer to a giant circle for like 45 minutes. And I was like, okay, I know this is technologically amazing, this is still not the sexiest movie I've ever seen. And so I think I need to go check out a TikTok short about the moonshot, and I'll be more entertained. So still
That's
cool.
fair.
Just
Yeah,
kind
you're
of
just basically
kind of a boring
watching
watch.
darkness. You're just watching darkness the whole time.
Yeah. It's technologically amazing. I'm so happy that humanity is capable of doing such cool things. From a viewer experience, they could have cut down on the runtime a little bit.
True. Big Daddy Pod over on the Counterpoint side says, you look like a black Irish, but are you a green or orange Irish? Maybe I don't know what this means. Great showing tonight. Counterpoint says a lot of words, but not saying a thing.
Yeah, so what he means by the green Irish or the orange Irish is like, are you Northern Irish, or are you Protestant Irish, or are you Catholic Irish?
Got it. Got it.
I just simply identify as Irish. I refuse to engage in.
Just so I never fuck that up as somebody of Irish descent, orange are fucking Protestants, right?
Yep.
Okay. Are
From
you orange
the
or
William
green?
of Orange. Yeah. So that's why the tricolor is green, white, and orange, because it's like signifying the peace between the green and the orange. I'm Republican.
That's upsetting.
Like I'm.
Yeah. So wait. So are you Catholic or well? I mean, even if you're not religious, were you raised Catholic, raised Protestant?
I was raised Catholic. I'm in the Republic. But I
Okay.
see the whole like split of like Protestants and Catholics as basically a game of chess between the Church of England and Rome.
Yeah. I mean, dude, if you want to be a history autist, that's an awesome topic.
100%. Ginger Miss Prime over on the Counterpoint side says, LOL Connor, you called me dumb, play with Hot Wheels, and intelligent all in the same day. Haha, love you, buddy. Last super chat, I'm running out of money.
Okay, the reason why I said that he needed to go play with fucking Hot Wheels was because he said, oh, you criticize Trump for being an isolationist, and yet now you're criticizing him for being an interventionist. These things are contradictory. Very clearly, and I don't think this takes a lot of horsepower to understand. It's like the way you do intervention matters, okay? So it like, you know, if there's isolationism where we never interact with another country again, and then there's interventionism where we nuke a country and genocide an entire people, very clearly I'm going to prefer isolationism, even though I'm not an isolationist. So going to war in Iran without an authorization for use of military force, probably because Israel wanted us to go beat the shit out of Iran, and then also kicking a hornet's nest without, I swear to God, I pray that I'm paying Terriak fucking $20 in 30 days. I'm worried that I'm right and he's wrong. So criticizing the current war is not contradictory to my earlier positions. And I think it's silly. I think it's silly to pretend that it's contradictory.
All right. Fuck it button for $10 says, Mr. Dictator of Earth, with your plan of heavily targeting and destroying the vast amount of infrastructure necessary in order to effectively slow nuclear capability every 5 years, gas prices up are good?
No, obviously not. But I think there's a huge difference between destroying the enrichment facilities and the nuclear facilities of Iran and willfully, you know, doing what we're doing now. What we're doing now is more hardcore than what I'm recommending. So it's kind of weird to support a decapitation strike in Iran while criticizing bombing civilian nuclear infrastructure every 5 years. I think my plan is more moderate, even if you pretend that it's not.
Yeah, like in terms of like the gas price and all this kind of thing, there was protests that like have just started in Ireland. Like the farmers are basically rising up, and they're parking all the tractors in the city centre and all this kind of stuff to disrupt it, because the government is refusing to take any of the tax off and just letting the prices go up. So in terms of like the gas prices, obviously that's not something that you want to see. But like I said, in terms of it being necessary, unfortunately, like I said, it's either now or never with this, because if you just continue to let them enrich uranium and all this stuff, like whatever, like they were already kind of saying, it's like, oh, well, like we'll get rid of the 60% if you agree to all these terms on the stuff. So even just that 60%, they're already trying to like use that as leverage in terms of the trading deal. And unfortunately, like I said, sometimes you need to be like flip the fucking the chessboard and say, I'm not playing this game where you're going to come in here and make all sorts of demands and all this kind of shit, break these agreements, break they've already broken the ceasefire that was apparently just signed. So you can't negotiate as George Bush said, you can't negotiate with terrorists.
All right. Next one here we got from Dice over on the Counterpoint side. A far right guy I've been arguing with for plus 5 years, born in Argentina, and I just asked. He said his grandparents came from Hungary and Spain. Rat lines.
I do think that's suspicious as well. Yeah, I'm Austrian. I'm not German. I'm Austrian. It's like,
yeah.
Are you?
Okay, and then that is it for the super chats, but we got a couple more minutes there. Let me look over on the Q&A side. Looks like we have some time. From Reexamination Show, it says here, I'll put it in here so that we can read it on the screen as well. The foreign minister of Iran admitted they had enough nuclear material for 10 to 11 nuclear weapons on MSNBC. Is that not reason enough to strike?
I mean, it can be. It really does depend. Shit. There's this concept called Westphalian sovereignty. All right. And I'm going to totally butcher it in the next 30 seconds. It's this belief that nation states are responsible for what happens within their borders, and we should all let each other do our own fucking thing. You're doing a genocide, as long as it's in your own borders, who gives a shit? You're developing nuclear weapons, as long as it's in your own borders, who gives a shit? The person who ruined that was Adolf Hitler, because effectively he just invaded all of his neighbors and fucked everything up, which is part of the reason why the United States is an international police state. So if you're a believer in Westphalian sovereignty, then the answer would be no. Iran is allowed to have nuclear weapons. It's allowed to pursue a civilian nuclear program because they're a sovereign state, and what they do, as long as it doesn't affect us, is not our fucking business. But if you're in a post-World War II mentality of no, in order to prevent World War III, we have to police the nation states of the world, then yes, having 60% enriched nuclear material sufficient to make a dirty bomb or to enrich relatively easily to 11 nuclear weapons would be enough reason to do a proactive strike. So it actually just depends on your geopolitical perspective.
All right. And then I guess we got time for one more here from DJ Deliverance. Says, what does Connor think of Trump achieving a ceasefire just hours ago? Sounds like his point's moot because just before the debate, Trump was about to declare peace for democracy.
Yeah, I think I don't have a diplomatic word for it. I think you're a lemming. I don't think you actually pay attention to the world. I think you probably think that the ceasefire in Israel and Gaza is still going. And just because Trump says a thing doesn't mean that thing is real. So, for instance, like we were supposed to have peace with North Korea. North Korea was supposed to, come to the table and start negotiating denuclearization. That never happened. Trump said that he ended 8 wars. That never fucking happened. Them saying that we have a ceasefire, I'll believe it when I fucking see it. Okay. So, like I said, if you're right and Terriak's right, in 30 days, Strait of Hormuz is opened, regime's overthrown, $20 to fucking Terriak. If it all falls apart and it's still a fucking mess, I'm not going to force Terriak to give me $20, but if he sends it to me, I'm not going to complain.
No, I pay my debts.
All right. I like
it. Lannister.
I like it. All right, so that is going to wrap up our Q&A for tonight. Thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. Clearly, seriously, this is what helps me keep bringing you the debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, huge thank you to our debaters as well for stepping into the arena, sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. Before we move on, real quick, let me check. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel tonight?
To be honest, man, I got a shitload of stuff to do. I kind of have
fair.
to dip set.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fair. Terriak?
Hell yeah, brother.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So here's what's happening next. We're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It'll run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone. Hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During the outro, I'm going to drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just obviously come ready to think, question, debate. If you're coming up to try and like troll, bring personal dramas, stuff like that, you're just going to get muted and most likely booted. So when you're ahead with that idea, just quit. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both the debaters. Their links are in the description. They came out, put some good entertainment out for you guys tonight, so go give them support for that. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reasons Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Well, soon.
Sorry,
I was just gonna say it was a pleasure meeting Terriak, even though I'm still debating what mental illness I think he has. So I'll be thinking about that as the night progresses. Thanks for having me, Speakeasy. Terriak, it was nice to meet you, and I hope you have a fun time debating.
You
too,
as
sir.
well. Thank you for coming.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpened fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
And we're back. Welcome in. Welcome in.
What's up, every single person?
Terriak went back to Green Flame.
I like
Gotta,
it.
gotta
Real
represent
quick,
the
too,
leprechaun logo.
before we get into it, I just want to remind everybody. I want to remind everybody in the chat, if we fill the dono bar, we will do a hot seat again tonight. All right. So if we fill the dono bar, we're going to do a hot seat. All right. We're at 70 now with Kelly's generous $20 super chat. Thank you very much. And then also
nice.
right at the end, we had Abby come in with 10 to say, good job, Terriak.
Nice.
Thank you very kindly, Abby.
But yeah, go ahead. If anyone has any comments on the topic or on Terriak or any of that, go ahead. Let's.
I wish Connor would have stayed.
But I do gotta run and take a piss real quick, so I'll be right back.
It's all good, man. I was dying to talk to Connor, though.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to Connor too. I had some questions.
Yeah, he usually does stay. He doesn't always leave, but he said he's got a lot to do, so that's understandable.
Yeah, he's probably prepping for a debate
he
or
had
something.
to deal with a mental child today, so
Oh, he did have to deal with Tareyak.
yeah.
It might have been kind of scarring.
Tylenol, so like, we have to
I'd be scarred.
Extra strength too.
Oh, hey, it's another person.
I will
Another
sit
person.
on my position. I still sit on no new wars. We ought not go to
Okay.
war.
Nah.
There we go. Now we got one. Now we already got one in it already. Let's get it. And welcome
You're welcome.
re-examination. Thank you for coming.
To quote Aragorn, war is upon you, whether you would have it or not.
Oh, right before I
Listen.
went to take a piss. Good timing.
No,
Cross.
listen. Let me be very clear.
And
War is
Cross is
upon
on your
Europe.
side, Avarice. Look at that.
All right. Let me be very clear. War is upon Europe. All right. That's not America. All right. I want to be very clear.
Yeah.
All right, but as long as we have allies, we have to.
No, they're not our allies. They made us go
Who?
around Spain today. There's no one over there that wants to be our ally.
No,
Just so
they're
we're
not.
clear.
Israel doesn't want to be our
fucking
ally.
mean.
No.
They're not
Okay.
our ally.
Do we not have signed allegiances with Israel though?
Doesn't matter.
I got a question. Who was
But-
the last? Wait, question.
Is that a yes or a no?
Really quick question.
Is that a
Who
yes
was
or
the-
a no?
Who was the last person?
Is that
to
a
take
yes
out
or
one
a
of
no?
our
Do we
boats?
do we not have signed allegiances with Israel?
Who was the last person?
Do
to
we
take
not
out one
have?
of our
Can we
boats?
just at least answer the question? Then we'll go with your answer. Do we not have
They don't-
signed allegiances with Israel?
They don't care about the sign allegiance. I don't care about it.
That's not the question.
That is the answer.
Now answer my question. They don't
No.
care. I don't care.
Okay, so that's a yes. Okay, so we'll move on. We'll move on to your question. Saying
Okay.
yes.
So
Yeah,
who
all
was
right.
the last person to blow up one of our boats?
Okay, you're talking about the Liberty. Sure, I'll grant that. That's fine. We still
Okay,
have
so-
signed allegiances. Here's
Again,
the difference.
wait, I don't give a shit about allegiances now. I'm done
Okay,
with the rest of
okay.
the world.
Okay, so then we should not honor our agreements. We can honor our agreements selectively.
At this
Allegiances
point,
do
yes.
suck.
You know what? Europe should have
listen,
fought
if
for
this was the
themselves.
case, if this was the case that so if this was the case that we had to honor all of our allegiances, why do they get to not honor any of the ones with us? Why do we have to hold the only standard across the board examination?
Right.
Well, allegiances have utility
Because
in terms
we're the
of like
world
EU.
police.
No,
Same thing.
don't answer my question. Why do we have to be the only ones to hold the standard?
Yeah, well, it's a good proxy in the Middle East that we otherwise wouldn't
It's
have.
not a good proxy. I'm not going to hold the standard anymore. I'm done holding a standard. We've held a
Okay.
standard of this stupidity for far too long, and we're sending off American lives and American money unnecessarily. They're not coming onto our land. They're not touching our soil.
Right.
And if I want the oil, like I did in Venezuela, I'll go and take it.
It's right there.
And here's the next statement on that.
Yeah, I don't mind taking the oil. I don't mind.
But real quick,
but here's the thing.
real quick, Avers,
Over there.
just on that thing, they're not coming onto your soil. Who's the mayor of New York?
Again, that was.
Oh
voted.
boy.
I'm not gonna go with. I'm not gonna go with voting.
Alhamdulillah.
Again, that's not
Literally.
The same,
That's a
not
dirty.
that's
He's a
not-
dirty commie.
That's not the same person, and we handle that differently. We're handling that with a cultural renaissance in which I hope we all participate. But that's completely different than going to war. I do not want, and let me be very, very clear, with as aggressive as I am, I do not want a civil war in my country. I do not want to see American lives on the floor. I do not want to see bodies on the ground. I do not want to see fucking Balad here in downtown Fresno. You know what I'm saying?
When they say death to
Antifa are
America, that's what we gotta watch out for.
Again, they're saying it, not here.
Uh-huh. Well,
They're burning
where
the
else is
American
America
flag
than
here.
here?
Again, they're saying it over there. They're not saying it here. The people
Yeah,
here
if they say with nuclear weapons, and they can provide them to either terror cells, like in some kind of compact
Okay, yeah,
arrangement,
and
or if they're going to, or for example, the whole reason we had Iran in this case in the first place was because when they were going to nationalize the oil,
listen, there is
back
a difference.
before we gave
There's
it
a
to
difference between missile. There's a difference between missiling out their nuclear capabilities, which is I'm completely okay with. We can take out their nuclear capabilities as much as possible.
Great.
And we don't have to go to war.
Yeah, I think we should. I think we should just destroy the infrastructure, destroy the oil, or take the oil, and then leave. I think that's what we should do. We don't need to spend that much time more there. But to say we don't need to go at all is totally different.
Again, we don't even have. We didn't have to go. Again, we could go. Those are all things as possible, but we don't have to declare war to take things.
Ms. Crotch, are you trying to talk?
A, and B, we don't have to be involved at all. We were isolationists. We've always have been ever since the Bowery boys.
Yeah, we don't hear you.
In the first immigration wave.
Avers, I agree with you completely. I want to go full drawback and isolationist. That's what I want to do.
All the way back.
I don't
Stay.
Cross current. Hey, Cross, we hear you
cool.
now.
Cool.
Hey.
Hey,
What
There
up,
we go.
Cross?
I'm like, can you guys not hear me? And apparently not.
No.
No.
Took a while.
Sorry about that.
Took
Your
a while.
mouth keeps moving.
No, they
but
were just
nothing's
being
coming
assholes,
out.
ignoring you.
Hey, I mean, they could have just been heated going back and forth.
I wasn't even paying attention to you, so I'm sorry. I was looking right at
No.
examination.
Right when I
so-
came back, I see them talking, but nothing.
That's right. When I was like, can you guys not hear me? No. But actually, I want to shout out to Avarice right now because he actually held true to what MAGA ran on. They told me, and this is one thing that I did agree with them on, is we got to stop spending money in foreign wars that don't really benefit us. And right now, the Strait of Hormuz was open. Now it wasn't. We
Now it's
bombed
closed.
them during negotiations. The first one bombing their nuclear sites, fine. Sure. But then we were told they were destroyed. Why are we on to the next one?
I saw
starting
it. Don't worry, speakeasy.
This is for clearly for
For
avarice.
me, yeah.
How do you justify we ought not war when war in the form of total annihilation is heaven maxing in practice?
Well, listen.
Oh, dude.
True.
Mhm.
Come
Let's not get
on.
into heaven
Listen,
maxing, all right?
guys.
Let's not get into heaven maxing.
One argument of yesterday is not the argument of today. Okay, the argument of today is no new wars. All right, and the president ran like this is what frustrates me the most is that President Trump ran on a campaign of no new wars. Now, am I going to support the fact that we're going to war? You're damn right. I'm an American, right? I'm going to support us if we're in war because that's what we do. All right, but we ought not be in one. That's what I'm trying to say. We shouldn't be in one. We're isolationists from the core. Ever since the Bowery boys, Trump ran on no new wars. That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping for our money to stay safe. And us to recollect. I was hoping for Doge to find the money and recollect, right?
They found
So the fact that we're going to a war is a little bit disrespectful, especially to the military people that were hoping that we don't go to another war, especially because the one we came back from, we didn't come back with praises and handshakes and cupcakes.
That's
And
right.
we didn't come back to 15% discount at McDonald's anymore. We came back to fucking evil people wanting to throw paint on us and chastise us for being bandwagoners when some people weren't even doing that. So yeah, I don't think that. I think we need to recollect. We need to redefine our culture here in America, and we do that by fighting here and
You're
not
right.
over there.
Well, I
And
think
the
when
cul-
crazy people get nukes, people should step in, because if we don't step in, it's going to be Russia or it's going to be China.
All right.
We talk about
Good,
not wanting to be the
then let them
policeman of
do
the
it.
world.
Why can't they do it? Why can't
Why
they
would
do
we
it
want them
for
to do it?
once?
What kind of
Why not?
Because what kind of planet would you want to live? You want to live in a planet of communists? You want to live
I
on a
don't
planet
care.
of Soviets?
Again, they can't get on
No.
American soil right now. We need to readjust. We need to look inward, and we need to remake America strong again. We do that by redefining the infrastructure, bringing back the middle class, right? And we do that by our cultural renaissance. This is what we've
Well, do you believe the
been wanting
9/11? Weren't we more America during the time of 9/11?
here. Absolutely not.
We were not more America than we are now.
Bush.
I would say we're
implemented
about the same.
Okay, aren't we more degenerate now as a nation? Aren't we more divided now as a nation?
That's why we need to draw back.
We're always been a degenerate. You're acting like only fans the platform, and because we have like a single platform.
I'm not acting like anything. I'm asking you a question.
No,
weren't we
we've
more
been as
America back during like the early 2000s?
We've been just as degenerate
Weren't we
since early
canceling the
2000.
ditzy
Ever
chicks
since
calling them
there was
freedom
Debbie
fries
Does
and
Dallas. Ever since there was Debbie Does Dallas in 1990, we've been degenerate.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that we're transing kids back in the early 2000s. I don't think we were that degenerate. But my
you don't
point
think
is,
they weren't there? You don't think that there were trans in the 90s?
I didn't say that they weren't
I know,
existing. I'm
trans
saying
kids.
that I don't think it was nearly the infrastructure they have now. And number two, if you believe the 9/11 Commission, which I do in many respects, I don't know what you believe about it, but do you believe it was 11 hijackers that were on those planes, or do you believe there was something else going on? If we're going to talk about like the strength of nations and the strength of
it doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Of course it matters.
What I'm
Of course it matters because
if you're good, proof that we should be looking inward at things like 9/11 instead of going and worrying about wars over in Iraq.
You can do both. You can do.
I don't want to do both. I want to do things here in America.
So are you pro Patriot
If you're
Act?
remembering 9/11, then why are we even in the Middle East at all?
Are you pro Patriot Act, Avarice?
I'm not.
Depends. Probably not. No.
Probably not. Okay, so how would you do it if you were president? How would you look inward to make sure that those sorts of things don't happen again?
Yes, I would start with making sure that proper display of government documents and like auditors are being going out there and doing their job justly. Primarily because we have a huge amount of fraud in America. So I would promote internally a fraud department that would literally go out and shuffle out fraud. Not necessarily Somalian fraud either. There's a lot more fraud out there than just this like daycare shit. There's a lot of abuse, empty government buildings we're wasting money on. I want all of the money that the taxpayers are wasting money on. A stupid light rail that goes from San Francisco through the valley to LA that doesn't make any sense. That where they started in the valley where no one's gonna ride it. I want all of that done. Complete.
Yeah, and let's close the border too. Let's agree on shutting the border. We don't need
absolutely.
More people. But
absolutely.
on top, my point is, you can have a force of 11 people or so and do a lot of damage with it. How much more an outside force like an entire country, especially crazy people with nukes? That's the main thing that we have to address.
Our infrastructure here is dying in America. Our people are unhappy. We can't fight a war and be worried about other people's wars when we can't do anything here. I understand
it's not other people's wars if they're threatening us directly. And you might say, oh, they're not. You might say, oh, death to America means nothing, but it doesn't.
Again,
don't you understand that we cannot do anything until we fix ourselves, and we are falling apart. You know, Avarice was making a list of problems that came back from the last Gulf War and the one before that. But I love Avarice, and he just forgot to mention how many guys are blown to smithereens with fake arms and fake legs, and they're trying to survive with their PTSD, and they're homeless, and nobody's taking proper care of them. And until every single American citizen has a home and medical care and food and everything that they need. I don't give a crap about the rest of the world. And I'm sorry, Tareyak, you guys should have fought off the Muslims when they were invading you. You knew you were being invaded, and those guys should have fought them off.
Terriak, she wants you to take up bayonets.
So
Make
as I keep telling you, Prime Minister,
Nigga.
as I
She's
keep
calling
telling
you a
you,
pussy.
I'm more than happy.
Make
I'm
Ireland
more than
great
happy to
again.
fight back
I'm
against
sorry,
this. But they
but
have
it's not
captured
our
our
fault that
institutions.
Europe got
They have captured our
invaded.
police force.
It's not our
Do
fault
this
that you guys
debate.
got invaded. It isn't our fault, and we shouldn't have to die for that, especially when you guys are not acting like allies to us.
Yes,
We have
and
to
I'm
draw
against.
back
I'm
and
against
take
what France is
control
doing.
of our
I'm
country.
against of what Ireland's doing. I'm
sorry.
against of what England is doing.
Sorry.
Terry, by the way, give up on
your.
your Bitcoin dream. The U.S. is never
Forget
letting
the Bitcoin dream.
No, I'm just saying
Bitcoin
the
dream
U.S.
is
is
over.
never leaving the
Bitcoin.
petrodollar.
Yeah.
We're not going to
It would
sell
crash.
our
It would
gold.
crash our
We don't
economy
have
to
any.
switch it. to
It
Bitcoin.
would.
Does it make it feel anybody better? It doesn't make it feel anybody. Oh my gosh, can I talk? Does it make anyone feel better
No,
that
you can't
even
talk.
though
We're
we're
gonna stop
trillions
it.
in
No.
debt, we are trillions in debt, and we're still like walking on water somehow, and yet we're still making it through. We're still being able to cash these things in. I'm not saying it's going to last forever because it's not, but there's two ways to look at it. We're doing really good for somebody that underwater, or we're dead man walking anyhow because we have an unpayable national debt.
So let's spend another 1.5 trillion while cutting stuff at home for it because we're already screwed. That makes zero sense to me.
being well, I would
Let's
rather
get-
do that.
let's
I
just
would
keep
rather do that
digging
while
the
not
hole.
glowing green at night. We'll do that. We'll say that much.
Yeah, like I said, according to our own national defenses, they didn't have a nuclear weapon and there was no threat of one, according to Tulsi Gabbard and our own director.
That's why my question to Counterpoints had to be about the foreign minister of Iran that said they had 10 to 11 nukes worth of 60% purified uranium ready to be put into warhead. It was all there.
Okay, so we
By
bombed
his
it,
own
right?
admission.
Or do they still have
You
it?
know their first target.
Whether they still have it or not, that you can credit to Trump, I suppose. And if they don't
Okay,
have it
well,
anymore,
but
great,
then
let's
why-
get out.
okay.
Great, let's get
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, but why'd we go in after we bombed it the first time?
I don't know why
That's
Trump
when
does all the things he does, but as far as the strike in general,
I have a
if we went in and
What
we
was the-
ended their
okay.
nuclear possession, we bomb the infrastructure, bomb the oil, or take the oil and get out. Don't
Well,
spend any
all
more
we-
time there.
well,
I
all
have a
now
question.
is
How
it
do
was
we
all-
make money from war? This one particularly.
It's not about it's not
to.
whether we like open up a lemonade stand or Starbucks somewhere in Iran. It's about the losses that we don't incur
How do you
by
take the
either
oil?
getting strike.
Well, I'm
How
just
do you
wondering
take the
because,
oil?
like, right now, I'm looking at if we just look at how we deal with American fraud, we can save a lot more money, right? And maybe even work on that debt, right? Just by cutting out the fraud, right? But if I go
Yeah,
to fight a
all
war,
for
that
that.
costs missiles, personnel.
We're already in debt. Just blow it out like
So you
out
just
like
wanna
Bush
keep
did.
blowing
Blow it out like
so you wanna
Obama did.
accelerate
Blow it
debt.
out like Biden
Yeah.
did. Blow it out.
Just so
Here's
just
the
keep
thing.
putting us in more debt, more debt.
How
And
is
while
it
we're
not
trying- while-
accelerationist?
Better
to
way
While
out
we're
of
trying
debt.
to save
Every-
us on debt on one side, you're saying, well, we're going to accelerate it on the other.
Everything's
you wanna light the
accelerationist
wick
when
on
you're
two
trillions in
sides.
debt.
Meanwhile,
When you're
because-
this far in debt, if you want to make more social programs and pass it
This
off
is
to the
a wild
Democrats
theory. So
in the next,
So yes, we're going to work on saving on debt from fraud over here, but then we're going to accelerate debt over here. This is what you're saying.
what I'm saying is when it comes to life and death, you want to keep that in mind versus do we need a new bridge in Schenectady?
Again, okay,
Do you
here's the
think
question.
we-
I got a question for you. For life and death, have they ever fired a missile at us?
No.
That not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't matter because
so have they,
then they-
wait, hold on.
here's the
Question.
thing.
Have we ever
do they have a missile
fired
that
at
I
us?
don't know
Reach us.
everything. I don't know everything that every intelligence
So-
agency has
so-
ever
so
done that they haven't
How
reported
about
to
we
us.
wait? How about we wait until like there's actually an imminent threat on us, and then we can deal with it.
Or how do we determine
How-
as regular civilians when there's an imminent threat?
Well, yeah, that's what
when a
you know
missile
the,
hits.
Wait,
the intelligence agencies for.
We
guys
can't
know
even get
this
the we
way
can't even
deal
get
read
the
before
we
we
can't
talk.
even get the Epstein reports, and we want to tell us what an imminent threat is. We probably don't
Again,
even
I don't
know.
care about the Epstein reports.
I
I never
don't care
did.
about the
At this point,
the
me
Epstein
either.
reports are old
Wait,
news.
I'm just telling you.
Epstein
If
is
we can't get
bullshit.
stuff that's not even
I
like
still care
national
about
security,
my
ostensibly
identity.
national security
There's difference
information.
between national security and threat assessment. If there's a threat, an imminent threat on America, the United States military military will enact. Ever since we've had the radar, the old elephant.
Then why didn't they
cages,
enact
now
this one? Why isn't this an example?
Ever since the old, because we haven't been a threat. There's no attack here. There's
Well,
no
they
attack.
assessed that it was, didn't
Okay,
they?
see, look at when we get attacked, similar to Pearl Harbor, when we get attacked on our home turf, then we can attack, right? But we haven't been, so we're good.
What's the objective here? Well, like, what's the overall objective?
I think the objective is basically over.
What
Base
was
Grandma,
it
go
then?
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave because it's time for me to leave. But I do want to say one question, and then you guys can argue about it.
You
when I
have
leave.
8 minutes until it's pill time, Grandma.
No, 3 minutes. But I'll be done faster than that. What our president did today or whatever their last couple days by threatening to, I'm going to annihilate an entire civilization. Those words that he said, I want to tell you guys, how many billions of people were terrified by him saying, all right, here's a countdown. All right.
What's up,
you got
Jungle?
5 minutes left.
More than one.
That was the most irresponsible.
Push it to the limit. Walk along the razor's edge. But don't look down, just keep your head or you'll finish.
Hey, sorry, I
That was
was
epic,
muted
Jungle.
when I started talking, so you didn't
Hi,
hear me.
Jungle.
My bad. But thank you,
Anyway,
Jungle, for
I'm
the big
going.
$100
Yeah,
super chat.
fucking
But go ahead,
epic.
finish what you were saying, Premonition.
Well, let me add in there while the chat's in there. So if you want, you can catch Jungle and Avarice on the 27th at South Carolina University watching Andrew debate. We will be there in person. Come and say hi. I will be wearing my
On the 27th of this month?
on this month. Yep.
Oh, wow.
Where are you guys? Wait, what?
Yep, Andrew's debating live at South Carolina University. A guy named Owen something. Schroyer.
Oh damn, that is gonna be an epic one, man.
And
I think I heard about this, yeah.
and
He's
you'll-
gonna fucking argue with a guy that he agrees with. It's gonna be great.
Owen's the
Yeah.
Owen's. I like Owen. Owen's
So do I.
cool.
Owen Schroyer's based as fuck.
so you can catch us there. Say hi. Stop by and say hi to Avarice if you're there.
Nice,
So,
I like it.
Thank you,
Everyone go
Everett.
say hi to the Heaven Maxer, all right?
yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, premonition and re-examination. Sorry, I interrupted you guys there. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Premonition.
and Finish what you're saying.
The guy named
He
Owen
he
Schroyer.
shouldn't have done that. The president shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have made that threat and then backed out of it. I mean, that was bad. And what those people were doing in response, taking all their little kids out there, circling up around things, that mobilized the entire Iranian country, and it was a dirty joke. And saying of a praise of Allah or whatever the heck they say.
Yeah,
And
so,
real
like to explain.
Real quick before you answer that, I just wanted to remind Jungle too. Jungle, just while I have you here too, you just so you know, because usually when we get like big donos on verbal combat that don't get used, I make sure it's held. So you have $400 credit on verbal combat whenever you want to use. So
Yeah, no, I speak for Jungle. He's
400
said that to
in
me,
his
and
jungle?
I can use that however I want, as I please throughout this. If I want to mute.
Yeah. This is
That's
or
not how
wherever.
that works.
I have the jungle. No, look, I'm gonna have the jungle one. I'll be like, this comes from the jungle account. Mute that guy, and that's how it's gonna work from here on out.
Use them all.
Yeah, so
I
to
agree with
explain,
I'd imagine he'd
to
have,
explain
like,
why Trump went
1,000
down and he was
plus.
basically doing the whole like threat, I'm going to blow up all like these power plants and all this stuff, is because they know what the Muslims will do is they'll put the women and children at those places, which means you've now cleared Tehran of all the women and children and put them around the power plants, and the people are going to rise up onto the streets.
He said he was going to end the civilization. He's going to bomb everybody.
Yeah, the Islamic civilization in Iran.
You know, there's Christians that live in Iran, right?
Yes.
So
They are not Islamic.
You don't think they live?
They've
in the
been
same
paying the
spots?
jizya. What is the
like
jizya?
separate spots? Not 100%.
What is the
sure?
jizya?
You think
Yeah, the
all
jizya
three
is
live there?
the jizya. One sec, listen. The jizya is something you have to
I
pay
know
as a
the
Christian or as a
jizya. It's something
non-believer.
that it's something that you do after sex.
Yeah. So what the jizya is a tax they put on
Alright,
Christians and
no.
Jews if you want to live in an Islamic country.
Okay. But that's not. But when we bomb them, how are we going to make sure? How are we going to make sure the explosions?
Of a
miss the Christians?
jizya.
We have Muslim homing missiles, and
Yeah.
it opens up, and it says it's Muslim detected,
Ew.
and then it just explodes on them. That's how it
Got
goes.
you. And then it just implodes, I would imagine, so it doesn't hit anybody around them.
No,
Right.
that explodes.
And-
Implodes bad. That hurts.
let Terriak explain what he means if that's the question. It seems you guys think it's absurd. But I want to remind you all, chat too. If we fill the dono bar, we're gonna do a hot seat. Okay, so get the dono bar filled. We're almost there. Look at that. We're 59%, and we'll
What's
do
a
a
hot
hot seat. But yeah, go ahead, Terriak. Explain what you mean.
So
Hey,
again,
don't
like
a-
this whole thing
don't
of
a-
like
don't to
threatening
answer
the power
Course what a
plants
hot
and
seat
threatening
is?
all
Okay,
these
that's what it is.
infrastructures is that they know that what these terrorists are going to do is flood those places with the women and children so they won't be able to bomb them.
Yep.
But Trump's plan was never to bomb that shit. The plan was for the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow this regime, because in that tweet where he says a whole civilization will die tonight, he's referring to that regime, and he says, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows?
But
But isn't it his son though?
Yeah,
Isn't it
who's
just his
more
son?
radical? Who's more radical? All the hardliners took over.
No, I didn't ask what the hot
Oh
seat is.
my
Cross
God.
Current asked what the hot seat was. Yeah.
Oh,
Bass
sorry, I didn't
guitar.
hear that,
That-
Current. Sorry. So for Cross Current and anyone else who doesn't know what a hot seat is, it's 4 rounds of questions. There's 4 questions in the first 3 rounds, 1 in the last round. And so the first round is called Trap Card Round. It's questions designed for the panel to roast each other a little bit. You know, it's like an icebreaker round. Then the second round is Deep Thoughts. So these are like more outside the box, more like philosophical, or maybe even like weird, or, you know, makes you think a little more. And then the third round is Lightning Round. So it's all questions designed for like 1 word or 1 sentence answers only. And then the last round is Save the World. And it's basically you imagine everyone in the world is tuned in and you leave a last message. It can be serious, it can be funny, it can be motivational, whatever you want, right? And it's just a fun little segment we do to end off the night. Everyone has fun with it. And usually it's like a reward for the chat too, because they have a lot of fun with it too.
Gotcha.
And welcome, Bass Guitar. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, what's up, man?
What are your thoughts?
Oh, I was just jumping in. So, re-examination, I kind of see where you're coming from, but Avarice, I also see where you're coming from. So, re-examination, your big thing was you feel
My
like
big
we
thing
should be
was the
exerting-
policy is death to America. They had the capability for nukes. Their foreign minister admitted so on MSNBC. They had enough for 10 to 11 nukes, and I take that to be imminent because all they would need is the parts at that point. They are friends with Russia. They and by proxy, they would be at least a tool for China for anti-American purposes. There's a lot of motives and methods that were easily at hand for them. They had, and so there was all that reason to strike, and especially the time we were striking because Russia is tied up with Ukraine all these days later for, which, if you want to look at one benefit
we just
of
funded it. We just
What?
sold, we just unsanctioned Russian oil, so we just helped fund the war in Ukraine.
and
by
we just
starting this war.
unsanctioned Iranian oil.
So we gave Iran more money than Obama unsanctioned. So we're literally funding the wars against ourselves right now.
I'm sure that happens. As long as the nuke stuff is out of the way, that's fine. I'd rather give millions of dollars and take away your
That was out
nuclear
of the way
arms.
before this
Okay.
war.
Then
We
what
were
was the foreign
negoti-
minister talking about?
Who knows? They don't lie.
Who knows?
Okay,
Not the
well,
foreign minister of
all right,
Iran. Who knows?
Okay, no, okay. The foreign
Well,
minister of Iran also just
the-
said that they agreed to the ceasefire where Hamas keeps, or not Hamas, Iran keeps control of the Hormuz. we pay for reparations. We all know that's bullshit too.
Well, wouldn't he have the motivation to say
Yes,
he didn't
which
have
means
anything?
it's a false deal.
Yeah, he would have the motivation to threaten that they actually have the weapon to try and stop people from bombing them.
Wouldn't it be better to tell the Middle East we weren't doing anything wrong, and then so incentivize all the Muslims to say, okay, they did literally nothing wrong. There were no problems here. We should hit the West even further because Iran didn't actually have any nuclear capabilities. Wouldn't that make more sense?
We knew they had 60% enriched uranium.
Great.
And we
so
attacked their enrichment
we had 10 to
facilities.
11 nukes worth of it, enriched 60% enriched uranium. That was
I
my
think it was
point.
dirty. I think it was dirty bombs, not actual nuclear warheads. They got to be up to like 80% for that. So let's just be clear what we're talking about.
Sure, but that was real. Sure, even
Yeah,
if it was
sure,
even if it was
sure. And
even if it was
JD,
less
you don't-
severe, it was real.
You think it's easy to just transport that to the United States? Like JD Vance was talking about dirty bomb backpack bombs or vest or some shit, which is.
Well, I'm not
just
saying
so
you put it in your
ridiculous.
trunk and you start driving. I'm just saying when you have allies like Russia and China who are at least more capable than you are, it's
Russia and China have nukes. So why
Yes,
do they need an Iranian nuke for any of this? Why
they
couldn't
can
just
they
give
can
Iran
they
a
can
nuke?
help
If
they can
it's
help
so easy to
Iran.
move-
They can help
Yeah,
Iran
well,
rather than doing it. And also, it's easier if
it's so
Iran
easy
does
to
something.
move it,
They
why
could
It's
not
also
just give it
easier if
for
Iran
them?
does
They
something
could
than
just
they
give
do
them a
something.
nuke.
Well,
Why
if
would
it's
they
so
do it?
easy to move
Why
it, why
would
couldn't
why
they
would
just give
China
them
and
a nuke?
Russia do it directly when they could have Iran do
Because
it and
it's
do it
not
by
that
proxy?
easy to move. Why would they have to do it?
I'm not even talking about moving. I'm talking about launching.
China and Russia already have nukes.
They
I already-
could just give
I already
them
said
one,
that.
and then
I already
this
said
is
that.
all over.
Right.
Yes.
So
why
so
don't
if
they
you
give them one? Why
right,
don't
why
they?
not use a proxy state? So you have plausible
Why not
deniability.
give your proxy state a nuke so the United States can't attack them without?
Yeah,
having
that's
a
what the
threatening
U.S. did
nuke?
with Israel.
Also, let me
right?
also throw in.
Them having
Well,
a
then,
nuke would make
okay,
them
then that might as well. Okay, then why did China allow North Korea to have nukes if they could just do it themselves?
Let me also.
Everybody
throw
does
in,
it. If they have a satrap, they can do it.
Examination. I also want to throw in one example here too, just based on recent event. I also don't want my soldiers going to war based off what I like to call the Ben Robert Smith theory. Now, I don't want my soldiers coming back and feeling like they're going to be charged against war crimes. So, based on recent events of Western history and what's going on in recent events, I just don't want my soldiers going out there.
I agree that nobody wants war. Nobody wants soldiers put at risk. I liked.
Yeah,
how
I don't
Trump-
want my soldiers being put at risk of war crimes. You understand? So I don't want my soldiers over there.
I don't want
either.
my soldiers at any risk. I
So
get that.
do you,
I get
do you
that.
see that a lot of a lot of soldiers right now, they're being accused of a lot of war crimes, specifically Ben Robert Smith, who had VC, Victorian Cross, one of the most decorated veterans in all of history, being accused of war crimes, and I don't want that of my American soldiers.
All right, which war
now
crimes?
that is why we
Fill me in. Which war crimes?
look at I can't. He's being accused of war crimes in war, of killing people.
Yeah, so
in war.
basically, Average, what you're
people in
saying is that
war?
if we just accuse you of war crimes, you're going to bow down.
No, what I'm saying is
Yes.
that I don't want my soldiers going out there right now in such a contentious period.
Do you believe
without
your soldiers
American
commit
ready
war
for it.
crimes? Do you
I
believe
hope-
your soldiers commit war crimes? Yes or no?
I hope they do.
And can we
Okay.
all admit
So,
that
yeah,
this war is
When
already-
there's nukes on the line, I'm gonna say there are less actual war crimes than
You
if
know-
there are nukes not on the line.
Okay, re-examination. Do you think that the world's less likely, like other countries watching this, are more or less likely to try and get nukes because of this situation?
Because of
Like
our strike? Because of our
no,
strike?
yeah, no. Because think about it. We negotiated with North Korea, and we didn't bomb them. They have a nuke. We've negotiated twice with Iran when they don't have a nuclear warhead, and we bombed
Wait.
them.
North Korea doesn't have a nuke?
I mean, yes, they do.
They do. Okay.
They
yeah.
but they don't have a delivery mechanism.
But we didn't bomb
Yeah.
them during the negotiation. Iran does not have a nuke, and twice during negotiations to stop nuclear proliferation, we bombed them during the negotiation. That tells everybody, hey, don't negotiate with these guys. They're just going to bomb you during it.
There's a point to that. But at the same
president of
time,
the United States got a love letter
Yeah,
from
I want to
the
also
president of North
go.
Korea.
I want to go off
He didn't
of
bomb
another
them.
thing. Can we go off another thing off this? What Jeff Hewitt put? Are nukes even real?
I would also say Iranian culture is
Wait, I got a
different than
question.
Korean culture. if you wanna talk
Examination. Can you prove
No,
that the
there's-
nukes are real?
there-
That they have them?
I would say that Iranians
Okay,
don't care what you do
JS.
to them.
Have you seen?
Is that me?
have you
Am I the
physic-
JS for tonight?
I agree.
Have
it
you
would be worse
physically
for
seen-
Iran.
No,
Have you
I'm talking
physically
to
seen the-
Avarice.
have you
with the
physically seen
nukes
these
aren't
nukes?
real thing. That's
Am I
a JS argument.
Have I physically seen them?
Yes.
I also physically haven't seen Pluto. I guess Pluto doesn't exist. I mean, what are we doing here?
Possibly, but I have a telescope and I've looked out deep enough that I think I
have a telescope
Pluto.
that sees Pluto in the
Well,
dark.
You can't see Pluto with the telescope.
the observatory.
Definitely not.
The
Wait,
observatory.
your telescope is pointed at the observatory?
Well, no, I haven't. There's the observatory nearby that I went to that has that big telescope, whatever they call it, and I've looked.
And you
through
can
that
read
thing.
lips, and they're saying Pluto exists. Therefore, Pluto exists because you saw them in the telescope saying there's Pluto.
I called it Pluto, so to me it exists.
Okay, the dog or the planet or the non-planet?
Both.
Let's
Both
just
of
say
three?
then really big booms, okay? If they're not nukes, they're really big booms, all right? Let's just go with that to move forward here.
We've seen an atomic bomb, right? We've seen that. Let's just say it's a.
You saw
Not
a video of
personally.
it.
I have seen
yeah.
explosions, but I have no reason to believe that those were atomic bombs. I've seen footage of dust in the air, but I have no reason to believe those were atomic bombs.
The only thing I can think of right now is the in Armageddon when the guy's going space crazy and he's sitting on the bomb and he's like, "Get off the nuclear bomb." And he looks at him and goes, "Sorry, boss. I just wanted to feel the power between my legs."
That's Steve Buscemi, right?
Yeah, it's Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, fucking. He always plays a crazy guy.
Yeah, naturally.
Dang it, I was gonna ask Avarice, where does oil come from?
Alaska and Texas.
All right, sorry, I can't stay long, but when he brought up our nukes reel, I had to hit him with is oil just from dinosaur bones.
And don't forget Greenland. We need Greenland.
Well, you mean soon to be
The
America
global warming
2.0?
is fake.
Exactly.
No, the 50. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Give me Greenland.
No, Canada's the 51st state. That's got to be Greenland's got to be the 52nd.
Canada
wait,
is
what about
America's largest
Venezuela?
national
I
park.
just want to
Venezuela.
get to this before we all prattle here. You all conceded that we just not go to war, right?
I agree.
No.
I'm
Yeah.
fighting it tomorrow.
Okay, agree.
I
just
think
want
war
to
is
take the
pointless.
W. You're welcome. We can end the night. Avarice wins. Panel over.
Ah, what,
No hot seat. Thanks to Avarice.
So I actually agree with re-examination,
war
though, that
crime?
like the U.S. we should use our military power to like exert influence, but we've done that by like maintaining trade routes, and then using soft power elsewhere. We don't need to invade countries when we can use soft power.
Speak softly.
Yeah, eat it examination. Yeah, we just ran one
Yeah,
off.
speak
See?
softly. Carry a
Carry
big
the
stick.
big stick.
Right.
Fuck yeah.
Speak softly, and then 11 hijackers later, you'll need a big
No hot
stick.
seat for you, Abby.
Oh yeah, but they got theirs, didn't they?
They got their big day. They got their big boom for pennies on the dollar, apparently. And yeah, so I think nations are stronger than 11 people, and as such, I think we need defenses. We need to make it absolutely clear. Now,
I feel like I've taken a lot of W's this week. I feel like I should go on Verbal Combat Friday.
You know, my ASL
if you
is
do, I'm-
not what it
I'm
used to
donating-
be. So okay.
I'm paying for the abortion debate just so you can do heaven maxing again.
Oh man.
Well, wouldn't heaven maxing be killing all the Christians? Aren't you basically Nero?
Well, like, yeah. I mean, I debated. I thought I was gonna have my final debate on that yesterday, and that I killed it. I think I had it was like 81% in my favor.
No pun intended.
So it was fantastic. So
Wait, would Heaven Maxine be pro-abortion?
Yes, that's actually
Babies
the
go to heaven, right?
That's the point. That's the argument. That if you, well, he basically wants a machine that just. I don't remember exactly how I explained it, but it was.
look, yeah,
creative.
I'm not running it. You didn't pay for it. I'm not running it. So Speakeasy's channel, you got to pay for that kind of ententertainment. And right now the entertainment is war, and I'm saying we ought not
get
have
back
one.
to the main topic here.
Yeah.
Because it seems like you guys still disagree. I'm sure. I mean, I know Terriak disagrees that we shouldn't be going to war. So, and I think re-examination is on that side too.
Yeah. I think the best was when we had tactical strikes with no boots on the ground, like in Syria in Trump's
You
first
can't go
administration.
to war without boots on the ground. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I said so.
No, but
Tactical strikes.
degrade,
So
you
use
can degrade. Yeah, you can degrade military like targets without boots on the ground, right?
Yeah, but if you have to
Again,
do it over and
that's
over
not-
all the
again,
time,
but
then
when
you're
you
just forever
when you
war.
when you call
But we've
for
had to
war,
do
you're
it
putting
over and
boots on the
over all the
ground.
time, or at least Israel has had to do it with Iran over and over all the time, using cyber
But boots
attacks
on the
or
ground
using.
don't
Have
do
they-
shit. Look at Iraq.
And when you put
Right?
when you call for war, you're putting boots on the ground.
My question is, you guys keep saying go take the oil. How do you want to take the oil without boots on the ground?
I don't know. Just burn the oil and leave. Burn the oil, destroy the infrastructure, leave. And see you in 200,
I wonder
see you in
if
200
Avarice is
years.
saying, I just want to know, Avarice, just for like clarification. I wonder if you're saying what I say, because like obviously you can just do airstrikes, but I think what you're saying is like for an actual like regime change and shit to actually happen, you need boots on the ground. It won't happen just from the air.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay,
I
yeah,
agree.
because that's what I've been saying is like that, like, you know, the whole issue I have with this is that there's no way the goal of this is achieved without boots on the ground, and Iran is a whole different beast. Iran isn't Iraq, okay? It's fucking 3 times the size. It's all mountains. It's a horrible terrain to go and have to fight in. So like,
Right.
yeah, I don't think that's a good idea is to put boots on the ground. But
I
how
don't
else do
think-
you get the regime
And
change
if there isn't
without
one,
it?
you're
How
right.
do
And
you
if there
do
is,
that?
if we don't
That's
really
my
want to
question.
do
Like,
it,
I would actually like that would be a question I would pose to Terriak in re-examination. Is like, do you think this is achievable without putting our men in there?
I'm
Yes.
not thinking regime change is likely, so you might as well destroy the infrastructure so it can't be used as some kind of proxy pawn for the communists.
so then we do the war crimes.
Yeah, so
we do
so-
the war
so-
crimes.
There's
My-
okay.
my-
I- in,
my-
in,
my-
the,
so-
in, the,
so
in the
my-
case of
sorry,
nuclear
sorry,
threat,
before you guys
in the case
answer,
of
my
nuclear
bad, my
threat,
bad.
I
I
won't
gotta
consider it a war
interrupt.
crime.
Push it to the limit. Walk along the razor's edge. Don't look down, just keep your head or you'll finish.
Thank you, Abby, and I hope you enjoyed your fried chicken wings. And then fucking Button said, "Someone hates heaven maxing. Don't worry, Terriak. I'll hide you under my floorboards, Patriot. 3 Irish lad loves America more than our leftists hiding under the guise of constitutional purity tests." Let's go.
My man.
Thank you. All right, sorry I interrupted there, but yeah, what what is it? Do you think this is achievable without putting our men in there? And like, is it worth putting our men in there if not?
This is achievable without putting your men in there, because what nobody has been talking about is why was Reza Pahlavi at CPAC saying that on my signal the Iranian people will rise up.
Why haven't they?
That's what's happening today.
Where?
That's what's happening right now? I can find that
Yes.
right now.
And the guns that you gave to the Kurds and to the Iranian
Standing
people.
up.
I'm waiting today. It's like
Yeah, go to Reza Pahlavi. Yeah, go to his ex. He
It
put out
looks
a video calling. He put out a video calling for the Iranian
he
army
might have
to
done it,
rise
but
up.
No one in
So he
Iran
put out a
really
video,
needed
it's
to know
done.
that.
Yes. So he was. Why was
Game
he
over.
at the
He put out a
CPAC
video.
then?
It's over.
Why was
It's
he?
over.
Why was he at the
It's over.
CPAC? Why was he at the CPAC giving that speech then?
Because he wants to suck up to Trump in case he gets a chance. That doesn't mean the people are there
Yeah,
behind
suck
him.
up to Trump to get a chance. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
look at the other.
So
the
you'll
other
just
girl,
dismiss. You'll
the- well,
dismiss
no, no,
these.
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
you'll
no, no,
dismiss
no.
these counterclaims because why the fuck would the former?
Can I explain?
what-
Can I?
what-
Why the fuck
what-
would the former?
Yeah.
Well, you know the opposition leader to Venezuela is doing the same fucking thing because she wants to go in there and take Delcy.
Yeah, and who runs Venezuela now?
The
So
same
who
fucking-
will
the same
who will
fucking
run
regime that did
Iran?
before? The same.
Who will
fucking
run
regime
Iran?
that- The same fucking regime that does right before. That's what's happened to both of them. The same fucking regime. The number two.
So
and the
Pahlavi
regime
is
now
pro-Islamic.
running the country in both cases.
The
The number
Pahlavi is
two.
pro-Islamic.
He's not gonna fuck you. Why is suddenly he can do this out of no? Like Trump said, we've won this war multiple times, and that these
What
people are
happened
gonna
in
rise
January?
up, and now suddenly they're gonna rise up because this guy says so. Come on,
They
bro.
have been rising up countless times, and the regime were gunning down the things. 5 million Iranians rose up in January. You're ignorant
Yes.
on this topic
No, I'm
because
not
you hate
ignorant.
Trump.
What happened?
Yes, you are.
No, this is actually I have this.
You've no clue how Persians actually feel.
I have this in my intro.
And
to
you,
my debate.
you
In my
the
intro for
Irish
debate
man
tomorrow.
does.
I got this. This
Yes.
is in my intro for the debate tomorrow. Actually, they did rise up, and Trump said, "If you rise up, I'm gonna have your back." And guess what happened? They got fucking gunned down in the street. Why? Because Trump
5
didn't have
million.
their
Yeah.
back.
So you're saying like,
So-
where's
so-
this?
so
Where's
I
this
don't
rising?
know.
Where's
I
this
don't know.
rising?
You're saying I don't know. You're saying I
Where's
don't know.
you said where's this rising, and you're
Yes.
ignoring 5 million Iranians rose up.
That was
To
in
what you're now confirming, they
January.
gunned down their own
That
citizens.
was it. Yes, that was a.
You're saying
January.
where's the support going to come from? Where's Pahlavi going to get the support from? The
They already
Persian
got
people,
gunned.
the Iranian
Yes.
people.
Yes, they should have. They should have done all this and had their back the first time, because now everyone who saw that if you go out, it doesn't matter if they say they have your back. They don't. You're gonna get gunned down in the street.
So you're saying the Persians will not listen to Pahlavi?
I'm saying that why would they listen to, because Trump's got their back? That's what they heard last time. Why would they listen to
Pahlavi has put out a message. Check his X account.
So then why can't
Watch
I find
the
it?
video. No, you're not. Watch the video of
I don't need
Pahlavi,
to
the
watch
speech
it.
that he just gave,
I
the
don't
video
give
that
a
he just
fuck
gave.
what some guy gave a speech.
Exactly. You
I
don't give a
care what's
fuck.
happening-
You don't
I
give a
care
fuck because you
what's happening
don't
on the
understand
ground.
what's going on.
Yeah, no, I see what's happening on the ground, and that speech hasn't resulted to any fucking thing happening on the ground right now. That's what I'm saying.
Do you have
I don't
evidence of
care
that?
about the speech if it doesn't happen, if nothing happens.
Do you have evidence of that?
Do you have evidence that something? I can't have evidence that nothing's happened.
Yeah,
Evidence
because
that something
they
happened.
sent them weapons.
No, you're making the claim. You're
Why?
making the claim.
Why
You
would they
have-
send them weapons?
No, you're making the positive claim that people are going to rise up when he said something. He said something. So show me the proof that people are rising up.
Okay, so at CPAC, he said on my signal,
And now he
I will
put it out.
instruct you.
And you just said he put it out on X.
Listen.
Okay.
On my signal, he said at CPAC, on my signal, the Iranian people will rise up and overthrow this regime. And then Trump says this whole thing of like, maybe it might be revolutionarily wonderful in his tweet. Who knows? He said in his tweet. America's given guns to the Kurds and to the Iranian people. And you're saying, this is definitely not going to happen. Who the fuck is Pahlavi?
Hold on. I heard. Hold on. Did you hear that dono from Jungle? They said that he wanted to hear Down syndrome Pete speak easy. He wanted
That's
to
a
hear
huge dono.
That was a Down syndrome Pete dono.
Oh shit, I stepped away for a minute. My bad. Look at this. Wait. Is this hot seat thing difficult or in the realm of annoying for the person in it? If so, or whatever the feeling, sit that adverse character inside of it and light it up. Seems a little giddy this evening. Let's fucking go. Shout out to you, Jungle. I appreciate that one. And let me give you one of these. Hold up. Big money Wayne.
He said that was for Down syndrome Pete. Remember, I have control of his money bar. Right? That's Down syndrome Pete.
Oh wait, he wanted a Down syndrome Pete.
I just said it without juicing, topping this at my lifestyle. I just said it for true that I don't even know if you go without the beginning.
Let's fucking go. And you know what that means, chat, because we are past the dono bar is filled. We are doing a hot seat. So let me see. It's 12:19 now. So in the next 15 minutes. So if you want to be a part of the hot seat, get your asses up here.
Yeah, I gotta go now, guys.
Nah. You stay right there. Yeah, but in the next 15 minutes or so, anyone who wants to be on the hot seat.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? I know he's gone.
Though, because this conversation's good. I like this conversation. Go ahead. Sorry, whoever I interrupted.
Yeah, you I interrupted Terriak and Chubbs down here, and they were going through some kind of hoobly legal.
He was telling me how
nobody can talk tonight. Just admit it.
He was talking about how some guy was going to.
I'm a little.
This is great.
A little under the Pepsi.
Or something.
Under the Malort.
He's chocolate wasted.
I don't know if he knows what he might know what Malort is.
Dude, I hate to tell you this, but I do have what is that? Guilty pleasure. They have, ever been to Costco? So they have these things. I keep them by my desk. They're the s'mores. And dude,
I
yeah,
fucking love
Those are-
Costco.
they're
those are-
very-
No
those-
shit.
Costco-
That's the
yeah,
best store on the
Costco.
fucking
Those are-
planet.
those are
100%.
those are very dangerous items right there. So
It is
Yeah.
why I
Costco
don't
is
keep
capitalism
shopping
at
too
its
much,
best.
'cause if I have
You
too much
can't leave
stock
You
without
pay
around,
money
I
to
don't.
shop there, and they fucking and everything is fucking awesome.
yeah, it's pretty bad.
I
That-
go in for $1.50 hot dog and a drink and spend $100 on other stuff every time. Can't
Yeah.
not do it.
The chicken bake is nothing to.
Oh, the chicken bake's fire too.
Chicken bake is
Well,
fire.
we moved topics to Costco. That was my fault. Now we're back on no war. Terriak, cross current. Fight.
Hey, but Avarice, we all love Costco. We all have something in common, right? No matter what other problems we have
Everybody
Costco.
loves Costco.
Examination. Hide your Sam's Club card. You could be one of us tonight.
No, he's an executive member. I know. I can tell.
Yeah, I just go to Aldi. It's really sad.
I love Aldi's. That's
Hey,
my favorite place
yeah.
to go.
Oh, well, you just got done with Costco as your favorite place to go with dangerous items.
Well, they have dangerous items, right? But I like Aldi's to go get like my everyday groceries, like my vegetables.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, nukes are
So you-
bad.
yeah,
We don't
you-
want Iran to use them. We don't want Israel to use them out of panic. We don't want. So I think that it's good to do sub-nuke military action. I think we should just bomb the power plants, destroy the oil, and leave and say, "See you in 200 years."
What if there was a deal on the table?
Like what kind of deal?
Like a deal where they
Are
offer
you talking to me here? What kind of deal we got?
like no, seriously,
We're talking Aldi. We're talking Costco.
We got a little out here.
We're talking
Tell you what, we'll give you Costco in Iran, all right? You give us the oil, and you stop the communist regime, but you get Costco, all right?
Not gonna lie, that's actually probably a good deal for
Yeah,
Iran.
It's okay.
And
they were
Trump is the
probably-
guy
we-
to do it.
Listen, we did win Russia with Pizza Hut. It's the same
True.
thing.
So no,
But we won South Korea with guns,
what if
with
they
boots on the ground.
What if they had agreed to
We have
give up?
and we have Samsung now.
What if they had agreed to give up the nuclear material?
Yeah,
All
if
of
we
it.
can verify they give their nuclear material for cash or something like that, then sure. Yeah, and if you want to
What-
say that that's what Obama did, sure. Then
What if
great.
no. What if the president of Oman and the English negotiator, British negotiator, said that deal was on the table the day that Iran hadn't agreed to it the day we bombed them for the second time.
Okay, so let me get this straight. The president, the leadership of Oman had said that was the deal we had on the table, and we refused it.
No, he came out that morning and said that deal was on the table, and we bombed them later that day.
Later that day.
After
Interesting.
he came out and said that, the president of Oman, who we picked to be the negotiator, and a British negotiator confirmed it.
Yeah,
That Iran had offered to give up all of its nuclear material.
yeah. If we could verify that they would be giving it up,
They obviously wanted things too. They wanted the release of their sanctions. They wanted some money for it and some other things. But I think that's a pretty good starting point where we don't bomb people if that's true.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
This regime has killed tens of thousands of its own citizens, and now you're saying, well, this regime's not that bad. We should listen to them and have a deal with them. Are you fucking retarded?
If
I'm
that's the
worried
thing,
about
if we
American
can
lives, not
verify, that's the
Iranian-
question.
Yeah, no, of course. There's more to it than that, but that would be a framework where you would probably say maybe we should feel this out and discuss it more and not just bomb them, right?
Yeah, so basically, Iran, this supposed ceasefire deal that Trump was forced to accept by the Iranian government, part of it is acceptance of Iran's uranium enrichment.
Yeah,
Lifting all the
there's no
sanctions
way-
from
I'm
the
just
country.
gonna read out I'll read out the Iran's 10-point peace plan. I'll make it like simple for everyone. So first, number one, immediate ceasefire between Iran, the U.S., Israel, and allied forces. Number two, U.S. guarantee of non-aggression toward Iran in the future. 3, complete
That's a big
lifting of the U.S. sanctions, both primary and secondary. 4, recognition of Iran's
big
right
one.
to enrich uranium. 5, the end to the UN and IAEA restrictions or resolutions that are targeting Iran. 6, release of frozen Iranian assets that are held abroad. 7, U.S. military withdrawal from the Middle East region.
Oh, come
8,
on, my dude.
compensation from the U.S. for war damages.
It's total surrender.
9, Iranian control over oversight of the Strait of Hormuz,
And a pony.
including possibly charging shipping fees. And then 10, an unbacked agreement making the deal legally binding.
Yeah, so
Part of the
so,
deal.
cross current. One sec. Cross current. Do you believe that Trump signed that deal?
No, of course not. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
We don't have no fucking deal.
So Iran's gonna be free.
That's what I'm saying.
Let us make more nukes, and in the future, you can't come here and do anything about it. You gotta leave. Come, give me a break.
We're gonna go in with the new
Avarice. Sign off on that.
Hold on, we're gonna go in with the new Avarice 10-point plan. All right. So 1, they release the use of oil for $20 per barrel. All right. This is a new one.
Can we keep it at 60 and split the profit amongst American citizens?
Number 2, hold on. Number 2, the U.S. will release the rights of Costco into Iran sections.
Fuck yeah.
This is number 3. We were told that Iran has an amazing entertainment section of roller coasters. We would like the roller coasters builders from Iran over in America because there's nothing we'd like more than awesome roller coasters. Number 5, Iran will release.
I like how he skipped 4. He goes from 3 to 5.
Sorry, I did skip 4. 4. There we go. America will give over Kellogg's cereal to Iran for the starving children. That's very important. Get the points. Number 5, Iran will release the strait to American use where we can uphold with our own naval security forces. All right, number 6.
Call it the Strait of America.
The Strait of America. Yeah. Number 6, we will provide Iran with Adidas. This is a new one. Kids need shoes. All right. Commerce, by the way. This is how we won them over. Number 8.
So you're basically Trump. You're basically Trump and like LeBron James put together. That's what I'm hearing.
As long as we get the roller coasters, I don't see how this is a problem. Okay.
The roller coasters is definitely the most important aspect of the negotiation.
It's a very important part of this negotiation. Speakeasy, could you think of anything more important than a roller coaster?
A hot seat.
I'll give you one, Avarice. Fireworks. Fireworks.
Yes, huge fireworks that go green in the night.
Shit blowing up. That's bright. That's boom.
Listen, this is all stupid. It doesn't matter if we sign it or not. We should go to war. This is the original topic we're going to stand on.
Can we agree that that was a bad deal? That was a stupid deal?
Again, this is why we don't.
Thank you.
We don't. We had an agreement for no new wars. That's why we voted Trump. This is
That's why you voted Trump. I voted Trump to end the Transformers kids.
To end the Transformer kids.
Yes.
He didn't run. You're saying that.
I mean, there are other benefits like not having Kamala, not having Biden, not having all those stooges in there. But it's like at the end of the day,
you're right. I just voted. I
just want everybody to know. I just want everybody to realize. So this with the Strait of Hormuz opening, the only agreement right now is that between U.S. and Iran, doesn't even include Israel here. U.S. and Iran agreed to a temporary 2-week ceasefire. Iran says it will allow safe passage for ships through the strait during that period. So all it's saying is they're going to open it up for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Art of the deal.
So we got 2 weeks of what was already open.
No. It was blocked.
No, before the war.
No, before the war.
Oh,
It
you're
was
saying
open.
before
Yeah.
the war.
Yeah. So the end result is we're getting a 2-week going back to what it was before. And actually, this kind of points to when you asked earlier, Speakeasy, I think you
And
asked
then
Connor
what is-
and them. You asked them if there was a way that we could have done this or another person. I don't want to sit here and say what president or who could have or whatever, but I think that if we were going to do it, clearly the Strait of Hormuz has been their biggest card, for lack of a better word, to play. And we should have been anticipating it, talking to our allies to build their reserves and planning this in secret for a while, or at least planning a way to keep it open before we just started randomly bombing them and taking out people.
Or like
here's another
years.
thing I'm seeing with this
Years.
Here's another problem I'm seeing with this deal. If it's the U.S. and Iran that agree, but also Iran has warned that if fighting resumes, the passage could be restricted again within that 2 weeks. What is Israel going to do?
They're going to hit them.
What are they going to hit him with?
Well, they were going to attack with or
Oh,
without
I
us.
think re-examination's pointing out it's going to be American made weapons.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm saying like if we're really paranoid about Israel flying off the handle and going too far, who's to say that they're not going to use the nukes of their own? They have nukes of their own, and if we think that we're more likely to show restraint, like Biden wanted to restrain, say, Netanyahu from sending troops into Rafah back during the Biden administration, then wouldn't we want to be the ones who are running point on that instead of Israel, who would be more trigger happy than we are?
So we have to capitulate to Israel because they have a nuke?
Don't we capitulate? Isn't the point of nukes to have a power balance of sorts? And so if we want to not have that,
Yeah, but we have a
them go to
nuke.
that-
They have a nuke? We have a nuke. Why are we capitulating?
Because
And
we're
they
playing
take out-
because we're playing
We're the
police.
people-
and they're
Talking
not.
about the rules of
playing
mutual
police.
destruction. It's
Yeah,
because
I'm
both
saying- I'm
countries
saying-
know that if they launch nukes at each other, they're both done.
Yeah, but what
Yeah,
I'm
but if
saying
Iran or North Korea launches a nuke at us, like it's not mutually assured destruction.
it's assured destruction for them.
Yeah, exactly.
But still not
Not
worth the
necessarily,
cost of
right?
whoever they hit. Might as well.
Maybe not. But my point is,
Are you
we
telling
can't
me?
tell
Hey,
Israel what
hang
to
on.
do because they have a
Re-examination.
nuke?
Re-examination.
lot
Are
more
you
than
telling me that like Middle America is not going to shed a tear if San Francisco gets hit?
No, I didn't say that at all. I'm saying it's not the fact that there's a risk. If we see that there are motions going towards a strike, and we have good reasons to believe that there were, then we should do what we can to put an end to it. I'm not saying that they wouldn't share a tear. In fact, the opposite.
No, what I'm saying is that why? So because Israel can threaten, hey, if you don't do this, or you don't let us do this, we can shoot off a nuke at any time. So
No,
we're
what I'm
gonna-
saying is if you believe that Israel is trigger happy and hawkish to the max, then you would have more incentive to be the one to say, "Hold up, we have
I don't think they're just trying to cause.
Here,
all-out
let me
destruction.
let
I
me
think they're very-
also. Sorry, I just want to
yeah.
also add into this. Netanyahu says that U.S.-Iran ceasefire does not include Israel and does not apply to Israel's war with Hezbollah in Lebanon. They're still fighting. Attacks
Of course they're
launched
still
right
fighting.
around the time that this deal was announced.
Yeah, they've been bombing Tehran since this happened. Like Israel's bombing them still. It's not like speculation; it's happening.
Yeah,
Yes,
they're,
no,
they're
but
still
there's-
fighting right now.
Yes, Iran after the deal apparently, or Iran fired missiles into Tel Aviv.
Well, no, what it says here, no, actually, so Benjamin Netanyahu said that this truce doesn't apply to Israel's war with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the strikes that happened around the time the announcement came from Israel were already planned to happen that way. They were underway. So like he's literally admitting, yeah, they have a deal going on. That doesn't stop us from our war with Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Yeah.
So they're still fighting, and they're gonna be like, I don't know, I don't know if how this doesn't affect them saying, well, fuck it, we're not we're not letting everybody through then.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is I don't think Israel's going to go out and nuke them. I think they're going to provoke them and provoke them and provoke them and provoke them until we get drugged back into it again. Because eventually they're going to say, okay, well, U.S., you're helping them do this. We're going to bomb you. And
Okay,
Russia's
fair enough.
helping them do that.
Yeah,
So
that's
that would
just
be my thing.
conditional if you're the kind of person who think, which you aren't necessarily, but if there's anybody out there who thinks, well, Israel just crazy and they're just going to pull every trigger they can, then I was addressing those who might have that.
Oh, and those
perspective.
people are out there. I understand that. That's just
Yeah.
not. That wouldn't be where I'm coming from on it.
Sure. So Costco. No kidding.
I still want to know when he's going to tell the.
So we
when
all
he's gonna-
agree.
I
no new
legit
war,
think
proving
sending
that
Costco
avarice
to
and
Iran is the best.
Yeah, so
is the
perfect.
best
Yeah, so we all agreed.
So-
Just Costco, no new war. Cross current avarice has won this debate. The 3v2 is over.
I didn't hear a lot about bass guitar and his overall assessment of the war, though. He made some interjections, but I didn't hear his overall
it's
assessment.
okay. Cross current and I will take the W tonight. You're welcome. It is now
By
time for the
force.
hot seat, anyways. So it was
Oh,
fantastic being here.
I didn't know you were ringleading tonight, Avarice, but you know.
Well, listen, I'm just watching the clock, and we're only 7 minutes past. All right.
Fair
And
enough.
so I'm just assuming. I'm making assumptions. All right.
Well, hey, we can strike based on assumptions, right?
Yeah. Well, you know,
Well,
I'm
you,
just saying.
you know what
that we
happens
won.
when you
We won.
assume.
I'm just saying we won. Right.
You
Cross current
destroy
and I,
power
we clearly-
plants and
we
take the
clearly
oil,
won.
or destroy it. That's what
Listen,
happened.
we
You
don't
assume?
have
Yeah,
problem.
you sound like
we
the
just-
Iranian regime with this. We won the war. We won the war.
Trump's
This is
saying the
a
same
post.
thing.
This is
Trump's
this
saying the
is
same
this is a
thing.
post. Yeah, 400
Well,
to 1
that explains
KDR.
why Trump said praise Allah.
400
He's
to 1
converted.
kill death ratio.
No,
With the-
it's actually
where's
kinda
Khomeini?
funny.
Where's
Because
Khomeini?
He's hiding
Khomeini's
because
dead. He got blown up. Okay.
his son's
So here's a
running it
post
now.
set out. Here's a post set out by Trump just 36 minutes ago. He says, "A big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough," which is what the protesters have been saying. Likewise, so
They've
has
had enough,
everyone
and
else.
we need
The
Costco and
United
Iran.
States of
And this
America
is
will be
why
helping
we
with the
ought to
traffic
trade
buildup
the
in the
gas
Strait of
for
Hormuz.
You realize
There will be
this-
lots of
bro,
positive action.
Kirkland's
Big money will
signature
be made.
save
Iran can
us
start
from
the
Iran
reconstruction
like
process.
pizza
We'll be
saved us
loading
from
up with
Russia.
supplies of all kinds
And
and
this
just
is why you
hanging
take out
around
the
in order to make sure that
leprechaun
everything
named
goes well.
Terriak
I
by
feel
making
confident
sure
that
you
it will.
talk over him
Just like we are
while he
experiencing in the
talks during
US,
his debate.
this could be the golden
This is
age of
the
the Middle
only
East.
way to make
President
sure
Donald Trump.
you clearly win
So
against
notice the way
Terriak.
notice the way that he overtalked me reading out Trump's post. Because he doesn't want the truth to be revealed. Because he knows that his position is just a troll position.
Okay, did we win?
is-
Wait. When did we win this war? What day did we win this war? Do you think, Terriak? And
400 to 1
KD.
KDR. 400 to 1 KDR. Entire leadership
No,
blown
what
the fuck
day
up.
did we win the war? There has to. What day? What was the objective, and what day did we win?
Okay, where does this question take us?
Just
Let's say
I'm-
yesterday. Let's say yesterday.
Well, because Trump said it like 12 times over the last 12 days or some shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And we haven't
So
been
it's
sick of
pointless
winning
question.
since.
I've got. See,
Yeah.
after the third day, he said the war was won. So you want me to take
Yes,
everything?
because you blew up the leadership.
That doesn't. So we won the war.
We
because
have this 400 to 1 KDR.
the
And you're
eight-
still like, but Iran, the regime is dangerous.
What
We
did
have
we
Katie-
accomplish?
You guys
War
over
isn't
there
a
playing
Halo
Call
game.
of Duty.
Halo
Yeah,
game,
war's not a
sir.
Halo game, bro. You can't. It's not about the KDR.
So let me ask you this: if you took like
No, I'm
something that
asking you,
was
who do you
bad-
think is beating the shit out of the other one? Do you think Iran's really a threat
Oh,
when you're
there's
at a
no-
400 to
no,
1
there's
KDR? You
Again,
wiped out
the
their
reason
Navy, you
why
wiped
we
out their
don't-
Air
we
Force,
don't need-
and you
again,
pussies are sitting here
proving
going,
They're
"Bro,
not a
put
threat.
Iran
Prove we don't
down."
need
Mission
to go to war.
accomplished.
No, prove
Mission
we don't need to go to
accomplished.
war because
Mission
they're not a
accomplished.
threat.
Mission
they're-
accomplished.
yeah, if
Mission
mission's
accomplished.
accomplished,
When,
if
when,
Mission
the, when
accomplished.
the Iranians rise up
Mission
and overthrow that
accomplished.
dog shit
Mission
government.
accomplished.
God
Mission
bless
accomplished.
America.
This is just a montage of faux patriotism right now.
from an Irishman.
Land
accomplished.
Ireland will save us all.
JK.
Is Donald Trump Irish?
No.
Yeah, then respect your fucking president, you cunt.
He's
Did you, say
Scottish.
that when- did you respect Biden when he was the president?
Biden was
I'll
the president.
ask you to respect your president. He is your president right now, so respect your fucking president if you are American.
I don't
You're
know.
a traitor.
Yeah, I don't know.
Respecting
I
him.
don't know.
You're a traitor.
We
You
I don't know
betrayed the
what-
stars and the
again.
stripes.
I said if we're in war, I will still be
I support our troops and our
supporting the
military.
troops in the war. But I if we had to sit here and debate, should we not go to war or should we go to war? I'm going to sit here and debate. We ought not be in war. I don't want American soldiers dead. Even one, we were on a campaign of no new wars. This is what we've been saying the whole time, and you're sitting here trying to speak across the fucking
So
land
if
on
you say
America.
no new
Hold
wars
on.
and someone
You're-
attacks your
you're-
country,
you're here
would you
speaking-
say no?
hold
We
on,
can't fight this war because
you
we
know we're gonna
promised
fit- you
no
know,
new
this is why
wars.
you're not
Who
trying to look
attacked
at land
the
this.
US?
And here you are
Who attacked us?
speaking
Who attacked
on
us?
It's a
American
dog shit
politics,
excuse.
and you
Who
aren't
attacked
even
us?
one of us.
Who
You haven't
attacked
even
It's a dog
served-
shit excuse.
Hey, Terriak, have you served
Who
for our
attacked us?
It's a
nation?
dog shit
Terriak, have you
excuse.
served our nation?
Irrelevant.
Terriak, have you served for our nation?
You can
Irrelevant.
join.
Can you get
Have you
pregnant?
Attacked.
Can you get
served for-
pregnant? So why the fuck
Have-
you make an abortion
have
argument
you
if you can't get pregnant?
Have you
Shut your
served for
fucking
our
mouth.
nation? Have you served for our
Shut
nation?
your fucking
Have you
mouth.
served for our nation? So you know what it's like to be an American?
Do you know what it's like to be a woman? Why are you talking about abortion?
Yeah, actually, do you know what
You
it's like to be a
fucking
woman?
clown.
I know what it's like to be a woman. Yeah, I know what it's like. I know,
You look like a trans lesbian.
Yeah, I know what it's like to be a woman.
It comes out. It took it up to this point to find the truth out about avarice.
Yeah, right. I know
I
what
thought
it's
his
like.
name was
man.
Ava Rice.
Yeah, I have
The
I have a
truth shall
wife. And
set
she
ye
tell-
free.
I have a wife, and she tells me all the time. My slave, she tells me all the time.
Anyway, I don't think there's any Swords of Reason episodes coming up saying should troops die. Nobody wants troops to die, so that's a non-point.
Again,
The
then
point
we shouldn't go to war.
Okay, again,
All the
again,
points
yes,
are
discrimination.
it's like
I
this whole
think-
thing, the
I
whole
think this is
attitude
the
that
best-
Avarice has is if Trump says no new wars and Russia invades Alaska, well, we can't fight that war because Trump said no new wars. That's your
Obviously,
logic.
that
Again, they didn't invade Alaska. Tell me when they
Obviously, that would be
invaded
different.
Alaska.
Yeah.
Tell me when they
Yes,
invaded
obviously
Alaska.
that's defensive. We're obviously going to defend.
know what a
ourselves if we're
hypothetical is,
being
Avarice?
invading.
Again, I said if they come in like they did at Pearl Harbor, then sure, I'm more than happy to go to
Hey,
war.
Terry,
Terry,
No
give me an
new wars,
example of a
Avarice.
hypothetical.
Terry,
No new
Terry,
wars, Avarice.
No, you can't control what other people do. That's
Ah.
the thing. It was about starting new wars. No
Yeah.
new wars wasn't. No
Well, you
new-
can. You can control. You can
No
control
new-
what the
no, no.
Iranian regime done.
listen,
You
Terry,
blow
Terry,
those
Terry.
motherfuckers out of the water because
Terry,
you're
Show 'em with
goddamn
firepower.
America.
No, Terry.
Team America. America,
they-
fuck yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't listen to what the fuck they were saying because when they said no new wars, they were also talking about having the most lethal military for defense to make sure that when people, so that no one can come here to protect our borders. That's what they were
Yep.
running on. I didn't even vote for him.
Yeah.
I know what
we
they were
defend
running
our
on, at
allies.
least.
We defend our allies.
Yep.
No,
Because this is the fucked up
wait,
thing as
we
well.
don't.
What
they
they
said-
say is
no,
like
they said they
Israel
wanted
United
to
controls
States does not
America.
defend
But
itself.
all
I
America has to do
don't-
is just
I'm
leave
done.
the Middle East, withdraw all their troops from the Middle East
I'm
and
done.
their
I'm
ships.
done.
out.
We got-
Israel's
We
fucked.
got 20 in from
Grassroots
Grassroots Hedgeman says Americans love to worry about the exit strategy. We can exit will. The simple truth is we have crippled Iran infrastructurally and put them 15 years in the past, and the total cost was some of Trump's political capital.
And
Right.
13 U.S. soldiers.
Yeah, so Trump wants to win the midterms. This is going to put him underwater. It already has put him
It's going to
underwater.
put him
in the
underwater.
polls.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to put him underwater.
sure.
It's going to be a blue wave, and I don't think he would have done that unless he thought he had really, 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 really good reasons to do it, because it's going to sacrifice his PR in a huge way, and he doesn't really
There's-
treasure anything above his PR.
Unless he thought there was
Come on,
something.
come on.
Unless- wait,
Re-examination.
whoa.
I know you understand what you're okay.
Go ahead, base. I got tomorrow to do whatever I want, so go ahead.
No, there's no way Trump is thinking like that far ahead. He's not a chess player. Come on, he's
Okay.
checkers at most. Come
Okay,
on.
well, let's just Trump dumb. Trump dumb. No, Trump no think because Trump dumb. But what I'm saying is, I think he knows what goes in the polls, right? He knows that what plays to his audience. He knows that he can't keep saying, for example, For a while,
But
he
he
was
still
trying.
did
He
this
was
war.
trying to. For a while, he
Dave,
was
I gotta
trying to
jump in.
defend the vaccine because that was his Can you say that anymore? He was trying to defend the shot because he thought that that was his shot, and he was trying to pitch it, and it was wonderful in Operation Warp Speed. But his base went against him, and he's like, you know what? I can't really talk about that anymore. It has no credibility with people. It has no credibility with my base. So he stopped. So yes, he does have some foresight, but just saying Trump couldn't have thought that because Trump dumb. I don't think that carries water.
No. But and to Base's point here, so you're telling me that they had no plan for opening the Strait of Hormuz or keeping it out of Iran, shutting it down, and you think he had foresight in this war? Like the one major thing that
No,
Iran
I'm talking
has the
about
ability to do?
about PR. So let's say he had
So
no
he's
foresight.
got no military foresight.
Let's say
foresight.
What does he love more than his PR?
No, I agree. I would actually
There you
agree
go.
with that
That's
he has
it.
more PR
That's
insight.
it.
And,
Right.
But see, here's the thing. Trump said, if you look back at his old tweets, he said that Obama's going to start a war because he's worried about losing of the midterms. He doesn't want to lose an election, and people always get a boost when they start. When politicians get a boost when they go to war. He said that back when Obama was the president, tweeted it out multiple times. So he probably thought he was going to get the rally around the flag effect and get a boost, and that he thought it would help him. Poorly. He also thinks that they also told him like 100% of MAGA believe or 99% of MAGA, but it was self-identified MAGA people agree with this war. So
yeah, but he should have done it around election time or closer to election time because he knows the fact that he did it this early in the year. He knows it's going to drop. Everybody knows it's going to drop the further you stay in a war. And it's also
about electoral politics like so far in advance.
Do you think he fired Pam Bondi because he wanted to, or because she's highly unpopular?
I think he was trying to get her out of testifying at the because she's subpoenaed for a week from today.
Well, but he doesn't have that foresight, does he?
No, I think people around him have that foresight. I think.
Okay, so he has advisors telling him, "Hey, Iran's a problem. Let's go in." He says yes because even though he knows war is highly unpopular, he also knows that he's supposed to be the non-war candidate. And if he's supposed to be the non-war candidate, and he sees how hypocrisy on the shot got him in trouble, he should also know that hypocrisy on war would get him in trouble. So he must have thought that there was good reason to do it anyway, this early, this far out from the midterms.
Yeah, there's a lot of heat on the Epstein files. Personally, that's what I think. He had to take some of that off of him.
Fair enough. But that doesn't take away from the fact that the Epstein files are what? A loss at the polls versus what? A loss at the polls with war, which is supposed to make it better in the long term?
Honestly, I think because everyone told him that Venezuela won't be as easy, and it was fairly easy. That was actually a very impressive operation.
Super easy, barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, no, that it was incredibly. It's impressive, but I think that kind of got his confidence a little bit up when a lot of people were telling him no. He said no, do it anyway, and it worked. I think he thought, well, I'm going to be right. I can do this, and they didn't have a plan for the Strait of Hormuz, so at the very least, they didn't have foresight on that, and that's why we're about to hit. Their biggest problem at the polls is going to be gas prices.
Yeah,
I think diesel is 16 cents off the record right now. 16 cents away from the record, and has jumped 16 cents in the last week. So we could be a week away from over Joe Biden diesel prices.
Oh yeah, and that's the most likely scenario. We're going to get destroyed at the gas pump. But what I'm saying is, let's say all that's true. He didn't have foresight with anything else. It would still be true that he knows that war is unpopular. He's been campaigning on the fact that wars are unpopular, especially Iraq, especially Middle East, all that kind of stuff. So all of his past rhetoric, except for Iran, has been this, and with good reason. There has been a lot of, even during the mid-2000s, Democrats are always saying, why did we go to Iraq? We should have gone to Iran. Iran was funding our enemies. Iraq was not. And then all of a sudden, overnight in 2026, it's like, why are we in Iran? It's like, what have you seen for the past 2 decades?
No, I don't. There's the difference between fighting Iran and going into Iran, right?
What?
And doing like this is an escalation from where we've been, correct? Like we're in a hot war with them as where we weren't before.
Right, but I don't remember any qualifications in the mid-2000s about what kind of war we'd be going into with Iran as a response to 9/11.
In the mid-2000s, I was 16, so I don't know what to make that.
Well, I was 14, and I was paying attention. They were saying, why Democrats were always saying, why didn't we go to Iran? Why are we beating the war drums for Iraq? I was listening to talk radio and Rush Limbaugh and all those guys, MSNBC, ever since I was like a kid.
I can tell you, what do you think? What changed since then? What do you think changed since then that makes people less likely to go to the war in the Middle East?
Oh yeah, lots of failed operations,
That
lots
whole
of things.
war, that whole
I get
war
it.
they went into.
Right, and that's why Trump would know that this is an unpopular move, which makes me think that maybe he had good reason to go through with it anyway, even with his advisors, even with the polls, even with the midterms at stake, which he wouldn't. I mean, we are a war-weary nation, and he really detected the fact that we were a war-weary nation, and that's how he clocked Jeb Bush so easily in those debates, and the regimes that and the other people in the GOP.
Why can't he explain to us what this big threat is? That the reason why is it some big secret that they have not sold this well at all. And you brought up to your point about how he had these advisors. When they decided to do this, they kept JD Vance and Tulsi Gabbard in a different place, and they did this from Mar-a-Lago. So they kept the very people that would have told them that were preaching, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. They kept them away from the room when they went to go do this. So it's which advisors are you listening to? And I think we would all agree that not everyone around the president that's willing to do enough to get that much power. Isn't all of them don't have our best interests at heart, and some people are looking out for their friends or themselves. Are they listening to the right ones now? Because JD and Tulsi weren't in the room when they decided to do this.
Sure, but just out of curiosity, what do you think his motivational structure is, if it's not his legacy and trying to win bigly at the midterms?
No, I think it's a combination of wanting to distract from a lot of bad press. He's always willing to take big risks to change the narrative, negative or positive. And I think it's a legacy thing, because if it was easy to do this, he could say he wasn't going to get the Nobel Peace Prize, but he could say, well, look, I got all of the world's oil under American control. So that's why I think he wants to do it. And I don't think it's an imminent threat from Iran at all.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get the oil in Iran. I think if he was smarter than he currently
just like
is.
if I just said it in the chat there, but I'm seeing a lot of it happening, like a lot of different things on X here. Apparently, so not only like are a lot of American soldiers leaving the Middle East, the Iranian people and people in the Iranian government are claiming victory after the ceasefire was announced, and
to be clear, even though
claiming that Trump ceded over the Strait of Hormuz to them, and within hours of the announcement, yes, they actually sent in a bunch of missiles into Tel Aviv.
Yeah, so to be clear, I'm not saying that they're telling the truth there. I'm saying
No, I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying this is what is allegedly being said.
I'm saying the next 48 hours.
There's a lot of crazy footage on X right now that's
the next 48 hours are going to be really messy.
Yikes.
I do also want to bring up.
There's a video here on X of like American soldiers coming home, and like one of the soldiers like says, "Why were we fighting Iran for Israel? If Iran wants peace, we do too." And like it's on camera. The soldiers saying it. It's not like just made up, right? So like that's pretty wild. Jack of Blades, welcome. 6 minutes, chat. We're starting the hot seat. The chat. This conversation was really good, so I was letting it roll a little more.
Yeah, and I will say there's a major oil. I know Connor was saying about 30 days or something. He thinks it's going to be bad. I think from today it's like 18 to 20. What it is they have these underground like vats that hold the oil, right? And they have porous rocks in there to keep it stable, and it's running through, and it's at a certain flow rate. So what I was reading is these things, once they fill up and they have to stop it, that flow, they're built and it's filled up with those porous rocks in such a way that if you stop it and then start flowing it again, it shifts them, and they'll never actually get up to the same output because everything shifts. So the flow rate of it pumping, actually, you go down from like you go down a couple, like 10 to 12% per day that they can actually pump because those rocks shift and fuck up the flow rate. So they're saying that we're 18 to 20 days away from permanently slowing down the ability of them to push out oil from the Gulf areas.
So I'm reading right here the statement on the Middle East ceasefire. This was that was what Australia released. 1 second. I just had the where's what Trump released? Shit. Where did I go? I hate X sometimes. 1 second.
Hey Grok, why does X suck?
Yeah, for real. Sorry, let me go ahead and find it again because apparently this is another
huge super chat.
There is a lot of them claiming victory, right? Like a lot, like Iranian news. It's actually pretty fucked up.
Just keep that in your head. They're claiming that Trump was like, yeah, you can keep enriching uranium. We won, guys. What does that sound like? Sounds like a lie.
Where the? Oh wait, let me just go over here. Go back like this. My shit. Why is everything going fucking slow now? What's going on here? That sounds like a lie, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're like, there's a lot of people like bragging about it. And then like it shows, I'm seeing a lot of footage of like a bunch of missiles hit Israel.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
All right, here we go. White House official statement of Iran. Tehran, 7th of April, 2026. On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, he, Prime Minister of the Pakistan Sheriff, and he, Field Marshal Munir, for their tireless efforts to end the war in the region. In response to the brotherly request of PM Sheriff in his tweet, and considering the request by the U.S. For negotiations based on its 15-point proposal as well, announcement by POTUS about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations. I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease fire or cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations.
Oh, real quick, Speakeasy. I am being kicked from the panel, so I will gracefully depart.
Why?
Oh, because a guy paid $100, so he's requesting my departure. Apparently, there's a fatwa on my head in the chat.
Wait, what?
Yeah, check it out. Check it out. I was like, whoa, big super chat. And it was like, by the way, die.
Well, actually, yeah, you can kick people off the panel. That is true.
Yep.
Cool. You have anything you want to say before you go? And thank you, Jungle, for that big $100 super chat, legend.
Yes. Well, I'm glad the opposite side does not feel threatened by two people arguing against them. I will gratefully take my leave and get some sleep for tomorrow. It's been a pleasure discussing with you guys. Avarice, Crosscurrent, Bass Guitar, good to see you again. Jack of Blades, good to see you. Terriak.
Yeah.
You guys have fun. Speak
too,
easy.
sir.
Thank you so much for hosting, as always. And I'll see you in the next one.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. And there he goes. Thank you, Jungle, for the big 100. I appreciate you big time. And look at that. It's 101. It is time for the hot seat. All right. So anyone who didn't get up here, get your ass up here real quick if you want to be a part of the hot seat, because it is that time, ladies and gentlemen.
Step in the light. Flames don't lie. Pressure's on. Can you handle the sky? No time to fade. No place to hide. Truth burns bright when the worlds collide. Feel the fire, feel the beat. You're burning up in the hot seat. Truth or flame, no retreat. Step up, speed. Feel the heat. Clock's ticking, clock's stripping, lights so loud. One shot, one truth, make your words proud. The crowd's leaning in, the moment sweet. Now show the world you can stand the heat. Smoke in the air. No time to cheat. 'Cause legends rise in the hot seat.
All right, everybody, welcome to the hot seat. This is the final gauntlet of the night. Okay, this is the segment where the pressure goes up, the answers get tighter, and the truth comes out whether you're ready or not. Okay, here's how it works. We've got 4 rounds, each one with its own rules. Each one gets a little hotter than the last. Okay, so round 1 is the trap card round. These questions are designed to force everyone to roast each other, respectively. Sorry, respectfully. But savagely, of course. Giving short answers, 1 to 3 sentences, no dodging, no ducking, no monologues. There can be some crosstalk, but when I say to move to the next one, we go to the next one. And then round 2 is deep thought. So this is where we switch gears. The questions go outside the box. They'll be philosophical, creative, whatever I decide for tonight. And then you get same thing, get a few sentences, give your answer. Panel can bounce off each other, but keep it tight. And when I say to move on, we move to the next person. And then round 3 is the lightning round. Okay, fast, brutal, no explanations. You answer in 1 word or 1 sentence max. All right, no crosstalk. And if you hesitate, chat's gonna roast you. All right, and I probably will too. And then round 4 is save the world. Right, this is the final round. Each of you will get 1 question for this one, and it's 1 moment to give a message that you would deliver if the whole world stopped and listened to you. Okay, it can be funny, it can be serious, it can be inspirational. Whatever you want your legacy to be. So this is the structure: 4 rounds, 4 flavors of pressure. So chat, get those fire emojis ready, and panelists, go ahead and take yourselves a deep breath. All right, because we're about to get into the hot seat. Round 1 for the hot seat, the trap card round. Again, give it 1 to 3 sentence answers, and you can bounce off each other. But when I say to move to the next person, we move to the next one. All right. So, who on the panel is let me do this one first. Who on the panel secretly loves being controversial? And we're gonna start this one. We'll start this one with Trench.
I overtly love being controversial.
That's why this one is who secretly loves.
Fucking the blue-eyed new guy over there on the right, top right corner.
Just
that
cause,
handsome
huh?
feller.
Just cause. I get it.
He's just got that. He's got that aura.
It's a blue eyes.
I got it. That's fair. Jack of Blades.
I think it's avarice.
Secretly?
Yeah, secretly. I think you have a second layer. A second layer.
That's his dark side.
The maxing guy is
This is the Jedi. Just wait.
Wow. I got a Tuma.
Duma.
I was gonna go with the
Fair
blue
enough.
eyes.
Fair
too,
enough.
so-
Bass guitar. Oh, are you muted?
Bass guitar.
Bass guitar.
Gone.
Hello, hello.
You might have stepped away.
He disappeared. We'll give him a minute. Maybe he stepped away for a minute. Terriak.
I'd probably say Jack, because Jack has a lot of like spicy takes, but he pretends to be this kind of like quiet, shy dude. But it's like you get him talking, and the next thing you know, you're glassing all of the Middle East. You know what I'm saying?
I did say that. I did say that.
So I think because it's secretly, I think it would be Jack.
That's
I'm not
a fair
against
one,
that
actually.
idea.
Avarice.
Blue guy.
The blue guy.
He's interrogated me
Blue guy.
like one-on-one, but it's okay.
That's fair. And blue guy? No, cross current.
Oh, well, I mean, this is a little deeper than because it's controversial to who. But I think bass guitar probably secretly likes being controversial because he's a pretty unassuming guy. And the other three I know on the panel are pretty overtly okay with being controversial. So
I take that back.
And I don't take that.
That's fair.
Back a blade. So I'm going to have to go with bass by default.
I'm only ironically rocking this picture of Pinocchio. I actually don't like controversy.
Yeah.
Worse than I do.
Is bass guitar back?
Buy bass guitar.
But I do like being a little controversial just so we can get a debate going, if I'm being honest.
There it is.
Especially, well, this panel is going to find me more controversial than, say, Connor's chat, per se. So it's all perspective.
Who's Connor?
True.
Counterpoints.
Counterpoints.
No. Okay.
Oh, the guy that puts me to sleep.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have a whole like Gnostics or communist or something special?
A what?
I mean, he's not wrong. I'm just
A
wondering
what?
if that's him.
Has a what?
Like a Gnostics or communist.
No, that's not him.
Okay.
Connor is definitely not communist.
And,
I didn't say.
And he's
Hey, there he is.
no. He's saying
like
that
an
he thinks
educator.
agnostics are communists, which that is not Connor's. I can
No,
tell you
like-
right now, Connor would not.
Like Gnostics and being collectivists. But I could be wrong. I mean, all white people
Maybe.
look the
But
same.
bass
to me.
is
All right. Well, I don't think bass guitars.
He just spoke.
He just spoke.
Oh.
Yeah.
Beige,
Okay.
you back?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Now, okay. So you can answer before I do. Who secretly on the panel loves being controversial?
Secretly, I gotta say avarice.
See, I told you.
There's that tumor again.
Where's the secretly? I'm so confused.
I'm telling you, that's a second layer. That's the first layer. You're just peeling the onion, you know.
So there's
exactly.
an even more
You're peeling the
controversial
onion.
side of the avarice. Is that what I'm getting from
I'd have to. I'd have
You're
to
peeling the
agree
onion.
that it's for me. I'd agree with Tareyak that it's actually Jack of Blades. I think that's who it is.
I don't know Jack of Blades that well, so
He pretends to be the nice, quiet guy, and then like Terriak mentioned, then he's like, "Glass him, fuck it."
this is wild. 2 people voted for
Well,
me.
Speakeasy, can you
Yes,
read
I'm
my super chat about avarice?
Oh wait, where is it?
Okay,
Which one?
avarice. It's. I think you look like Mr. Burns when he was the alien.
Oh, right here. Why does avarice look like the Mr. Burns alien?
I want to
Yeah.
love you. Try to
Did I
love
miss
you.
any
Kill it.
more here?
Right? Right?
Oh, and I missed this one too. Sorry, Shazzy for 10 pounds said William isn't a goat. He's a baby shark. Please, easy. Oh, good morning. Oh, that one's in my verbal combat studio, not this one. But thank you, Shazzy. Yeah, I don't know. I think avarice is the obviously the open one. So you guys got it wrong in my opinion.
Hey,
But
I
for
heard
question
that
two-
Shazzy wanted makeup with Down syndrome Pete.
For the second question, who would sell out the fastest?
Ooh.
And we're gonna start this one with Terriak.
Who's getting their 7K?
I'd probably say Trench.
Uh-huh.
Because like all you'd have to do is just like convince him that the Jays are behind it, and he'd be like, "Oh damn, I'm all for this now." You know what I'm saying? So I'd probably say Trench.
Oh, you took that. I
mean,
was like thinking about who would sell out an audience faster, not who the biggest sellout would be. Oh.
Yes. No, who would sell out like
Oh,
for
I'm thinking
fame
like
or
a
something.
producer. I'm thinking like, who's gonna sell out
He's like,
the
yeah,
stage?
who's selling the most tickets here?
I'm like,
Come
there's a
watch me,
toss-up.
Shit.
25.99.
That's my average was like, oh, Trench.
There will be popcorn.
I was like, there was a toss-up, but he wasn't in my toss-up.
Shit. Well, now that you know what I really mean, who would sell out the fastest? Average?
Trench.
What?
I wouldn't know any of you people too. I'd just pull out my Maserati like,
Yeah, he'd be like, fuck these white people. Sell out. Give me the money. Reparations.
That's right. Reparation. Shit. Cross current.
Apparently I don't like being controversial because I have no idea what to do here. So let's just have some fun and make it 3 for Trench.
nice.
I like it. That's the easy way to do it.
Y'all just
Kick
trying to
him while
get me
he's
to start
down.
juicing
I don't
over
know.
there.
I don't know. To be fair, I think everybody that I've talked to on here seems pretty genuine. So it's
Based. I like
it's tough for
I
me
like
to
it.
just be like, you're a sellout without knowing them at all.
We like roasting each other here. It's okay.
Yeah, I know.
Trench.
I mean, he's
What do you
not
think?
wrong. I mean, Yak isn't wrong. But I look at that as like my loyalty test. And that's what I would question this whole panel on is if you're getting tiny hat money or how you feel about the international banking order in cartel. That's all. That's all I'm getting at.
Okay.
But cash do talk. I like the cashy money, so
He puts
It is
himself
hard.
up there. I like it. I
To
like
be
it.
clear, this is fastest, not at all, right? Because I think there's enough money that most of us would.
but no gay stuff
Not me.
or communism.
He said
get
no
down
gay
either.
stuff though.
Well, there's certain things, of course. But
Jack of Blades, what do you think?
I think it's bass guitar.
I think it's bass guitar. He'd sell out the fastest. That's fair. That's fair. What do you think, bass?
That's pretty. Oh, that's fucked up.
That's fucked up, man. No, I'm asking. Who do you think would sell out the fastest?
Oh, who?
what were you saying?
That shook him.
He doesn't know. He's like, everybody, you all suck.
Yeah.
That's
There
fair.
we go. I sold
That
out.
is fair. That is fair.
Oh, whoever's got that Israel America flag, they would fucking sell it the fastest.
Yep.
There we go.
That's actually really fair. Actually, that's a fair assessment.
That's a fair
That
assessment.
almost made me change my answer too.
I just got my 7K.
My answer
Actually,
is gonna
just hit
have to
my
be
Venmo
my
right
answer is
now.
also gonna have to be Jack of Blades because anybody who picks Vegeta over Goku is clearly a sellout. All right.
Oh.
It's just clearly. That's just how it goes. All right. I didn't write these rules. I'm just
so we're clear.
I'm just doing my job.
That's
I'll step into the oven, please.
Look at but Christopher Sabat. You can't defeat Christopher Sabat. He's immortalized.
That's what I'm saying.
So, just based on Christopher Sabat alone, Speakeasy, he's the GOAT.
No.
I never thought the day I'd have Avarice back at me.
Speakeasy. It's
who
Christopher
Hey,
Sabat.
me neither, but here we were tonight.
It's
getting W's
Speakeasy.
together.
It's Christopher fucking Sabat.
Yeah, I mean he's all right.
He doesn't know that. He
Oh
doesn't know
right,
the
that's
rules.
a heresy. It's heresy
I don't
here.
even know who that is.
Oh,
Listen,
I want a piece of Trent.
sorry,
right
if
now.
we're talking about the
Friday Night
greatest
Lights.
Dragon Ball character, I've already said this. It's Piccolo, and I'm not.
Agreed. Who voices Piccolo? And who voices Piccolo?
It's not about
Same
the-
guy.
And who voices Piccolo?
So then we both have the same guy on our argument.
Christopher Sabat. There we go. All
Yeah,
right, I got
so-
it. So again, whoever is voiced by
I win.
Christopher Sabat is the GOAT.
No, but there's two people. Now we have to decide out of those two people. So
No, I think
I win. Anyways, who on the panel?
Yeah, I never
Who on the
bragged about it.
panel? Who is secretly the most emotional? And we're gonna start this one with bass guitar. Bass guitar, you there? Hello.
Bass guitar was hurt by the statement that he would be the fastest.
Damn.
Wait a
My words
minute,
cut
Clay.
deep, apparently.
I'm trying to hit yourself.
Dude, that was fucked up.
He didn't say that. He did say that.
Yeah, he's still hurt from the last one. Maybe he had to step away again or something. He might be doing something. We'll let Jack of Blades go.
Look at to you bitches in the channel. The key word is secretly. Secretly, all right? Not the most emotional on panel. Who's secretly the most emotional on panel, bitches? God damn it.
I know.
Jack of Blades, who you
like,
think?
I just hate everybody and everything openly, so I don't know how I'm gonna get lumped into that.
I would say myself. I'd say myself.
Yourself.
Secretly, yeah.
Cop out. If it's secretly and you're admitting yourself, that's
All right.
secretly
All right.
anymore, is it?
It's bass guitar. It's bass guitar.
That's fucked up, man.
Okay, I'll eat it this time.
There he is.
Wait, are you there now, Bass?
Yeah, I'm here and I'm not here. You know.
No worries.
He's a ghost.
You were
What are you,
supposed to go
Buddhist
first.
now?
So who is secretly the most emotional on the panel?
Ooh, that's a tough pick.
That's a tough pick, eh?
Who's secretly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I'm glad you picked that out. The bitches in chat couldn't.
Like Avarice is obviously emotional. But he's
Thank
not
you,
secretly
but that's
emotional.
not secretly emotional. Thank
it's
you,
not
fucking
secret.
Jesus Christ. All right, bitches in chat, look it. That's called logic. All right, take note. Write
Well,
that down.
I don't know if that's logic, but
Come on, who
it's
is
not
it,
secret.
By the way,
I married
fell out
an
of my
emo.
chair.
Who's
We
the
know
secret
this.
emo? Yeah, who's the secret emo? Come on. Who is it?
I don't know. Me.
Oh my god.
Blades picked you too. That's funny. If you pick yourself though, like I said to Jack, that means it's not secret anymore. Just saying, you kind of screwed it
Yeah,
up.
I was hoping to slip that by.
Well, it is what it is, man.
All right, Trench. Who is secretly the most emotional?
I'm gonna go ahead and go with bass guitar too. Everybody else mostly acts like a woman, so.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment, man.
Ah, shit. All right, cross current. Who is
Avarice.
secretly?
But
the
not
most-
for the reason you think. He's very emotional outwardly, but he's probably even deeper emotionally in secret, and he does that to hide how emotional he actually is.
Oh,
true.
You have a body pillow at home to cuddle with, Avarice? Out of curiosity.
I don't even know the fuck. I got cooling pillows. They go cold.
Don't you live in Alaska?
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. I rest my case.
I want cooling pillows.
Yeah,
though.
dude, they're super expensive, but they're the
You know,
best
instead of having to flip the pillow over, it just cools up for you. That's kind of good.
My wife got really mad
Can't
too because
lie.
I bought this thing from rest.com. It's a cooling blanket. super
Jungle
expensive.
says he
She got
definitely
super
has a
mad.
body pillow. Jungle's ratting you out.
I got cooling pillows.
Oh, shit. That's actually pretty good, though. You don't have to flip the pillow over. It just gets pulled on its own. I like that. Who do you think, Avarice? Who is
Terriak.
the most emotional?
Hands down, Terriak. I've seen what he looks like.
He rests
It's not
his
my
case.
fault, okay? I kind of change what I look like, Avarice.
Dude, you're one step away from having your hair going over at your eye, right? Like your like over your eye, and covering with black
The one eye
fingernail
cover?
paint. Yeah, with one eye. Yeah,
The bangs.
Oh,
yeah.
He looks like Ellen DeGeneres and Eminem had an emotional baby.
Yeah,
And an emotional baby.
Look
I
at
like it.
Hey, at least my parents are rich.
and you see, look at
Eminem and Ellen
listen,
DeGeneres?
and this is look at and my parents are rich.
That's a
super
good inheritance
emotional.
coming.
This is how I know.
That's a good inheritance coming. What do you think, Terriak? Who's secretly the most emotional?
Like the keywords like secretly in these prompts. Wait, who's more left wing? Cross current or bass guitar?
I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't say either of us are left wing, so that's a tough call.
Yeah,
honestly.
we're probably.
I think I look at both of us as
And
like
being a
center
centrist
left.
is left wing. They're both gay.
Oh fuck.
Hi, Mango.
I'll just go with bass
But-
guitar for the memes.
But isn't if it,
Boom.
isn't
Okay.
whoever's farther left? Wouldn't it
Go
be
for
less secret? Wouldn't you expect them to be more emotional?
Yep. That's what he's.
At
I
least
think
from
that's
your
what he's saying.
perspective.
I think that.
No, but it's the front that you put up. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh no, we're the
Oh.
critical thinkers, we're the free thinkers, all this kind
So
of
you're
stuff, and then you
saying neither of
basically
us
say
act emotional,
trans women
but
aren't
one of
women,
us-
and you freak the fuck out.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
use secretly with
That's
Mango.
fair.
So
That's fair.
pretending to be pretending to be logical is left wing.
No, he's saying the right's logical.
Mango's
No, but to
get up
pretend to be
here,
logical is to be secretly emotional.
start swinging.
Or at least
his
that's
double
my
Ds
logic.
Oh well,
around.
then you're the most emotional secretly.
Yeah, it's me.
So my answer for this, for who is secretly the most emotional, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to pick Cross Current because he looks like he would cry at the end of The Notebook.
I get it.
Hey, that was a great performance by Ryan Gosling, one of his best.
Now you know why I picked Terriak.
Now I think it's also Terriak.
I didn't even know it was Ryan Gosling in my defense. So.
I thought it was Tom Hanks.
Shit.
I thought it was Robert Pattinson, but
No, that's Castaway, Trench.
Shit. All right. Last one for the trap card round. Who on the panel reacts before thinking every time?
Avarice. Oh.
And we're gonna start this one with Terriak.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with avarice.
That's fair. That's fair. It was kind of demonstrated, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Avarice. Well, who do you think?
Avarice.
Avarice? That's true. That's fair. That's a fair answer from Avarice. Cross Kurt.
I think Avarice is more planned out than you think. He's funny. But the heaven maxing argument was clearly very well thought out. I'm gonna go with Trench.
I like it. I like it.
What?
That is a good pick too. That is a good pick too.
Bass
Bass
I put a
guitar.
lot of thought into having the wrong.
I'm gonna have to
fucking
say
plot line.
avarice.
Bass guitar picks Avarice too. That's fair. That's fair. Mangoes, thank you for joining us. Who do you think reacts before thinking every time?
Oh, geez. I don't know, man. It's probably a tie between me and Avarice.
That's fair.
Because I
That
do
is
go
fair.
the fuck off, you know?
That's true. That's true. What do you think, Judge?
Mangoes.
Mangoes
Yo,
is here now.
fuck you.
It was honestly going to be Avarice, but then fucking Mango showed up and
Mangoes.
double D.
That's
I'm
fair.
so happy I'm in your thoughts, Trench.
That's fair.
So them big emotional double D's, girl.
What about you, Jack of
Oh, yeah.
Blades?
They produce milk, too.
It's mangoes.
It's Mangoes. Yeah.
You see, Mangoes joys, I lose. This isn't fair. Mangoes, go away. Get the fuck out of here. Throw them in the bag.
Hey. If you do $100, just to donate to Speakeasy's channels, I will dip self-mute. I'll dip out.
Nice. I like it. I like it. I like the grift. I like the grift pushing for me. I like it. Wait, where are we? Oh, Jack of Blades. Did you answer?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's your turn.
Yeah. For me, I would. I was gonna pick Trench. Yeah. It's hard between Trench and Avarice, but like Trench, you can be talking to him and like you say something that makes him think of something, and he can just go on. And it's like you're not even talking, and he just goes on and keeps explaining what he's trying to say. It's like a real talent. It's a real talent. No, like I mean, like the way he can just like continue on with his sentence in the middle of yours, and it's like you're not talking. Like that's for me. I get like flustered, and I can't talk while other people are talking. The way he can like just continue his full paragraph without even realizing the other person's talking. Yeah, that's why I picked Trench.
I picked Mangoes because somehow he always talks over the clipped portions, like the mutes, like
Listen,
whatever videos. He somehow talks through the whole thing every single time.
You can't get mad at Mangoes for his craft, all right? It's an art, all right?
That's what I'm saying. These are forms of art.
How dare you step over his craft?
Myself.
How dare you step on the craft?
You get it. All right, so next round we're in is the deep thoughts. So we're gonna get a little more deeper, make your brain work a little more here. All right, so we're gonna start this one off. Jack of Blades, we'll start with you. Are we shaped more by trauma or love?
Oh, that's a good one. I think we're shaped more by trauma. I think it has a lot more impact on us personally than love, especially like nowadays. Maybe would have had an argument like back in the day. I think it more would have been love than trauma. But I think so many people are easily affected by trauma nowadays. So I'd say trauma.
Okay. I like it. Trench?
I'd say trauma because of the fall. You remember your bad experiences as some kind of morbid safety feature, self-preservation mechanism, and it kind of makes us
oversee the good life experiences at times.
Okay. Mangoes.
Yeah, I'm going to have to majorly agree with Jack of Blades and Trench Deacon and add on top that trauma is always there, but not everybody experiences love, especially when it comes to unconditional love. Trauma all the way.
Okay, fair. Bass guitar.
So I think trauma for sure, but love is the ideal, right? We all wish that we're loved, that we're pushing us, but I think it's trauma that really does push us.
Okay. Cross current.
I mean, I have to think about this more, but off the top of my head, I wanted to say love, not because trauma doesn't shape you more. That one instance of trauma doesn't shape you more.
Damn it! I didn't think anybody else was gonna say it.
But so one instance of trauma can really define a moment or change you. But the love throughout your life is really going to shape who you are as a person in the long run overall.
Amen.
Good one.
I like it.
So, and obviously, we're going to remember the trauma a lot more.
Okay. Avarice, what do you think?
Love, 100%. Like it's so trauma is the lack of love, or a symptom of the lack of love, right? And then you're going on trauma, right? Because things that they are shaped are reinforced with love, like how you're shaped. So, like everything, like even if you look at the trauma, that's going to be the lack of love that shapes that trauma, because if love was there, the trauma would be different, right? So love shapes who you are, like how you're raised, and it does all the shaping. The trauma is just there to remind you the lack or the without of love, to be honest.
Okay, I like it. Terriak.
I'd say love. Love is one of the most powerful things. And like I said, no matter how traumatized you can be, to keep kind of on theme for the night, like the love that the Iranians have for Americans is what's been, and that's with the hope that's been kind of guiding them through this. So
They love us so much, we need to bomb them.
Despite the trauma from this regime that's been done by the regime to the Iranian people, their love for Israel and America is what's giving them a chance.
I love
like
you.
it.
Let me
I
donate
like it.
your girls' school.
For me, I also I'd agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. Like trauma will shape an analogy I can give you is like a scar on us, but like love is what's going to shape your ending of your story. Like someone, I forget who said this before, so I'm jacking this. It's an analogy like a tree. It's like a tree. A tree grows based on like storms and sunlight, right? The trauma would be like the storm that bends the tree, but the love is that sunlight that determines where it's going to grow to, right? So like I think the idea here is that the end result of what you are going to be is ultimately in love. Are we not men? Said it was me. He said it. All right. Are we not men?
And
it was Are We Not Men that said it, guys. Just so
I mean, it's a nice thought. I'd love for love to be the prevailing force, but nibbles ain't here chopping off their penis out of love.
Well, as a Christian, you would think you would have to pick love. No,
they're chopping off their penis because of lack of love, Trench. Because of the lack
because
of
trauma.
You make
Their
a good
argument
point
is-
here.
Their
You're
argument
saying
is trauma,
transparent.
and their argument is or
Well,
else.
isn't-
You
you
have
sh-
to help me chop off my
Well,
penis.
No,
Or
but
else
he's
there
saying,
was
like,
no-
from a
I'm saying
Christian perspective, right?
Yeah.
You want to lean toward the idea of that, like,
Oh,
you know,
for sure.
love
Love
is
is
the
the nature.
ultimate
But-
form, right?
but
That's what
speaking-
God
yeah,
is.
yeah,
Love is a
so, yeah,
reflection.
Trauma
of
is
God.
what distorts us, but the love of God is what restores
Yeah,
us.
Right.
let's just
right.
say that Trench is
But
wrong
I
and
would
we're
argue,
right.
But I would argue that people don't know how to properly love because
Yeah.
they don't love God.
but
Therefore, they're incapable of loving themselves or their fellow human beings.
but Stretch, if we're all shaped in the image of God, and God is love, aren't we shaped in the image of love by definition?
Yes, but there's a fall making love
Sure, but that would I'm just saying we would be
convoluted.
yeah, but it would be more love than trauma for sure.
I'd say proper love too, because like too much love of self can end up in like narcissistic nihilism. Love of love of too much can end up in different forms of pride and
well, that would
hubris
be
and coveting.
pride, haughty eyes, you name it.
The lusts.
A really good,
Not
a really
gluttony.
good chapter.
Yeah,
in
but
the
when
Bible,
people deal with
really,
trauma, it's in like a self-defense mode, and love puts you in a mode to take care of.
Oh,
others
ideally,
as well.
yes. I'd say love is
Or
is
a
the
safe
is
spot,
the
comfortability.
cure for most all.
Yeah.
But the remedy isn't like what is. It's not that it's not obtainable by every human being. It's just that there's a whole fall in rebellion that makes it.
I don't think it's not obtainable. I just think there's some that refuse to obtain it. That's what I think what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
I don't think you believe that there's humans that just can't love unless you're talking about
Oh yeah, and I would say
a
a pure
deficiency
like
in their brain or some shit.
No, not like that, but like
Yeah. Okay.
like
Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you're saying.
We're all cosmically sick, right?
Yep.
And until we get that hospital
I agree.
and that medicine from God, like we can love and we can tell ourselves it's love, but it's not pure love.
I get what you're saying.
First-
Yeah, a lot of people confuse love with
God damn.
lust. You know, that's what a lot of people confuse it with. Let's go to the next question here for the deep thoughts round. We'll start this one here with Mangos. Does power reveal character or create it?
I just want to say, 1 Corinthians 13 talks about the antidote of love, but to the question of the prompt is, does power reveal character or create it? I know power can corrupt. I'm a firm believer in that. It takes a strong constitution to not be corrupted by power. I would honestly say that it'll reveal character, because with power, you actually have a lot of influence, or you can shift the motions of whatever that be of the status quo. And how you conduct that can be really revealing of what kind of a person you are from the beginning. It's like that Carl Jungian perspective of the shadow. And with that power will reveal to that to an extent. It all depends. And again, it kind of falls back on if you have love or something, or self-esteem and respect, for you to wield that with responsibility.
Okay. Nice. Trent?
Mangoston, why are you a gong all the goddamn time?
Keith, I learned from the fucking best, Trench. I wonder where I get this fucking shit from. Hang around you too much, dipshit. Fucking afro hair clip pen, motherfucker.
Boom, roasted.
Love you,
All right,
Trench.
Judge, what do you think? Does power reveal character or create it?
I would say yes.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Smart ass.
He's saying it's both.
You're saying it's both?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Cop out.
Okay, that's fair. I think so too. So, chat, you should put some fire emojis in there. Just saying. Jack of Blades. Jack of Blades. What do you think?
I think it could definitely reveal a character for sure if it's done in the wrong way. But often I believe that it's created. You know, it comes from a place. So I think it kind of goes deeper than that. But
Okay.
for the shorthand of it.
Okay, yeah, I get it. All right, bass guitar. Oh, did bass guitar step away for a minute?
He's got somebody like totally plastic in vinyl
He stepped away
Dexter
for a minute
style
again
on the table.
That's okay. That's okay. Cross current. What do you think?
Well, there's a huge hypothetical that's quite long to get into. But so I'm just gonna go.
I
with
mean,
that.
like if it's not like fucking 10 minutes.
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can show any real quick. Basically,
1 hour later.
Basically,
Only Trench can get away with that.
I'm just trying to think of the best way to. Okay, so if there's
Okay, finish the story.
Let him go.
No, if there's a machine that you lets you pick 1 to 2 suitcases, it wants you to win, and it's gonna put $50 in and $50 in one and $30 in one if you think it's gonna take or $20 in one and $20 in the other if it thinks you're gonna take both. So you're gonna walk away with $40 if you take both. If you only take one, they're going to put $100 in there. So if you just take one, you're going to walk away with that $100. Do you take both, or they're going to put $100 in one and $40 in the other? So
I've already lost you. Cross.
Basically, the long story short is, if you're going to make this decision once you have power, you are always going to make that decision once you got power. So whether it creates it or not, it was something that was inevitable that was going to create it, because once you got that power, you were going to react in this way that was going to continue to create more. You down that
All
line.
I got was never enter into a game of wits with a Sicilian.
Basically, I would say that power reveals character.
You thought I was going to put poison in your cup?
Even if it's creating it, it's always going to be created once they
Curse
got
your
that power,
sudden but inevitable betrayal.
I get what you're saying. I do actually get what you're saying. Avarice, what do you think?
Well, you see, the power reveals character, and then the power also creates it, which then loops around, and then it reveals characters, which then creates the character, and then we loop back around.
An original thought?
Like
You're just
what
a
he
dude
said.
playing a dude.
With a dude.
Nice one, Einstein.
Okay. Thanks for that. Terriak, what do you think?
Reveals power. Reveals character. Power reveals character of the individual. Like, you ever want to like see the true man? Give him power, if not the illusion of power, and see what he does.
Was that
Okay.
Milgram's experiment?
I like it.
Prison experiments?
Does anyone here know? Oh wait, I think they just showed themselves on cam. Does anyone here know Seth Cunard? Here, throw me up a peace sign. Okay, thank you. Okay, you're good. You're good. You can turn the cam off if you want to. All right. Welcome.
I know you want me to.
Oh no, you're good. You can have your cam on if you want.
Let the hazing begin.
Thanks for joining the hot seat. What do you think about this question? Does power reveal character or create it?
I have to get a little abstract with this. I would say if knowledge is power, then the ability to read and gain all and only the power you want should lead to corruption. Right? I think it's as much about the power you surround yourself with as it is the power you uphold.
So my nigga Cincinnatus wasn't a real nigga? Like fucking, nah, dude, I'm not going to be king. I'm just going to go back to my farm and my slaves.
Diogenes, man, he's hard to argue against.
Cincinnatus.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Cincinnatus.
So my for me, I would say I don't think it. I think it revealed. It's kind of like what Cross Current was saying here. It doesn't. If you were gonna make that choice just because you have the power, that means you would make that choice anyways, right? It's kind of like with alcohol, right? Like alcohol doesn't like create new personalities in you. It removes your inhibition. So you're usually saying things you were already thinking, right? That's what happens with alcohol, and that's like what like power is. Power is like alcohol. It doesn't like create who you are. It removes the restraints that were hiding who you are.
Yeah,
That's
I agree
what
with
it
that.
is.
The real freedom
Yeah,
to say
like-
what you would say drunk. That's when you know you are living in truth.
My phrase was specifically geared as a response towards Plato's opinion on literacy. Like
I
his
get
opinion
that,
was
yeah.
that reading makes some people stupider, some kinds of people dumber. Right?
Yeah.
So it's really a
Yeah, because people can read the wrong shit, and then you're starting to think that fucking unicorns are real and shit.
Yeah, you got to be a real dumb motherfucker to get like a master's degree in communist
the
underwater
Dunning-Kruger
theater.
effect.
You think you're Thomas Jefferson because you know phonics?
Look at that. All explains trench really well, so I get it.
What do you mean?
Like you can read and get dumber.
Oh yeah, it does happen.
All right, so then let's get into the next question for this round. All right, so this one, we'll start this one with Terriak. Is hope rational or necessary?
Ooh, this is a good one.
Yeah.
Spes mio in dio.
Whatever you take, I'm going to take the opposite. No.
Hope. I'd say hope is rational because a rational thought is everything changes. So no matter how bad or dire the situation, that situation shall change. That state will change inevitably. So I'd say it's rational.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Avarice.
I'm with Tareyak. Hope is rational, and just because it's used mentally, like to get you through something, or you can hope for something to go well, right? But necessarily, you just need logic, right, to do one step after another. You don't have to hope on any of that. So hope is just a rational construct.
Okay, I like it. Cross current.
I would say hope is necessary. I mean, we can look through historic times, even in biblical stories. It's telling us that they got through hope, but because it's necessary, it is a rational thing to do as well as humans. Even if the hope itself is irrational, it's rational to have hope because it leads to better outcomes.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Base, are you back?
Yeah, I agree with cross current.
That's because you're a leftist.
Let him answer. Let him answer. Or did you want to add on to that or no?
No, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I'm not a leftist, but it's good enough.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Seth, what do you think?
Hope is necessitated by its explanatory power. You know, there are some things that we just couldn't explain without an inclusion of hope, but it's not rational because it's only part of a whole, even if the quantification of that part isn't a finite, integer value comparable.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Mangoes, what do you think?
Definitely hope is necessary. Even when you look at the Bible and teachings of Christ, he talked. There's a lot of akin to hope and faith. Like you have faith that God is going to give you the strength to have the hope to endure something that is challenging. And even Jesus will mention this a lot in the book of Matthew, like the faith of the centurion. And the centurion had no hope, but after he found the faith in Christ, he found hope into a new meaning of a new life.
Okay, I like it. Trench.
I mean, I was gonna say all that, but better.
Do it then.
Were you? Well,
Let me
let's
hear it.
Better. Let's
Preach
hear it.
away, buddy.
They should have, would have, but didn't.
I would also throw some stuff in there, like I don't agree with the lefties either, but it is necessary because hope is crazy. Like
You're
all kinds of things
fucking
that we've hoped for are nuts. But sort of like that raging against the dying of the light, that adjacent to faith, it is more necessary than it is rational.
Okay, I like it. Jack of Blades.
I think it's necessary not only for faith purposes, but just for everyday use. I think that there are some people out there that even they, might have a condition that they can't rationalize things, but they have the necessary hope to keep moving on. I think it's the key, the process of moving forward and evolving as humans. I think that is necessary. If that makes any sense.
I mean, yeah, but evolution's
Yeah.
still fake and gay.
Oh, I agree with that. I'm just saying as
Everything's
humans
fake
and
again.
all of us, you know.
Yeah, so for me, and I get, so I think that hope can obviously be both rational and irrational, but I do think it is necessary, right? So I think there's certain things that we wouldn't have without hope, right? Like I don't think like societies would build without hope. Right? I don't think a lot of people would strive for something better without hope they could
Not
get
if we turn us
better
all
things.
into robots.
Well, good thing we're not robots, right?
Is
So
it-
yeah,
is he talking
I
about
think
Borg
that- I
maxing
think it
now?
can be like both rational and, but I don't think it's we are able to succeed or build society without the hope, like that. It's necessary for that.
It facilitates ambition.
Ever should we Borg max?
And then if I was just to like take it from like obviously like my Christian worldview, like that hope is it's a virtue, right? It's necessary because well, it'd be rational because obviously reality is grounded in God, and then like it would be necessary because we're created for redemption, right? Like we're supposed to be moving towards that. So yeah, it would be obviously both here as well. But what I don't think it can be is unnecessary, but I think it can be irrational. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yep. Faith, hope, and charity.
Absolutely.
All right, and
Fuck
then
you,
my
Trent.
next one. Which one do I want to do the last question for this round? Ooh. All right, this is a good one. Actually, I like this one. We'll start this one with Trench. Oh, wait, let me take the timer off. I don't want a timer on that. Does fear sharpen or dull reason?
Oh, dull. It dulls the spirit. It dulls the soul. It dulls the frontal cortex. Actually, when you are in a hyper emotional or fight or flight state, you literally limit your ability to comprehend.
Okay. I like it. Mangoes.
Fear without courage is dull, and of course, fear with courage is sharpened. So it all depends on the person, but for the most part, people don't even wield the virtue of courage. So I would have to say, for the majority, it dulls.
Okay, fair enough. Seth.
I've always thought of fear as a sense. It is something you sharpen or you dull, because the reason doesn't rely on the actual clarity of senses, right? Your glasses don't make you reason better. Your fear doesn't make you reason better or worse. It just creates an impulse, and inhibitions are where we reason.
Okay.
Someone
like
said,
Jack of Blades.
Fear causes you to make better decisions in the chat.
I think I could see it from either of these standpoints, but I think overall it dulls.
I'd say there's a difference between like fear and discernment. I think discernment comes from a more positive
Any mishandled
emotion.
emotion.
Well, there's like fear and love are the base foundations of all of the positive and negative emotions. Would anybody agree with that?
Also, hate in there too.
Well, that comes out of fear.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Not
What do you think?
I gotta
What do you
think
think?
on that.
Cross current. Does fear sharpen or dull reason?
I think if you had me take a math test and then had me take the same math test with the gun to my head, I'm probably going to do better with the one that didn't have the gun to my head. So I'm going to say it's going to dull my reason.
Okay, I like it. Avarice?
I'm gonna play devil's advocate, and I'm gonna go sharpen. And I'll say that because I think you guys are just looking at one aspect of fear, right? Of a very specific scenario where this person is in panic of fear, but there could be controlled fear where you could be afraid of jumping out of an airplane, but you've done it a billion times, and you're just always there's that initial fear of overcoming that sharpens, knowing that the position is going to be dangerous, the situation will be dangerous. You're not going to go into a war zone and say you weren't you were fearless.
See,
right? You're gonna you want to act fearless, right?
Discernment and courage come out of love, though.
Again, you can say all those things, but we're talking about does it sharpen or dull reason, right? When you're
that's
when
where
you're looking at reason.
the force of love sharpens, it heightens
It could. It could, but
care
on the other side, it could sharpen the reasoning when you're knowing the situation and you have a little bit of fear, so you can take a little bit more approach with the situation in a fearful situation.
Emotional intelligence to manage your fear.
I think fear is emotional and reason's not. So
what Avarice was talking about is courage. Like I was saying, you can be fearful, but have the strength to do it. That's the essence of courage right there. So,
I'm saying courage comes out of love, and that's why I wasted my breath saying there's fear and love.
But courage is from overcoming fear.
You're gonna. It's kind of hard to have one.
Yeah, but if you didn't have any fear, you could just be reasonable about it in the first place.
Yeah,
but without the fear, you're gonna miss something.
Yes,
but is it courage, overcoming fear though? Because I always I even I tell my kids this, right? One of the tricks to getting over your fears is you don't. Right? There's things that I'm for instance, I fucking hate flying in a plane. I get so my hairs are standing basically the whole time. I can't stand the idea of I'm in this metal tube flying at fucking 1,000 miles an hour, and if anything happens, I have no control over the situation.
I can't wait till you land at I can't wait till you land at Dallas, and I'm gonna fuck with you so hard.
The trick to it, right? The trick to it is I just don't I don't fight the fear. I just know that I have a fear of being in this plane for whatever hours, and I just get in anyway.
Is there a love that motivates you? Is it something that you love, either that you're going to do or go visit, or a family member, or something that overrides the fear?
No, you're facing the fear though.
Yeah, that might be. Yeah, you might be saying what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Which is the opposite of fear for me.
I get that. I get that.
I think
courage comes out of love.
But I still have the fear while it's happening.
No,
right?
yeah, that's not to say that you're not feeling both emotional.
As that plane starts going down the runway, I'm like, fuck.
Oh, me too. I hate it. It ain't natural.
But also, shouldn't your reason you've been on how many planes and none of them have crashed? So shouldn't the reasoning be that you shouldn't be scared, but you're
no, the reasoning is still there. This ain't natural. Right. This is a hulk of metal up in the air.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There's nothing.
Planes have crashed. Dude, I'm not even kidding you guys. I have to fight the urge to not yell "Stop the plane!" I have to fight it. That's all I want to yell.
I'll give you the best advice. I'll give you the best advice. You can't be considered dead while in the air.
Best part.
All right, best advice. You can't be considered dead while in the air. All right, nobody ever.
Is this some Schrodinger's cat fucking shit?
I don't even know what that means, Avarice.
Listen, right? They can't actually confirm your death while you're in the air, so you can't die while you're in the air. All right.
No one's ever
died.
You're not dead until the morning.
No one's ever died.
No one's ever died until the
morning. Listen, nobody's ever died.
When you die, you crash. You're good.
I'd
I'd
say
it's
the
What if you blow up in the air? Would that be dying in the
Let's
air?
let Terriak answer. What do you think, Terriak?
I'd say it dulls reason. Like even the example that you were saying there, Easy, in terms of like flying, like it's fear and all this kind of stuff. That to me is like the fear is like dulling your reason. That's like I've taken all these flights before and I was afraid then. Why should I be afraid now? So, and I think like the thing that people are talking about, like where it's like you get in the zone, all that kind of stuff. That's when instinct kicks in. But instinct is instinct. It's not reason.
Impulse and inhibition.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so for me, like, yeah, I find like I find it like I said, I think it dulls my reason. That one example is like that. Like I've been on all these planes. It doesn't they don't crash.
You're just looking
but
at
I
it from the
still
wrong
that's
angle.
all I'm thinking about. Like I'm not lying when I say I gotta fight myself not to yell out, stop the plane. Like
Yeah, you're
as
looking
soon
at it
as
from the wrong
starts
angle,
picking up
man.
speed and going down that runway, in my head I'm just like fuck, because like I can't get over that. But there's all other things if you think about it too. Like this is why I plan things ahead of time, because I don't want to be in the moment and have to plan something. Like if I go out to eat, right? I won't sit with my back toward any of the doors, and I've already thought of like 7 ways to get out of there before I sat down. Like I want to think of this shit while I'm not in a state of fear, because I think that if in a state of fear, I'm gonna dull my reasoning and I won't be able to think these things through.
You're gonna take the first exit.
See, but I can chalk up like tactical and certain preservation.
But listen, if you're already
techniques to
checking
love.
the doors, you're already afraid, and that you're
could
setting
be-
up
it
for
could
the
be
fear.
concern of care.
You're taking.
No, not necessarily. That's self-preservation, though. That's like
or preservation for the other, your
knowing
family,
something
the
knowing
innocent.
something's a possibility doesn't make you scared. It doesn't mean it's a fear of yours.
I mean, that is a part that's adding to the fear.
And,
Going,
the,
hey,
and
someone's
there's
come
less
through this
and there's
door.
less fear when you got that big iron on your hip.
Proactiveness.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna
Listen.
I'm not
Let's
scared of
just,
roller
let's
coasters,
just
but I'm gonna
admit
put the
that
seatbelt on.
let's just all concede that Speakeasy's looking at this weird. Nobody's died in the air. All right, you can't get confirmed.
What if the plane
until
blows up, jackass? What if the missile hits the plane? I die in the air because it blew up. You never thought of that?
You still can't get.
You're good, bro. I feel
Still-
you.
You're still alive till the plane
Still
violently
can't
hits
get,
the
yeah,
ground.
you still can't get confirmed of death until you've hit the ground.
Unless it disintegrates in midair,
At
then
400
what?
miles
You're
an hour.
you're more
Nope.
fucked than ever.
Nope.
Until they got you
nobody
you weren't
ever.
even
At least
born.
you have a chance to survive when the plane crashes.
Actually, that's not even true now that I just realized, because we found out all that information about the missing plane, and we found out that the pilot cut off all the oxygen in the plane to everyone else. They all died in the plane, and then he died eventually too, and just left the plane flying in the air to go crash itself. So, and when they tell that story, they said those people were dead at this time of the flight. So
Were
they
they,
declared them dead in the air.
I don't know. I would like to see the.
Did a
Yeah, I'd
doctor
like to
dec-
see the
was there a
doctor.
doctor present?
Yeah, I'd like to see the doctor's declaration on
I
this.
mean, by this logic,
Yeah, when they
Everest-
tried to black box after they
I
got
want
all
to
that
see the
information, what
paper.
happened?
I want to see their death. I want to see their death notes.
Remember the retards
They got
that
all the
crushed in
information.
submarine
That's
with
it.
the
That's how it
fucking
goes. They
Xbox
got all of it.
controller as the steering
Show me the
wheel?
stats.
Oh,
Show me the
they're alive,
stats,
all right.
Easy.
I'll
Were
show
they-
you.
Are they
All right,
technically still alive because nobody has declared them dead, or are they crushed
Fucking
to fucking
average.
smithereens?
All right, so let's get into the lightning round. Okay, so this round here, no cross talk, 1 word or 1 sentence answers only. And we'll start. We're gonna start with. We'll start with Trench again here. Trench, truth or peace?
I choose bellum contra omnia bellum truth. If the truth
I like
shall
it.
kill them, let them die.
Okay. Mangoes.
Truth.
All right, Seth.
Truth.
Jack of Blades.
Truth.
Cross Current.
Truth.
Avarice.
Peace.
I knew it.
Terriak.
Okay, Mr.
Contrary
Heaven
truth.
fucking Maxing.
Good God.
What'd you say, Terriak?
Truth.
I like it. And I'm going to go with truth as well. Next one. We're going to start with Terriak. Leader or follower?
Leader.
Avarice?
Leader.
Cross?
Follower.
Jack of Blades?
Follower.
Seth?
Follower.
Mangoes?
Shepherd, which is leader.
This fucking guy. Trench?
Oh, I say leader.
Nice. I'm going to go with leader as well. This one, we're going to start with Jack of Blades. Tradition or innovation?
Innovation.
All right. Cross current?
Innovation.
Avarice?
SAAM 3000 innovation.
Okay.
He's really pushing this. I'd say it's close. It's close between them, but I'd have to give the nod to innovation.
Okay. Trench?
Tradition.
Mangoes?
Yeah, man, geez. Innovation.
All right. Seth?
I think I'd rather shoot myself in the foot than choose just one.
Okay. You like them both? I got you.
Communists, every single one of you.
I like it. For me, I'm gonna go with tradition, definitely. And now the last one for the lightning round, and we're gonna start this one. We'll start this one with Seth. Structure or freedom?
Freedom.
All right, Mangoes. Mangoes?
Sorry, that's a really good fucking one. You got me on that one. You got me.
He's like, you fucked me up.
Sounds like you need structure.
Yeah. Hey, okay.
You
hold
got
on.
the
Shut the
spurt.
fuck up.
You got. He's like, I want freedom, but I love structure.
Freedom.
Okay. Trench?
Institution. You always know what's best.
All right. Jack of Blades?
Freedom.
All right. Cross current?
Freedom.
Avarice?
Imperialism. I mean, what's that?
Based.
Well,
Structure.
Structure. Yeah, that one.
Avarice. He's
like
got
the based one.
Structure.
Terriak?
Because to me, I view this very similar to the tradition and the innovation. So in this one, I'm going to say I give the nod structure, but both are important.
I got you. Me, I go for structure. All right, I get it. I know.
Yeah, imperialistic. I like that too. So if you want to help me build the SAAM 3000, all right, you can donate to my Cash App.
I will not be investing in that crazy machine.
Authoritarianism.
Got it. For me to deal with avarice.
But it's structured.
I will not
disintegrate the non-believers.
I just think
I'll exercise my freedom to impose my own structure.
All right, guys, we are in the last round of the hot seat. Okay, I want you guys to, close your eyes for a second. Imagine the whole world has stopped, tuned in to listen to you, and what they want to know is what should be held sacred again. All right. And we're going to start this one with Trench.
I would say you don't hate them enough and that you need to submit to the Orthodox Church.
Based. I like it. Mangoes?
Growing old is mandatory, but growing up is optional.
I mean, I don't know how that answers it, but okay. Thank you, Mangoes. Seth?
The preservation of history is pointless if we don't all take personal accountability for it.
God damn, that's right.
Okay. I like it. I like it.
No, I'm
Jack
with that.
Blades.
Love.
Love. I like it. I like it. Cross
Jade.
current.
Do unto the least of these as you would have done unto Jesus. It should be considered sacred again.
Okay. Okay. Avarice.
American-born identity from the Bowery Boys, Protestant values and fierce anti-Catholic and anti-Irish sentiments and against immigrant newcomers and those dead rabbits. They all must be immigrated out of here. All right? We're going to take them out one by one. Bowery Boys unite.
Based. Is this the Pope's new army?
Okay. Okay. Terriak.
Have a loppity, Batman.
You know, Hitler's
I would
speech.
say God, because the rise of atheism, but that feels like kind of a cop-out answer. So like my primary answer would be God, the whole atheism is dead thing. But my other one would be nobility.
I like it. I like it. For me, and I've been waiting for myself to ask this one on the last question of the hot seat. This right here, this simple answer for this, what should be held sacred again, is unborn children. All right, that should be held sacred again because that is the root. That is the root of all the degeneracy and problems that we have in today's society. When you convince everybody that it is okay to kill some lives and not others, how far do you think that goes before your life is decided?
But we have to save all the souls, Speakeasy.
No, we just have to lynch you. That's it.
Mine. I
And
know
just-
you can talk
all
about
we gotta
it,
do.
Avarice, but I'm being serious about this. This is a serious issue that I think that the world needs. I want to see before I leave this planet a country that completely abolishes abortion. All right, before I leave this planet, my kids are going to live in that country. I don't care if it's Canada, America, Pakistani land. I don't give a fuck where it has to be. It's going to happen before I leave this planet.
Well, we're on our way there in America, so just come on down. We need you. We will accept you. All right. I got the mother-in-law. You know, you come on over.
All you gotta do is
As abortion becomes more accepted, so
you can
does
go to
rape.
Iran right now. They have an abortion ban.
No, they don't completely.
I'm pretty sure they do. I could be
No,
wrong.
because in Islam they believe that your soul isn't given to you until a certain amount of time in the womb. They're
No,
actually totally for abortion.
I heard a bunch of leftists arguing about this. They brought up the whole thing. They can only do it in medical emergencies.
No, they don't believe there's a soul. They
No,
don't believe you have
could
a
they both
soul
be-
until
could you
like
both be
I think
right?
it's- what is it, like 6 months?
No,
or
no,
something?
no. You're right. You're right. No, it's not 6 months. It's 16 weeks.
No, but
Or
could you both
16
be
weeks?
right?
Sorry, 6 months.
16
I meant weeks.
6 months is four, yeah, but-
Could you
16
both
weeks.
be right
Okay.
though? Could they just be savages that don't believe in like a
Yeah.
soul, and then also
Well,
throw
they
people
could
in
just
the
want to
roof?
punish.
Well, yeah,
them or
they
whatever,
just don't
but-
believe you're given a soul until a certain amount of time in the womb. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure
Yeah.
we could.
But listen, that is the hot seat. I want to thank everybody on the panel for being a part of the hot seat. Everyone in the chat who participated in the questions as well. I appreciate every single one of you. And thank you all for joining the hot seat.
Is that it? Hello?
Step in the light. Flames don't lie. Pressure's on. Can you handle the sky? No time to fade. No place to hide. Truth burns bright when the worlds collide. Feel the fire, feel the beat. You're burning up in the hot seat. Truth or flame, no retreat. Step up, speed. Feel the clock's ticking, clock's dripping, lights so loud. One shot, one truth, make your words proud. Crowds leaning in, the moment sweet. Now show the world you can stand the heat. time to cheat. Cause legends rise in the hot seat.
Let's go.
That's a good.
Yeah, see, I like the hot seat segment. It's always fun. It's always a fun little thing we do. I know some of those questions, so I get a lot of those like this or this questions aren't like a exact binary, right? And there's some times where like, but that's the whole point of them, right? Is to get us thinking, talking about it, you know.
Honestly,
Well, I made it through the hot seat. I'm gonna take my outro here. I got a family to get to, so it's been
Yeah,
a
I'm going to be
pleasure.
wrapping up too.
Get the
Anyway,
donos in.
does anyone have anything they want to say to the chat before we wrap up? So go ahead, Avarice.
So, no, you go ahead and catch me on Normal America with Rob Noor at the end for Whip Songs. And other than that, have a good time and catch me at the debate Andrew versus Owen here on the 27th, live in person.
Yeah. Have a good one, Avarice.
Think about me, Avarice. Think about me.
Think about me. Think about me, Everett. Shit. How about anyone else? Anyone else got something they want to say to the chat? Announce anything? Shout anything out? Anything like that?
Yeah, just real quick. I just want to say a massive thank you to Easy for hosting the debate, all the opportunities given me, and all that. Like I said, I keep saying, like, eternally grateful. It would be an understatement. And just real quick, Trench, do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
Yep. Bye, nigga.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out.
Yep. Bye. And no problem, Terriak. I got you, bro. I got you.
I'm gonna head out too. Obviously, I kind of wish I could argue with Connor about this. I didn't know he was gonna be on that side, but I guess
I can get Connor in for another one. Get you two with each other.
Maybe I don't know if it would probably. Me and him is gonna be a lot more nuanced. I mean, it'll probably be interesting.
Hey, we like those kind of debates, man.
Yeah, because we're gonna be fighting on margins more than anything, probably. But hey, if he wants to do it, I'm up for it. But I'm gonna be on tomorrow, 9:00 for the same topic. I think. Correct.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, have a good one.
Here.
Anyone else got something?
Yeah, I just want to take donations for enough rope and a healthy tree to link Avarice and his baby maxing heaven. And that is the greater good. And we'll just get on with it. Y'all have a good one. Stay white.
Stay white.
Oh God.
What the? Trench is a wild boy.
Fucking Trench. Oh, that poor dude must have been dropped so many times on his head. His head is probably like a basketball to his mother.
That's why we love Trench over here, okay? Trench is a wild
fuck. I love that dude. No cap, man. That guy is so funny. But anyways, I'll go. Hey, Jack, which one do you want to? You want to go first, or me go second?
You can go whenever if you want to do it right now.
I'll do it. So, to you fucknuts listening, you can find me here or Terriak or sometimes JS Urban Adventures. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. And give your paychecks to all the content creators that we love and care about so we can give them a good year, good, prosperous money. They always need money. They money, money, money. With that, I'll see you guys later. Speak easy. Take care. God bless. Jack of Blades, take care. God bless. Fuck nut chats. Take care. God bless. I'm out. Bye.
God bless.
All right. I just wanted to say, obviously, thank you for having me up, and always the hot seat's always fun. This time from the last, 2 or 3 times, there's always been somebody just blackout drunk on the panel, so it was nice to
I know this time it was good. Yeah, no blackout drunk. This is one I can put into its own video for sure. That's the thing, because I wanted to make this like a season thing and like put them all out, but then I'm like, yo, this is 3 hours long. I'm not putting this into a video. Nobody's gonna go watch the 3-hour long video.
Oh shit! Would this be? Is this still season 2?
Yeah, we're in season 2 right now. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I've already
but yeah,
the questions for season 3. They're getting even more spicy.
Hell yeah, I'm here for it. I love the hot seat. Honestly, you have great. Like, it's so hard for me to decide on those things because I can see it from both views a
Right.
lot of the time.
Yeah, that's
So
what
it's tough.
you think. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, good
But
one.
yeah, as always, thanks for having me up. Hopefully, we down the road we can get some more debates.
Yeah,
So.
for sure. Just let me know what you're looking for next, and I'll get you set up.
Alrighty. Well, I'll see you later. Have a
All
good
right.
day.
God bless.
God bless.
And chat, you beautiful chat, you. First off, put some W's and crowns in the chat for chat. Okay, just smashed the dono goal tonight. All right, put some W's and crowns in the chat for chat. All right, it's can't thank you guys enough. Honestly, you guys are fucking amazing. All right, that's why I always say I got the best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. Okay, hands fucking down. Smashed the dono goal, smashed the engagement tonight. All right, this is one of the things I love about my chat too. Is like you guys engage in all the different topics we talk about here. You guys give your answers, you roast us up here. I love that shit. You know, it's awesome. It's awesome. I love that. This community's grown into a beautiful thing. You know. And it's only up from here. Okay, we're only going to continue going up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to because like I do want these debates to be in their own thing and then have the after panels on a separate thing. And I used to have a lot of action on my verbal combat channel, and now I don't have so much. So what I'm going to do is my verbal combat channel is going to be for like the videos and clips are going to be verbal combat video and clips, but the live streams are going to be like the after panels. Like, so tonight, like Swords of Reason will go, we'll do the debate on the main channel, but then I'll put you guys over to the verbal combat channel for the after panels. And that way you can have these in separate places and in their own videos. And then, you know, we can monetize a second channel and it'll be its own content, right? Because I can't, when you monetize a second channel, you can't just re-upload things or go live on both channels or things like this, right? So yeah, I'm gonna start doing that on the second channel. So if you're not on the verbal combat channel yet, go ahead, go sub up over there. Tomorrow or tonight, you know, tomorrow for me because I haven't slept yet, but tonight we're going to be doing Cross Current versus Darth Rule Over 2. It's going to be the same topic as tonight. Like I said, I want to get as many as these Iran war debate topics. I want to do a bunch of them. It's because of the time, right? It's because of what's happening right now, and something can happen at it. And look what happened tonight. We don't know where this leads, right? So like things can happen. It's going to develop over time. These debates are always going to be able to be fresh, different perspectives, different people debating it. So we're going to get a few of those going. If you're interested in this debate, so the prompt is the U.S. should not be fighting Iran in 2026. If you don't like just disagree or agree with that prompt, or you have some nuance about it, let me know and we can work it out. You know what I mean? But yeah, I want to get as many, you know, Iran war debates as I can in these next couple weeks. So yeah, tonight, Iran war debate. Thursday, we're doing a birthday stream, but actually I just got word from someone that wants me to be on a panel on Thursday. It starts at 5 p.m. Eastern time. And one of the topics is about Kanye being banned. You know, and like the UK government officially banned Kanye. I don't know if you guys heard about that. And then the second topic is about Trump's Truth Social post about the final deadline and the whole civilization will die tonight. Basically, it's are we watching a masterclass in madman diplomacy, or the precursor to a global catastrophe? So the topic's going to be about that stuff there. And I'm in. I'm in for it. If so, what I'll do is I'll go to that. It'll start at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then later in the night we'll do the birthday stream. But that means tonight's after panel is going to be very short because I got a lot of stuff to do on that Thursday. Like a lot. But yeah. But so yeah. And then Friday, verbal combat, of course. So don't forget about that. Let me think of what else. I feel like there was something else I needed to say. Hey, after BS, what about a drunk tax? Like we pay to mute the drunk, then they have to pay extra to unmute or something. A drunk tax during the hot seat? That would be a good one. We could do something like that. That'd be funny. That'd be a good little add-on for the hot seat. But yeah, I don't know. I think there was something else to announce, but I can't even remember now. But anyways, listen. You guys are absolutely amazing. Can't thank you guys enough. All right. I'm going to be sending you guys over to Terriak's. What is Terriak doing tonight? Let me see. Oh, shit. I'm not in. 1 second. I got to see what Terriak is doing, and I got to set it up so it goes over there. I don't even see Tareyak. He never pops up for me. I always got to search him up. It's weird. It's weird. Every time I'm doing the raid thing, I always got to search him up. He never just pops up there for me. There we go. Oh, he's doing an open panel. There you go. You guys can get up on panel. Tell him if he sucked. All right. Tell him if he sucked tonight. All right. Go tell him if Connor whooped his ass or something. All right. I don't know. But he's doing a post-debate open panel. All right. Go have some fun over there. Even if you're not going to stay, hit the sub. He's almost at 2,000. Okay. He's getting close. So let's get him to 2,000 so we can make him do a 24-hour stream. All right. And just so that we could, raise all the ships. You know what I'm saying? Raise all the ships with this tide. All right. You guys are amazing. Can't thank you guys enough. Listen, it can be 30 in the chat. It can be 2,000 in the chat. All right. Best chat on YouTube. Hands fucking down. All right. I love you guys. God bless you all. I will see you all later. And, well, for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?